This character in my game is right here on the left. Let me see if I can bring it to life. Come on, there we go. So we do have an existing run and walk cycle animation. We sure do. We also do have an intro music. Let me see if I can actually get that to play. That would be nice. There it is. Ooh, it's just kind of chill, kind of lo-fi, keeping the vibes real. That's what I'm talking about. So we do have a walk and run cycle, and it's not great. It's not a great run and walk cycle, but that's okay. We're gonna make it better. Now, I'm not gonna make it, okay, let me just be clear. It's still not gonna be a great run and walk cycle, but it will be a new one. And the reason why I'm making a new one is because the one that I've made has some glitches built into it, believe it or not. Like, it seems alright. Like, look, there it is. It seems alright. And look, it doesn't blend great. You can, so if I press the W key, we speed up and we start running, right? Like that's, there you go, you can see it. And it's blending between the walk and the run here. It is, it's blending right between them. I think it's about 1 second that it takes to blend between those two animations, the walk and the run. But you can kind of tell, you might be able to tell, that the walk and the run are not lined up perfectly. And so that's something I want to fix today. I'd like to line them up better so they blend more smoothly. But that's not the real reason I'm remaking it. Welcome, Merp Maker. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well today. Thank you for stopping in and saying hello. I was a little late too. So really, you right on time. Good to see you. Welcome. Was it a Windows update? Sounds like a Windows update. I could be wrong though. So I do want to line up the walk and the run a bit, but that's not the real reason I'm doing this. The real reason I'm doing this is because, well, we started adding in the past couple weeks a little something. A little something, this little ability to grab onto things. So if I click on this helicopter, japow! So, you know, here's what I found out. I did some experiments on Monday. Mondays I do a member stream. If you have YouTube Premium, by the way, you can sign up to get a free month of those member streams if you already have YouTube Premium. So check that out. You can join this channel and get 4 free live streams that I do on the Mondays. And I basically focus on Blender. And so what I learned was that, yeah, so this is cool. I mean, this is cool. Like, I love that we can grab it and knock these out of the sky. But the thing is that isn't animated. That isn't animated. Let me tell you about the results of those experiments, Hollow, as well. So that's not animated. Basically, the walk arm animation is continuing to smack that at the same time. So, you know, you can kind of see, sometimes it does like hello, nice to meet you, you're dead, which is, you know, not intended. So what we want to do is we want to have a separate animation that's specifically for grabbing. So like the arm actually extending out to grab intentionally, and then we run that bone stretch that reaches it out there. Because that's not an animation. We're not animating that arm to reach out. We're using math to get it to get there. You posted something in the Discord that might have helped. I'm intrigued. Well, let me tell you what I think might fix it, but it's probably not what you're saying, so I'm really interested. So what we wanted to do, so we can play an animation, but keep the walk and the run going, but only animate the arm, right? So keep the other arm and the legs going and have a separate animation. So in order to set that up, what we wanted to do was intriguation. There's still a setting called easing in the animation player. Right. Well, what we realized we had to do was use an animation tree and an animation player, right? In order to get that arm animation to act separately from the walk and run animation. So we started setting up an animation tree. So let me see, maybe Tempest, we already have the setup somewhere and it hasn't helped. We can find out here though. So we have the animation here. This is the animation player right here on the top left. There's the animation player, right? That's fine, that's good. Now if I play our walk, there it is, that's our walk, boop, boop, boop. And you're saying in the animation player, there's an easing here. Animation player, root node, current animation, reset on save, speed scale, method call mode, audio, playback options, process mode, default blend time. We have a default blend time, libraries, movie quit on finish, audio max polyphony. But maybe in the Discord it'll be more obvious sort of what you're talking about. A thread group process, I don't think this is anything. So that's the walk in the animation player. At the bottom, is it this default blend time? Perhaps? So here's the run animation. Now they seem fine on the surface, right? There's the walk, there's the run. Now if I start trying to bring this into the animation tree, we see problems. We see problems. So here's how we set it up. We set it with a blend tree. Now over here, there is, I believe, and in the animation tree, we do have a way to do easing. But that's not in an animation player. So it might not be what you're talking about. But we set this up. My 2 cents was a big help in getting this set up. We used the blend tree. So see, animation node blend tree. And we've got a walking animation and the running animation. And we've plugged that in to a transition here, right? And that transition is then going to the output. So if I activate this, come over here, hit active, now we're gonna see the walking. And if this is where we start getting in, the troubles are about to begin. The troubles are about to begin. Are you ready for these troubles? I'm never ready for it because it's always just so annoying. So when I click on this drop down and switch between walking and running, it's going to transition between the walk and the run. We're currently on the walk. You can see it running. Well, you can see it walking. I'm gonna click it. And look what happens. Janktown. Janktown. So it's glitching all over the place. It's just glitching all over the place. Just so much glitching. So much glitching. So I'm going to do it again. Walk to run. It glitches. Can you tell? It's like staggered. It's like, you know, jerky. It's not smoothly going. Whereas again, if we look at it in the game, now, there's a difference between this and what's in the game. What's in the game is through code. Frog is thick. Okay, all right. All right, we got a thick frog, everybody. Never mind, yeah, I would say not so much. I would say this frog is this alien frog is the opposite of thick. But maybe it could become that way. Because you are going to be able to eat a cow and get cow legs, so that might give you cow thick. It's possible. So here, I'm switching, again, by pressing the W key between the walk and the run, and it's blending gradually. We have a 1 second crossfade, and it looks fantastic. Well, except for maybe they aren't lined up, but it's not glitching, right? So the reason why that is because in the code for the animation, we have it set right here to play via the animation player. So this is the animation player. If input up is true, which is the W key, then do run. Otherwise, do walk. That's pretty much that code. So this is running through the animation player. Now, if I comment this code out and comment in this, which is running it through the animation tree, which is what we were just looking at in the preview there. If I run it through the animation tree, we're gonna see the glitch town. That's where the glitch town comes in. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna do the same thing. We're gonna press the W key. There it is. There's that crappy blend. I'm gonna let go of W and it does that. Now, we have everything set the same. We have it all set the same. Actually, I have the crossfade time a little longer. But if you look at the animation player logic, so right here, right, this one, if we look at, I'm gonna try, I guess I gotta pull it up in the help, animation player play. Oh, do you want me to do it like one word? There we go. And then if we pull up play, it's in here. It's one of these. There we go. So play is looking for the custom blend. First, it's the name of the animation, and then custom blend float. So that's that one that we have there, which means how long will it take for it to animate, to blend between the animation that it's coming from and the one that it's going to, right? So we want to say 1 second. That's how long that blend is. If I come over to the animation tree, I actually have it set to 2 seconds, but we can set it to 1 as well. Come over to the animation tree, we have that set to 1 second as well. Do we experiment with the float? I didn't. So here's the other thing is this works. So here this works, right? This doesn't produce our issue if I do it this way. Actually, it does in Godot 4.2, but we're in 4.1, and in 4.1, this is fine. In 4.2, this actually causes issues, the same issue. But here in 4.1, this works fine. So, I mean, I could change this, but it would just be a different timing. I mean, I have used different timings, and this is going to work fine. But if you mean on the animation tree, we could try a different float. But I do want to say, you know, there is something. So see, this is looking beautiful. Taking a little longer to animate, but it looks great. No glitches. Here on the animation tree, I've got it set to crossfade. We got to pull up the transition here to 1 second. Now, you were talking about easing, so there's also this curve we can add in here, right? We have crossfade curve. I actually have experimented with this a little bit. So if we create a new curve and we can set a preset to ease in or ease out, this did not resolve the issue. It's still going to be glitchified when we go between them. So not sure if that's what you mean. I can try to pull it up. My internet will probably be fine, as long as it's not a video. If it's a video, my internet might get a little angry with us. But as long as it's not a video, we should be okay. We should be okay. But I did, so here's the best solution I have, and it's a workaround. It ain't a solution, it's a workaround, period. It is a video. Unfortunately, I can't pull it up then. Thank you for posting it, but my internet bandwidth, unfortunately, right now, because it's the best internet we have in my area that works for my stream right now, it caps my internet usage. So if I use too much download, it will start glitching out the stream. So unfortunately, I can't pull up a video unless I download it ahead of time. So apologies for that. Maybe you can do a screenshot. Check it out later. Yeah, I'll check it out later. All right. So thank you, though. Thank you for thinking of the project and sharing that. I'm looking forward to checking it out. So here's the best solution. Your internet also sucks. I'm so sorry that we can relate. I'm so sorry. I did find a best possible solution, and this is based on, or workaround. And this is based on various experiments that I did. I actually made a separate project, and let me show you here sort of some of the experiments that I've done. So here's the walk, right? There's the walk. Great. I'm going to change the run animation. I actually made this debug run animation. And if we blend into this, it blends smooth. No glitches. It looks fantastic. Everything is fine. All this is doing this, right? The legs are still moving, but the arms are what glitch. So I changed the arms to just be doing that. And that's this debug animation. And if I blend into walk, it looks fantastic. No glitches, just perfect smooth blend. However, if we go from this into the run animation, now it's going to be glitch town. So that led me to think, okay, there's something about the run animation and the arms specifically that has an issue that needs to be resolved, right? The walk animation arms don't really have that issue, whatever that issue may be. So we might be able to maybe we could just not redo the walk cycle, and I could just base it base my run cycle on the walk that exists, because it seems all right. So, I mean, I tried to poke around and figure out the best that I could to ascertain what the issue is. My best guess, guys, my best guess is it has to do with the way Godot handles quaternions. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But I think Godot, and look, I know this is a heavy accusation, Godot might need to revisit the way that it calculates quaternions, because that's the way limbs are animated, or bones are positioned in Godot and in most game engines in 3D, right, are with quaternions. Quaternions, as I understand it, welcome Dragonblade, are basically a fourth dimensional way to think about positionality. So we normally have like a vector 3 to represent something in 3D space, or Eulers. So I'm going to pull up, I'm going to pull up the bone stuff here. So if we hop into the skeleton and we look at the bone stuff, so here we have 4 values, right? X, Y, Z, and W. You can actually click this little pencil and then we'll get the Euler, temporary Euler values. These are like the X, Y, Z we're normally used to seeing in a vector 3. But there's this extra one here, and this is to help communicate between these 3, and I'm really just very I don't fully understand quaternions, but what I do understand is that they help each third dimensional vector, X, Y, and Z, understand the positionality of the other vectors relative to each other or something. And this is true for like any rigging in game engines, including Blender. And so I believe that the way Godot calculates quaternions is causing those glitches. So I tried to recreate this problem in a fresh project. Literally, I reproduced this whole problem. What's up, Frank? We going away from the alien for a second, but ultimately that's what I'm going to be doing today, is I'm going to remake that run animation. I might need to remake the walk as well, but let's just start with the run so it's less work, potentially. I'm going to try remaking it, and here's the trick that I found, okay? The trick that I found is to lock the W. We've got X, Y, Z. This is Blender here. We've got X, Y, Z, and W, right? And if I lock the W rotation on here and I animate my run, I have found in my tests that that glitch doesn't occur. But if I leave this open and I try animating it, the glitch does occur. Again, in Godot. Now, I haven't tried it against other engines. I haven't tried blending within Blender, but I just have a feeling this is a Godot. I mean, maybe that's bad of me to think that, but I have found one other issue on GitHub that someone has reported about Godot regarding something similar to this, and it echoed a similar sentiment that something with the quaternions might not be calculated correctly. So here's this little example project I put together. And one of these, let me see, I don't remember which, let's do, this is going between a walk one and a run one. Yeah, so there we got glitchy arm. And I reproduced this. I recreated this from scratch. I re-rigged a fresh character with separate body parts in Blender. I did it completely separate from my other project. And all I did was animate the arms to go from like here to there, from here to there, this one from here to there, and alternate, you know? And it seems like there's like a point where they start to like loop around, right? That point where they go all the way around, like right around here. If I, you know, and sometimes if the animation, like if I put a keyframe right here, and then I put a keyframe right here, sometimes it won't go the direction I want, which is this way, right? We want it to walk like this. Sometimes it'll go that way. It'll take the wrong path. And I found that when it does that is when the glitch occurs. Even if I put a keyframe here, so I tell it to go from here to here to here, so that way it doesn't go back this way, we still get the glitch, which is actually what is happening in this example. We still get the glitch, even though we're pulling it away from flipping the wrong way. we still get the glitch. If it doesn't flip the wrong way, then the animation will be fine and there's no glitch. Which just leads, and again, this is some quaternion stuff, and I'll show you why I think this is some quaternion stuff. Now, I did another animation. Here we have run 1. I'm going to go to run 2. Run 2, I did without the quaternions. That is to say, I came into Blender and I locked the W rotation, so it couldn't change. And we only animated the X, Y, and Z. And when I did that, as you will see, the blend shouldn't glitch. This one does. Let me move to walk 2 as well. Looks like we had to do, I think, okay, so I also did walk 2. There we go. So if we do walk, so both walk 2 and run 2, these two, I did with the quaternion locked. So the walk can be messed up too. It's not just because it's a run, right? The reason why the walk works fine in the other game is just luck, I guess. It just worked out. In this one, the walk 1 also had that problem, where going from one position to the other caused that flippy dippy to happen where it goes the wrong way, and I had to tell it to go the other way. Thus, we get the glitch. But with the walk 2 and the run 2, there is no glitch between these. And the only difference between walk 1, run 1, and run 2 and walk 2 is that I locked that W. And I was able to get them to smoothly animate. So let me show you something else here. Okay. So over here in Blender, here we have our W rotation locked and X, Y, and Z. Let me show you something. I'm going to grab the elbow, which is what I'm animating here. And let's give it a rotation. So something is going to happen. Do you see that? You see that snapping? So as I'm rotating it around, remember, as I was saying, we go from here to here, right? And we want it to animate like this. But if I start to try to circle it all the way around, look what happens. It snaps. It jumps. This is because I have the quaternion W locked down. If I were to unlock this and try rotating it, it's smooth. No more snap between those 2 points. It can smoothly rotate. So the quaternion is helping it actually go around fully. So this is another reason why I feel like the quaternion has something to do with everything, especially the way Godot handles it. Again, if I lock this and I go to rotate it, I have to make sure we're rotating it the right way, which I'm not. It's not easy to grab it. Well, it's even doing this kind of weird thing where it's going around it. Let's just do it on one axis. Well, you really can't. I'm not repeating it well here, since I'm kind of grabbing it any old place. But hopefully you get the idea. See, it is going around smoothly now, but you can see over here that the angle is not quite right. Whereas if we put the quaternion on, it's a little better angle. Let me see if I can get this to snap. Snap, damn you. Well, you saw it once. You get the idea. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reanimate this arm as a run cycle. And I'm going to attempt to do it without using the quaternion. I mean, actually, this doesn't look that bad. I mean, I got to say, we're not getting the snap this time, which I'll take as a win. But if I try to, let's see if we can move it on a different axis. So you kind of have to like fudge it in a weird way to get it so it actually, again, I'm looking at this one. So we'd want to put a keyframe like here, right? So it's sticking out that way. And then I'd want a keyframe going down. It's a little tricky. Let's do it with these. Yeah, like right there. And then I'd want another keyframe maybe going back, and it pulls it in like this. So that way it goes along that path. Anyway, let's just do it so you can see what I mean, and hopefully it'll work out. Hopefully we won't have this problem anymore. And this is not ideal, because it might look a little funky. So I did make an animation over here. So it's gonna take a little work. It's gonna take a little work to get it to look cute. I did do an example with the alien already, but it's not a good polished example. It just is an example. That doesn't have the W changing. It's just staying constant at 1. See if I can get that to rotate around again. Grab the elbow. See it, but it depends on the starting spot as well. What if we do some control Zing? Maybe then we get it to snap again. That might have been why we weren't getting to snap. There we go. That's what I needed to do. I needed to hit undo. Because I had moved it into a different position, so it wasn't rotating around the axis in the same way. Here we got it moving pretty much around the axis that I want it to. But now it's snapping because I've locked it in. So that's more of the example I wanted to show you a second ago. Okay, so I did make one animation here, and it worked out beautifully. And it's not a beautiful animation, but that's what we're going to try to work on today, is a more beautiful animation. I believed we called it, is this the one? Is it run 2? Run 1, 2? I don't think it's that one. Run Blender 1, that's the one. So here, it's a bad animation. This is not the kind of animation we want. But it's the animation that I got by locking the quaternion. And I feel like it looks a little funky in here. It's not that bad, actually. It actually doesn't look that bad. It don't look that funky. It's fine. I mean, look, there's definitely something different between the left and the right. Like the one on the left, I didn't have to do anything funky for. This one went back and forth with no problem. The one on the right started to do that flippy, skippy, dippy thing where it was going the wrong way. And so I had to make sure I adjusted things in a bunch of ways and added extra keyframes to get that arm to swing that way. And you can see it just moves a lot differently than the other one. So maybe we can avoid it looking too weird if we put some love into it today. All right. Let's do it. Let's do some animation. I do have this walk cycle, this run cycle reference that I'm going to use. Now, here's the other thing, is I want to make sure it lines up. Now, this is why guys, I think I have to redo both the walk and the run, because if I don't redo it in Blender, we're going to have trouble. And this is why I can't animate it in Godot, because in Godot, we can't lock down that quaternion. There's no way for me to animate it. And if there is, it's got to be painful. It's gotta be painful. You know, like manually locking it by pressing 1 on the arm every time. Plus, it's just slower in Godot animating. You have to come and select this every time. So there's the quaternion. I have to set it to 1 every time, and then that's gonna move the position. It's too much work to try to do it in Godot. So Blender is the way to go for animating this, and then we're gonna bring it into Godot, and I'll show you how that works. And hopefully it'll all be good. So I actually do think I need to redo both the walk and the run so I can line them up. You know, I'm not a big fan of plugins, and that is a me problem. But you're welcome to. I'd be interested. And I think for me, it's depends on the plugin, right? Some plugins are bloaty and some aren't. And so I'd kind of want to make sure it's not a bloaty plugin, because those make me really angry. But maybe, I mean, if you want to, I'm not going to ask you to, and I probably won't use it, but it might be helpful to somebody who's watching this. If you do find something, it might be helpful. I don't know. I haven't encountered anyone else who has this problem, so there is one issue I've seen raised on GitHub, but it's a little different. But yeah, I mean, maybe, that would be interesting to know, but when I just have this option of going into Blender and animating it, I'm going to take it. Plus, like I said, I just think it's easier to animate in Blender. I just think it's easier. So let me show you a little bit about that. So right now, this is that kind of ugly walk that I made, or a run that, it's not really a run, but this is that one. I mean, we could use it. It's not animating all the parts, it's just looking a little, it needs some help. So I'm going to just redo the whole thing. We're just going to do a fresh start. So I named this one Run Blender 1. Let's call these Run 2. We're going to make a whole new one. So in Blender, I'm using the animation tab up here. All right, so normally you start out in Blender in the layout section. I'm going to the animation section, and you get these two panes down here. And specifically, I've got the action editor open, which you find by going to usually like the dope sheet first. So if you click on this icon here, you'll get this drop down, this pop out, and animation is here. And then if you hit dope sheet, you'll get these options, and this is the action editor. I find this to be very useful because you can now save and rename and create new animations. And when you import this into Godot, it's going to add that to, it's going to add an animation player. This gets a little goofy because if you already have something in Blender named an animation player, or in Godot named an animation player, it's going to cause issues. So make sure you don't already have an animation player in Godot, in your Godot project, because Blender will just add it in as a new inherited animation player. And then you can see Run Blender 1 is in here. And so if I were to create a new animation, it's called an action, create a new action, and it's calling it Run Blender 1.001. If I click on this, we get Run Blender 1, Run Blender 1.001. Let's call this our Run 2. And then the way you save it, very kind of confusing, is you click the shield. It says fake user. I don't know why. I don't know why. Somebody knows why. I'd love to know, but I don't know why it says fake user. Save this data block, even if it has no users. I don't know. But I'm going to save this data block even though it has no users. Or if it has no users. You'll see a little check mark, and now we've got a Run 2 and the Run Blender 1. And so if I hit save on this, it actually is duplicated, by the way. So now it's going to have all the same keyframes that Run Blender 1 had, except now it's under Run 2. So if I pop this open, it's going to import all the assets. And again, it's always going to call it animation player. So if you already have something in here called animation player, you might run into some issues. Godot will get a little angry. And basically, it's going to rename your old animation player. It's probably going to put like a 2 at the end, which is a little annoying. And then it'll create this one. So I had to kind of rename mine. And the way you get this, if you have an existing animation player that you need to keep, the way that I moved it, so now we can see also we have Run Blender 1 and Run 2. So that's how we get those animations from Blender into Godot, and so that we can choose them, just like that. Now, if I want to get Run 2 onto my other animation player, because it's not here, right? Run 2 isn't on here yet. It just isn't. So if I want to do that, I'm going to need to hit edit, if I want to do that, I'm going to need to hit animation, manage animations, and we're going to make sure we save Run 2. So there's a little save icon right there. We're going to click it, save as. Open up the player. I got an animations folder. We'll call it Run 2. Save it as such, and then I'm going to pull up the animation player that I want that animation to exist in. Hit that animation again on the other animation player, the one I want to receive the new animation. Hit manage animations on that. You can see we have a lot more because this is the one that I use. And we're going to hit the folder icon right there. And then now I can see my Run 2 is here. Hit open, and ta-da, now it's in the list. And if I come over here, there's Run 2. Now, it's not always going to work, and actually right now, it isn't going to work. The reason why we're walking is because this animation tree is playing. So this actually isn't going to play, and if I hit play, you'll see as much. And the reason why this is a little unclear to me, but I know how to fix it. So over here, you can see there's like this name, armature slash this path, armature slash skeleton 3D. And it's looking for these bones at that path. And indeed, if you click on each one, you'll see they have a path here. Unfortunately, you can't edit the top level path. So we have to come into each bone and change this. I don't know why it gives it the wrong path sometimes, but not other times, but it has here. It might be because on this animation player, the path looked different. I guess that makes sense, since on this one, it's like nested in the alien. I don't know. It doesn't really make sense to me, but there you go. So if you want to fix this, we need to make sure it matches the other animations that we know do work. So this one does work. Here you can see it says skeleton 3D, right? And so if we look at this, it just says skeleton 3D colon root. Skeleton 3D colon elbow left. So we just have to make sure it matches that. So if I come to this animation that I just saved and opened and added in here, I now need to rename this. So I'm going to get rid of that armature, and you can see it's going to change its position and it's going to look like it should. And indeed, the elbow left will be the only one that's animated. So we have to come in here and change each of these in order for that to work. It can be a little annoying, especially if you have a lot of these, but personally, I don't know a better way to do it. Leave a chat or a comment if you know how to make this work every time, but I think it might just be something we have to deal with. Apparently there's drama in Godot world. Isn't there always drama in Godot world? But you're saying like for real, like big deep drama. Do tell! Do tell! Dish, sister! So now we have this animation that came from Blender and it's in here. It's not a great animation. Oh, there's one more problem I have to tell you about. Okay, there's one more tip I have to give you here. So we want it to loop, right? All these other ones loop, which is good. And we do that by clicking this button right here. And you can see it's blue. If I click it again, we get this ping pong, or this like backwards. It kind of loops it the other direction, right? If we click it again, there's no loop. This is where it's at in the animation that was imported. It's white, it doesn't loop. Click it again, now it's blue and it loops. Now if I try to do this on the animation that was imported, I don't know why Godot behaves this way. I do not know why Godot behaves this way, but I don't like it. So if I try to click this over here, oh, that worked great. That worked great! Sometimes it doesn't. Wow. Well, that didn't prove anything to you, did it? I do want to teach you this. I do want to teach you this. Oh, I think I know why. Oh, okay. I think I know why. I mean, I guess I don't fully know why. Oh, because I've already fixed it. I guess. I don't really... So what's supposed to happen? And so I really want to model this for you, because you might encounter this. And you kind of need to know it. Let's try... I wonder how I can recreate this. I really want to model this for you. Well, let me just show you how you would fix it. Let me just show you how you would fix it. Basically, what will happen is you won't be able to click this. I promise you this happens. You won't be able to click on this, and it'll give you an error. And it'll say, whoa, like, this is imported. You can't be clicking on things like that. We can't change the loop here. But you can change the loop. You just can't do it right here. And what you have to do is open it up in the advanced import editor. So what you would do is you'd find your Blender file or GLTF or whatever it is, and you'd open it up in the Godot import editor, wherever the animation lives. You come down, see this is the animation player that gets created. This is everything that's imported when we try to bring it into Blender. You come down here. See, this has none. This is very confusing. So this is what is not good, right? The loop mode. It says none. This is what it's going to say when you import something fresh, animation fresh from Blender into Godot. It's going to say loop mode none. And what you want to do is set this to linear. And when you set this to linear and re-import it, then this little loop icon will be checked, and it will be blue, and then it will loop. It's kind of an annoying thing you have to do. You might encounter it. For some reason, I didn't encounter it, but you definitely might encounter it. So now run to loops here, and it'll work as it's supposed to. But again, I'm not encountering that right now, but I have, and you should know that. If for whatever reason you can't loop it, open up the advanced import editor, find the animation in there, and set its loop mode to linear. Just a little tip. Dragonblade says, apparently there's a bad person that was constantly reported by the community that they should be on the project. That they should not be on the project, and they hired this person. Oh. Interesting. I mean, obviously you're just giving me a little rundown. But I wonder what makes them a bad person. Don't mind me. I'm going to eat some shredded wheat. I got to be careful. If I eat this too recklessly while I'm talking, I'm going to inhale pieces of shredded wheat. And nobody wants that. But I want a snack. I have to be quiet. I have to be quiet. All right. So now that I've showed you a little bit about how you get the animations into Blender, let's do the animations so we can see if this fixes it. So wait, what do you mean Godot hired? Godot hires? Like, hired them how? You can be hired to work on... I guess that makes sense. I didn't really realize it. They bully people that try to contribute to the project. But he doesn't approve the way they did contribute to the project. So he doesn't approve of ways... You're saying if he doesn't approve of ways that people contribute to the project and then he bullies them? Because they don't do it the way he wants? That... You know what? I believe it. I used to do a lot of activism work in my real life, my away from keyboard life. And one of the activist organizations that I was a part of had a horizontal leadership structure. That is to say, there wasn't one person in charge. Everyone made decisions jointly. It was a collective voting system. So everybody would have to agree in order for things to happen. And what that led to was influence instead of coming from power, right? Instead of one person being like, no, I veto this, we don't do it. Or yes, this passes even though everyone doesn't like it. Instead of that, personalities would have to pressure other people in the room to vote in favor of something. And I bet with open source software, especially something as big as Godot, that also is created, that dynamic, where if there is like a horizontal structure in terms of anybody can contribute, people are going to try to strong arm others because that's the only version of power that you have. And I think it's a fundamental problem with horizontal power structures. And I don't think it's like, it means that horizontal power structures are a bad thing. It just kind of comes with the territory, is if anyone can contribute anything and everyone has equal power, then the only way to influence them is to bully them, basically. It's not a great thing, but it's kind of like the reality. And so you have to do a lot of like internal, you know, social-based exercises at best to try and get people to get along better. But I see how that's controversial if somebody who tends to be a bully like that gets hired. Now, that doesn't surprise me either. Folks like that tend to be very narcissistic, right? And narcissism is rewarded in capitalistic society. So someone who advocates for themselves endlessly, regardless of whether they should be in a certain position, are going to be more likely to get positions of power. And so, you know, that aspect of them that makes them a bully probably also makes them very hireable. No, again, not saying it's a good thing, but I can see how this would happen, for sure. A guy made rendering a ton better in terms of performance with no drawback, but he went Karen with 25 years of experience on him, and it didn't matter anyway, because they were changing it for 4.0. This was around when 4.0 was made. In the end, it got put in 3.5 because of the backlash. So the person who went Karen with 25 years of experience is the bully who got hired? Yeah, I will definitely watch it later. I will definitely watch it later. Please share it. That sounds like narcissism to me. That is like narcissism, not like normal like personality disorder narcissism is what that sounds like. So again, it doesn't, they do have devs on payroll from donations. So it doesn't surprise me that that someone like that would get hired, because that's like what capitalism wants, is that kind of attitude, is that kind of behavior. Unfortunately. It's interesting. And you know, man, it's gonna happen. These things are gonna happen. What do you do about it? I don't know. Make it I think if people complain enough, something could change. I've seen that happen where devs get fired because they're too controversial. I think that's definitely possible. There's no way he's that valuable that they can't just like replace him. It got even more drama when they hired him on the W4 company. Ooh. Oh, that sucks. He's a close friend with the owner. Oh, Juan? Oh, man. Yep, that's it. There you go. There's that mechanism of power. I mean, it's gonna happen, man. It's gonna happen. Like, Godot is not free from corruption. It isn't. It isn't. Fascinating. Very interesting. I think I am gonna remake both the walk and the run, so that way we can line them up perfectly. I've got these. Now, these I need to make sure are also lined up. This has, and this loops back around. This has 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I need to really, I think I need to draw out and decide exactly what positions I want to do. I think I'm going to do that. Before I start animating, I'm going to draw out exactly what I want. Because if I don't do that, I'm gonna regret it. Mertmaker asks if it's just them or is the internet really slow? Not on stream, just like in general. I don't know. Sometimes. I'm sorry you're experiencing slow internet. You deserve faster internet. So I want to have 2 different sections here. I want to have my walk and my run. I'm just going to sketch this out now, because what I did last time and they didn't sync up well is I followed this walk and I followed this run, and these have like different number of stages and I didn't do the same number of stages, and so they don't line up great. I want to do this the best I can this time. So let's even get some labels here. Walk and run. And of course, this is all to avoid that quaternion calculation in Godot, so things don't get too weird, hopefully. Okay. So I'm going to start with the run just because it has less frames. And I guess 7, I mean, it'd be kind of nice, because really what we're doing is well, this isn't very helpful, because This one up here loops back around. This one doesn't. So I actually should start with the walk, since this one actually takes us to through the full cycle. But we wouldn't need to necessarily animate all that, right? Let me look at, sometimes this kind of twists my brain up a little bit. Let me re-look at how he did this. So we did left arm front, right arm back. Left arm front, right arm back. Because then we just do the legs the opposite. So I'm just going to look at the arms. That's how we start. And it's not, well, so I didn't really start like fully. I kind of started like partially in between the walk cycle, which is also not great. So this would kind of be like the actual first one, sort of, except we're actually doing it the other way around. It's more like this one, isn't it? Left arm in the front, right arm in the back. This is actually the same here. And then on this one, that's the one about right here. So if we look at it like that, and we go to the next phase, we're kind of doing the pass phase, where they cross each other. Or in the run, it's the in-between. On the walk, it's the pass. So we're going from the recoil to the pass, or the contact. I guess there might have been a recoil in here. I don't know. I guess that's supposed to be my recoil. That's our... And I kind of want to like make sure I have these names sort of sorted out. Contact's supposed to be both of them. This doesn't make a lot of sense. There's kind of the contact, actually. This is like this first one here. So I'm just trying to figure out what I did here. Left arm in front, right arm in back. Left arm in back. And then we blend it at one of these points. So we really only need half of these, right? I get so confused trying to figure this out. Right leg back. Yeah, because basically the right leg only goes back once. Oh, thank you, Dragonblade. I'm excited. I mean, I'm interested. I'm not excited like, ooh, drama, but I'm excited just to know like what's going on and to keep track of our favorite engine and what's happening behind the scenes. You can join the Discord, by the way, y'all. Finding a link in the description box if you want to check out that video before me. Thanks for keeping us abreast. I appreciate it. Right leg in front. So whenever it comes back. So what we could say is it starts with this contact. We could do left leg in front. It goes down for the recoil. We do the pass. The other leg begins to come back up. It goes back down, and then we can loop it, in theory, between these two. Because this is a contact, that's another contact, right? Am I understanding that correctly? I get so confused. What is it for this simple one? For the simple one, left arm in front, it goes back, and it comes back to the front. So it starts in the front and it ends in the front. I feel like that's better. I feel like we should do that. Because what I was doing here was I was letting it blend out in the end. Right? So it wasn't actually ending on the same frame that it started on. So there was like some space here for it to work it out. I think I shouldn't do that. I think we should end where we begin. Which means doing a lot of stages here. This has got 9 of them. I feel like we don't need 9 of them. Why can't we just do 7? This does contact, down. So contact recoil passing high. Contact recoil passing high. Contact recoil passing high. I guess this one does make the most sense. Why does this one have less? Because this one doesn't come around again. So this actually has more. Contact recoil passing high. Higher. I see. This is showing 1/2 of the animation. Gotcha. I see. It's actually adding quite a bit more. Instead, it's doing contact recoil passing high. Higher. Another passing. Another passing? I don't think that's a passing. That's something else. It's just adding an extra in between in here. So we could even ignore this. Really, it's just adding a higher one and a blend back into the contact. So this is what makes it challenging to figure out how to get it to be at the same points. So I guess what I'll do, if I come back to my paint here, I'm going to write this out as well. Yeah, I'm going to write this out. And let's mark out how many stages. I mean, I do want it to come back where it started. 1, 2, so this is 9, right? 4, 8, 9. That's a lot of stages. That's an awful lot of stages. One, 2. I don't know. I don't know if I made this long enough for 9. They're not going to be super even, but that's okay. 3. They're just getting smaller. 4. Definitely not going to have enough space. 5. 6. 7, 8. We need to make it a little longer. Or we can use, we could use the first one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. And then I kind of want to name them. So we want to start with contact. I even think we could do it in the middle so I don't have to write it twice. Just trying to plan out, I like to have a plan if I can. Let's make it a bit smaller. Not that small. Contact. Recoil. Now, the difference is, though, is if we want that in-between stuff, we kind of lose it. And we lose the high point. So it's like, we kind of have to wedge in extra ones for the run, is what I think. I think that'll make the most sense. High. Contact. Recoil. Etc., etc. Yeah, so maybe we can divide these up a little bit. Why does Paint have such bad text editing? Is this even working? Ugh. I don't know. I can't. It's like it's just gone. Okay. Irritating. But it's not sized the way I want. It's like I can't even use my keys anymore. So look, I'm pressing my keys. I don't know what this is. Why is it like this? Why are you like this, Paint? Irritating. Well, then I'm going to type this elsewhere first. That's what I'm going to do. We're going to type it somewhere else. And then we'll paste it in. contact, recoil, passing, high, contact, recoil, passing, high, contact. Okay. Grab this. Create text. Paste it. Space them out as desired. Pray that it doesn't fall apart. It might have been because I clicked somewhere else. And I'm using Paint, obviously. Windows 10 Paint at that. Not even the fancy new one that's got layers. Okay, it's not that fancy. So there's that. And then if I want to divide these others, that would be with the high stuff. So we get normal contact, recoil, passing, high. Then there's higher, and then there's this like blend added in. So we want high and higher. I don't know. Do we need a blend? Like, we might need to put a blend in here between these two. I'm not really sure. I'm going to put a lighter colored line here. This will be for maybe. This is a big maybe. We'll see. So we might want to reconsider that. And then we'll do the same thing here. Oh, I made that line red. Whoops. Unacceptable. Do an extra frame here. This is going to be fun to draw in such a tiny little area. Just kidding. It won't be. I guess I could always stretch it out. And then split the high. I know Paint will let me do that easily. I think that's fine. It doesn't need to be gorgeous. It just needs to be functional for our purposes. Okay. Great. A little hard to zoom, unfortunately. That's okay. All right, so there's that. And then if I want to draw these in, let's do that. So for walk, I do think this kind of planning stuff is super important. I didn't do it last time, and I regret not doing it. And this is something, this is going to help me. This is like a document that's going to help me in the future as well. At least for me. You know, I don't know how anyone else thinks about these things, but for me, this is going to make a big difference in understanding how to do walk and run cycles. And I got to think about the fact that we have some much tinier sections down here. Let's just get us ahead. It's hard to say, you know, some of these drawings, it's like what matters most with the angles, because the body's kind of like off to the side here. Does that matter? I mean, I guess we could do it a little bit. We've got this leg, that leg. And we kind of need the bends, right? Here it is quite straight. We could do the little feet as well. This is a bit of effort, to be sure. Some of this kind of confuses me, like how you get it to actually make the most sense. No walking, only dancing. Well, that sounds like a fun game. Welcome, G-Wiz. Good to see you. Dancing in a chat. You know, sometimes walking feels a little overrated. Why not dance? I find this a little mind-bending to quite understand, like, how this works. But then again, I'm not really an artist, a 2D artist. I'm not much of a 3D artist either, but I'm especially not a 2D artist. Maybe if I do the foot and then connect it, it'll make more sense to me. Yeah. All right. There we go. Bring this arm like that. So we're creating our own walk cycle paradigm here. Of course, basing it on another one, but that's okay. All right. There we go. Recoil time. So for the recoil, we got to make some changes here. Let's draw out our head and our body. I gotta be careful. I almost feel like I should be copying and pasting some of this, but it's fine. I gotta be careful because I'm gonna like read into certain positions too much. Here, the back arm comes out a little bit more. See, I'm gonna over exaggerate it. Oh gosh, what have I got myself into? Why did I think this would be simple? I don't know. I almost feel like I should just be copying and pasting this in here instead of trying to reinvent a wheel. Bring this one down. This one doesn't really change that much at all, like whatsoever. If this drawing is to be trusted, which it is. This one, the leg is straighter, the back leg, the left leg. Or that's the right leg, actually. Pull this down. And I'm like, you know, they're not all flat on here. It's messy. It's messy. I feel like I should be doing a better job. I think I'm going to try to do a better job. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy this. And see, it's not even flat. They're not even flat on the ground. I hate 2D art. I hate 2D art so much. I think... Alright, here's what's going to happen. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to do the copy and paste idea. This is painful. I don't enjoy this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to screenshot this. Oh, of course it overlaps. Of course it overlaps. So I'm going to pull up yet another software. What am I getting myself into? I know what I want. I know what I want, which is just a guide that lets me see these lined up next to each other. That's what I want. Something that I can easily make sure I'm doing the same positions for each keyframe. And we're not adding in different spots. So that way when they blend, they're able to blend into something that kind of looks like something else. That's what I want. So if we take this, I'm going to just try to clean it up a little bit. Just clean it up a little bit. Move this out of the way. I'm going to erase some stuff. over here. That is not a very solid erasure. We have dynamics on. No dynamics, please. Yeah, just cut it out. Get it out of there. Oh dear. Can we get just like a fuzzy select? I'm sure I'll get a hang of this at some point. I'm sure there's a chance I get a hang of this. All right, not beautiful, but it might have to do. It's pretty hideous. You know what I might do instead? I'm a little afraid this is gonna mess up my internet. So be ready for potential stream glitches. If this stream couldn't get any awkwarder, I'm gonna see if I can run Canva, because Canva's gonna do a better job than this. But know that the internet might glitch out on us, and I'm just willing to take that risk. So far, so good. Dude, there's no way. Dude, Canva is gonna obliterate my bandwidth. It must. That's supposed to be 5,000 kilobits per second, plus or minus like 500 or so. So I'm gonna add that in here. What Canva will just let me do is easily remove the background of it. The reason why I'm doing it like this, so we can easily get it into Paint, because I'm still using Paint. You gotta wonder if I shouldn't just use Canva for everything. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I won't use Paint. Maybe I'll just use Canva. Canva is awesome. All right. Look at that. Perfect. Maybe I'll just use Canva. Because Canva also has grids that we can use. You know what? Forget Paint. I'm using Canva. Let's make this a little bigger. I'm going to resize this. Sometimes you just got to trial and error a little bit. Yeah, let's make it 1920 by 1080. Let's keep it normal. Shrink this down. It's just a bit of a do-over. Hopefully loading all these elements won't cause the internet to mess up. It's so interesting to see websites that are more optimized than others. For example, Godot's like documentation website, very badly optimized. How do I know that? Because if I run it on this internet, we get glitches galore because the bandwidth is severely used. But Canva, a literal graphic editor in your browser, is more optimized. I think that says a lot. All right, let's rotate this. Who knows? Maybe I'm drawing the wrong conclusion. And we said we want 9 of these. Duplicate it. Oh yeah, this is going to be so much better. We could add our own grid in here, or I could just do this. Because the other thing too, see, Canva's going to tell me the distance between things. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gonna need to make it a little less space in between. And actually, let's put one on the end. Because then it should tell me if the distances are similar. Maybe, if we're lucky. We're not. Well, I tried. Sometimes it'll tell you if the distances are similar. is 4. We need at least twice as many, and that's not going to fit. So I'll have to make this smaller. It's not, it feels like it isn't game dev, But that's the thing about game dev. Game dev requires so many different skills, and often different programs. And for me, a lot of visual art stuff is not a skill I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Beautiful. And we'll just even this out. So I need guidelines. I need things to help me so I can actually do this the best I can. Last time, I obviously didn't do it the best. And not just because of the glitch problem, but because of that I'm having in the run cycle and walk cycle. But because they don't blend together as well as they could. And this will help me avoid that, in theory. Okay, now I'm also going to select... Well, let me do one more thing. I really liked how he had those... Oh yeah, and we're also going to need the smaller one, the divisions. I forgot about those. I forgot about those. I liked how he had the text in here. It's going to be a little tricky wedging in the divided ones, for sure. We could just make it wider. I could also just make it wider. There's no reason why it can't just be whatever I want. We could say... Oh, that's the height. We could say the width is 2,500. Something ridiculous. Give us plenty more space. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock down the grid lines. So that way they don't get moved around on accident. Love you, Canva, for trying to resize that. You tried. You tried. So, it's a little tedious, and for me, in the future, I might learn from this experience on how I could do this more efficiently. But for now, it's fine. We'll get there eventually. So we still want 9. We just want to have some bigger ones. Thank you, DNF, for the thumbs up. I appreciate it. And the well wishes. How you doing, DNF? Hope we're doing well. I am sketching out a way for me... Good evening. A way for me to do a walk and run cycle more easily. Basically, these walk and run cycle references that I have, they are not quite the same. They have different number of stages, and they're just not lined up well, and it's hard for me. So I'm trying to animate this in Blender to put into Godot later. I'm doing well. I'm here doing what I love, making games, so hey, that's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. And overall, I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. And I want to make sure that the walk and runs actually kind of line up better. There's a glitchy problem that I'm having that I'm trying to resolve by animating differently. So that's one thing. But the other thing is that I also want to make sure that the walk and the run line up a little bit more carefully. So here you can see when I press the W key, we go between a walk cycle and a run cycle. And it looks pretty good. But there are some inconsistencies, so it takes about a second to blend between the two. But they don't blend perfectly into each other. And the reason for that is because, when one arm is up, the other one might not be at its peak. That is to say, on the walk cycle, the arm may be up, but on the run cycle, it may be a little lower. And so it doesn't quite line up right. And that was in part because I didn't know what I was doing when I first animated it. But also, I'm basing it on these. These will have different stages and, they're not lined up well. So I'm trying to press it twice, it becomes a motorcycle. Wait, but for real though, if you double tap it, it's gonna look really silly, for sure. That's kind of a different problem, which we might be able to resolve by using an animation tree in Godot. But unfortunately, using an animation tree in Godot causes this glitch that I'm trying to fix, blending between. So here is the walk cycle in the animation tree. If I try to blend between the walk and the run, you can see it doesn't go smoothly and they just kind of like jerk into place. And this is, by my estimation, due to the way Godot calculates quaternions and the way that it's being animated, it causes some of these glitches. So that's why I'm using Blender to animate it, because in Blender I can lock down the quaternion vector and animate it without touching that. And so hopefully we won't get the Godot glitch. And then if I set this up a certain way now and make sure I know exactly, we're going to have a keyframe where the walk looks like this. We're going to have a keyframe where the run looks like this, and try to line these up as similarly as possible. Hopefully we not only will avoid the glitch, we'll also avoid them not syncing up well when we blend between them. So that's why I'm doing this, so I can correct the mistakes that I had made previously. We'll see if we get there. I will try. It's funny this is called contact, but even the artist didn't like have them both contacting. So perfection is not always perfect. And then I guess these don't really need to be lined up. Actually, they just need to be there. As long as the top and the bottom matches, we'll be fine. In fact, so let me add the text in here, because for the text, that'll help us just know what's what. And I need to clarify the splits, so that way I can just better know which ones are going to have the split. That is to say, for the run cycle, there are extra stages. So in the run, we've got contact, recoil, passing, high, higher, an in-between, and then a contact. Whereas with the walk, we've got contact, recoil, passing, high, no higher, no in-between, and it just goes right back to contact. So there's a couple extra stages in the run. And so I'm going to try, again, I need to make sure that they line up right. So I need to split some of these so we make sure that we're still keeping the keyframery synced up. At least that's my theory, that this will help with that. Contact, recoil. Yeah, this is not a great job for Paint. Contact, recoil, and then what's next? See, I already forget. Passing. And then I could do these all in the same box, but here we are. This will be easier. Paint is great. Paint is great. Paint is great. It became a little problematic when I needed to, like, I could just drop these in here, you know, like this, but, like, they just kind of have this weird overlap, like, visually, right? Like, there's the other fist in there, and, like, I don't know, like, it would be great if I could cut out around here, and this is going to have a different color background, the run, than the walk. I don't know. It just feels messy. It feels, for something where I really want to be able to have some precision, snapping and lining up a grid, I feel like Paint isn't the right. Paint is great. I don't know if it's the right tool for this job, I think is what I'm trying to say. But I couldn't agree more that Paint is great. You can change the selection type to freehand. Oh, that'll be, oh, wow. That sounds... Freeform. That sounds fun. Yeah. I'm sure I won't waste any extra time doing that. I try to use it as much as I can. I really do. But sometimes, you know, if I'm trying to screw in a screw, a hammer isn't the right tool. So we get the high here, and then we come back down to contact. You'll waste time. It's part of the fun. You know, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. With that said, you know, I'm trying to prioritize. I'm trying to prioritize my time here. Because technically, I only got 8 hours for this live stream. That's what I allow myself for these streams. And I really don't want to have this be 2 live streams. I really don't. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm only allowed to have too much fun. I'm only allowed to have too much fun. It's unfortunate, but sometimes it be like that. Hi, and then we end again on contact. This is quite a few. That's okay. We want it to loop around. This is what we want. This is what you wanted. Okay, now the ones we want to split are high in contact, so they actually need to be the biggest ones. I don't need recoil to be this big. I just don't. But I need high in contact to be quite larger. GWiz is doing a community showcase of games and add-ons. Do I have a working version of this to show off, or just a few clips? I mean, if by working you mean, is it playable? Yes. If by working you mean, is it a game? Hell no. Yeah, I mean, GWiz is if anyone is in GWiz's community, I did see your video. I did see your video. Where you're going to be making some community-based stuff. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. I hope that that pans out well and you enjoy doing that. But this is actually public. It's a GitHub repo. The link is in the description. So if you want to grab this and run it, you're welcome to. You're more than welcome to. This version, exactly as it is right here, is available in the description box. So, yeah, you're welcome to use it. Absolutely. I still got to figure out like a license that I want for it in terms of like reusing things. But yeah, I made all the assets. I made all the assets myself. Except I didn't make this texture on the cliffs. But other than that, yeah, I made these buildings. I actually made them a couple weeks ago. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I spent a lot of time. I spent like 8 hours on this building. I'm going to make a couple more too. Hello, Swag Bag. Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Greetings to you. I'm working on animation stuff. I need to fix my walk and run cycles because I've found, or I believe, that Godot has some problems in the way it calculates quaternions. And as such, we get some glitches when I try to blend certain animations together. So I'm reanimating my walk and run cycles outside of Godot in Blender, where I can lock down the quaternion vector, so that way we don't have to force Godot to do calculations it's not good at. At least I think that it's not good at it. And Euler, yeah. So the problem is it still uses the quaternion. So let me stop this. So you do have this option in Godot. Let me grab a bone here. There is this option in Godot. So here's the rotation, right? Let's say I want to animate this arm. So I might move the vector here. And this is the quaternion because there's 4. X, Y, Z, and W. The W is that quaternion one. You've been doing the same switch to Euler? So you can do this pencil here, right? And now you've got this temporary Euler. The problem with this is it still changes the quaternion, right? The quaternion is still being affected. And in my tests, in the tests that I've done, I have found that any animation, for me, in Godot, that's doing like full potential, where it has the option to computationally blend it 360. That is to say, if I put an arm position here and an arm position here, and it can either go this way or that way when it computes the blend, if I do a rotation like that, and we're messing with the quaternions, then it glitches when you try to blend those animations together. It's a weird, very specific thing. But you can see it here. So there's the run, blending into the walk. You can see those arms are glitching into place. There's supposed to be a crossfade. So the transition is set to have a crossfade. And I've run a million tests on this, but if you want to, I'm down to try things, but it would really have to be quite novel. It would really have to be quite novel. I've been testing the crap out of this. So this is a bad blend. This is blending terribly. And this is if I use an animation tree. Whereas if I just go from the animation player, which is what's happening in the gameplay here, I'm actually not running it through the animation tree. This is through the animation player, and in code I'm just telling it to switch between the two with a crossfade of 1. Here, every time I press W, it's a smooth blend. It only comes up when I start doing the animation tree. Now in 4.2 of Godot, it actually starts glitching even here. So this is a problem that needs to be resolved if I even want to ever upgrade, for example. So here I press W, it blends smoothly. So this is an example of what it should look like. And even this has its problems, which is part of why I'm redoing it, to also resolve those issues. And so the only thing that I found to probably reliably help is if I come into Blender and I literally lock the W, because I can't lock it in Godot. Even if I use those Eulers, it's still going to adjust the W. But if I come into Blender and I press this lock, now whenever I animate this, it's not going to change that W. And it just makes it a lot easier to animate it. Make sure that quaternion isn't being affected. And then when I bring it into Godot, so far in my experiments, I haven't had that glitch occur, which is why I'm deducing that perhaps it's that Euler or the quaternion vector being calculated in Godot that's causing these glitches, specifically when you blend between two animations that have, presumably, that quaternion being modified. So, since I'm redoing the walk and run cycles to not have this quaternion be changing, I'm going to take this as an opportunity to also improve the blend between them, because I didn't quite line up the positions of the walk and the run cycles when the first time I did this. So we can even test this out. So if I put the cursor at a certain point here and we come to the run at the same point, you can see they're in different places. They're in very different places. So even though it will smoothly blend between the two, it still is forcing it to look a little awkward. This doesn't cause the glitch, but this does cause it to not look ideal. So this is the second thing I'm hoping to resolve by redoing the animations. And so I'm using this little mock-up here to just make sure I know when I want to, what keyframe I want to animate when. So for the first keyframe, I want it to be, for the walk cycle, look like this. And then for the run cycle, I want it to look like, similar. So I'm going to make this grid so I can make sure that they're going to be in the same places at each point on the timeline. And there's going to be a little differences between them because the run, at least the reference that I'm using, has like a couple extra stages in it. And so I need to kind of make some adjustments so that fits together good. And then I'm going to go in and I'm going to animate it, not use quaternions, and try to make sure that at each point, generally, the arms are and the legs are in the same position, so it blends as good as it can. So I'm doing this sort of outside of Godot. This is, I'm using Canva for this. It just kind of has the tools I need to do this as quickly as I can. Canva is like a web-based graphic design editor. It is not great for like super advanced stuff, but for stuff like this, it does a really good job. And so, yeah, so that's what I'm up to. And then once I get this laid out on here, then I will come back into Blender and I'll keyframe all of these, import them into Godot, won't have any quaternion going on, and then hopefully when we do the animation tree blend, that'll be an exciting moment of truth. There won't be any glitch when I go to transition between the two. And then the main reason why I need to use the animation tree instead of an animation player is because I need to add in an animation while the walk and run is playing. I need to add in something where just like one arm does something. And the only way I can do that is with an animation tree. And the animation tree causes the glitches. So, anyway, that's what I'm up to, and that's what I'm working on. I'm sorry that you had some problems too. Yeah, Euler definitely helps, but for me in Godot. But I have to really make sure I tell it, don't mess with the quaternion. And I've only found one, I found one issue on GitHub that somebody made about blending quaternion modified animations. It's a little different than my situation, but it's kind of similar, and it seems like there might be something about the way quaternions are calculated in Godot that caused this issue. I'm surprised more people haven't had this issue. Like, nobody else has done a walk cycle where quaternions are causing blend issues? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. So the sections I need to be the biggest are high in contact. I guess we want that for both contacts? For all, there's 3 different contact sections. No, because this contact is a continuation of that one. So it's this stuff really hurts my brain. That's why I gotta draw this out. So I'm gonna split some of these into 2 because there's more steps on the run cycle than the walk cycle. But I want it to have some space so it can actually, you know, I can actually look at it and see it. So I'm just trying to arrange this a little bit. It's not going to be that big. I guess I could make it wider. Ugh. Because for the run stuff, let me just grab one of these right now. Oh gosh, this is going to be hard. So I'm going to screenshot this. Whoops. This is going to be tricky. I'm going to screenshot this. So for example, this highest, right? Somehow I'm going to have to erase some of these out. This is going to be kind of a pain. It's going to be a bit of a pain, truth be told. If truth be told. Okay, it's kind of cutting out a little more than I want, but oh well. So be it. It do be so. So like this one has like a higher position. It goes high, just like the walk does, but it goes even higher as another stage. Unfortunate that it looks so different, but that's okay. So like somehow I gotta wedge this in here, which is not very pretty. It's so tiny. It's so tiny. I mean, ideally it could be at least that big. But then I gotta make this even wider. So it's kind of a lot of investment here to get this to be helpful to me. 3,500 width. Super big. Super wide. I know, it's kind of obnoxious. And then I gotta grab the text here. Give it a lot more space, just so at the very least, I don't have to zoom in itty bitty tiny. And so one thing that's nice about this is that I'm hoping this will help me in future projects as well. So that way, you know, I'm not just making this for this one, but anytime I need a walk or run cycle, I'll have, and I'm going to have other characters too. I mean, there's going to be NPCs and stuff. So I'm going to want them to have decent walk cycles. I do get a little messy here. Let's grab all this, grab the text. Something like that. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be wide enough. Probably. Right? I don't know. Because I still got to do the other ones. I still haven't even made this one wide all the way. I need to, let me do these middle ones, these middle lines. Stretch them out. And then I'm going to lock them down so they don't get selected. And it's just a little easier to move all of this. Oh yeah, it's much easier. And I want the high section to have two bigger areas. I might have to compromise a little bit on the size. That's okay. That's life. It's all about compromise. You know, this actually might not be that bad. But you see what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to make sure that the high and contact have extra frames, because that's just what this reference I'm using has. It has extra frames. But I want to make sure it lines up with the other. I actually want to make these lines be a little different. Like make them dotted. Again, something I can do that Paint would not be good for. Yeah, we're kind of out of space already. We're already out of space. Do I make it even wider? I think I do. I think I do dare to make it even wider. 4,000. 4,000. It's going to be bigger than my entire screen here. That's okay. I mean, obviously, it's already zoomed out. 25%. But it's all for the best. Okay. Good, good. Let's drag this out so it's a bit wider. I'm going to unlock these so I can stretch them a bit. I'm going to attempt to unlock these. There we go. Unlock it, stretch them. I think Canva's a great tool for things like this. There's other stuff out there. What's another good one? What's it called? Begins with an L. I forget. But there's other programs like this that allow you to align things and design documents and stuff. Graphic designedly. How did we get an extra? Do we have an extra section? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We did get an extra section. Well, that's just good. That's wonderful. Now we can make this contact be double size. Hey, S. Things are going good. I am just here trying to set up a little document for myself for getting a synced up walk and run cycle based on these references that I have. So I need to fix a glitch or work around a glitch that I believe is happening in Godot in regards to the way Godot calculates quaternion rotations. And I need to redo my walk and run cycle animations with the quaternion vector locked down, which I can do in Blender. So I'm going to animate it in Blender with the W locked down. I also want to make sure that my run and walk cycles are synced up. That is to say, the keyframe for the first stage matches the keyframe for the first stage on the run cycle. The first one on the walk matches the first one on the run, even though they're going to be a little different. So I'm laying out this document that will take these references here and line them up so I can just animate it, follow it as a guide more clearly, and hopefully this will help me with other ones too. Because it's really hard for me, like my brain, to like parse these out and line these up on my own. So I'm trying to set it up this way to do that. And hopefully this will help me in the future as well. And then for example, the run cycle has a couple extra ones. And so I'm trying to line it up in a way that makes that more obvious, and hopefully I can keep the syncopation going. Had to go at starting to learn Blender lately. Nice! That's awesome. I like Blender a lot. I really like Blender. I think it's a lot of fun. I think it's a really good program. And I'm finding the animation to be better. Just the animation tools are so much better for 3D in Blender than Godot. And I find them really easy to use. You know, there's a lot going on in Blender, but, you know, once you kind of cut through what seems really complicated, it becomes a really intuitive tool, I think. It's exciting. Congratulations. Like, welcome. This recoil is looking a little tiny over here. I think we can increase that. Let me lock down the center ones. It's tough because, you know, moments like this, it's like, are you doing game dev? Are you distracted? I'm not. I think this is going to help me so much in doing the game dev I want to do better. But I definitely question myself for a moment, like, wait, is this really helping me get my game done? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Absolutely is. I think going in without documents is often a mistake. You know, this isn't the same kind of dev doc where it's like planning out what the levels are going to look like. But I think planning out the like animation that's going to be playing the entire game, like literally the entire game, is going to be the walk or run animation. Kind of an important thing to like maybe make sure is right, at least in my opinion. Okay, this looks not that bad. Okay, cool. Wow. So now I'm just gonna drop all these in here. So let's do that. So I'm gonna screenshot. I don't really need to screenshot it, but it's actually kind of easier this way now that I think about it. And I would like to make sure they're all the same size. It's just gonna make my life a lot easier. So I might redo some of these. Actually, you know what? I don't need to screenshot it. Can we copy and paste? Oh, we cannot. I thought maybe we could. All right, let me just screenshot this. I'm just going to make this kind of large. Screenshot it. And then I'll drop this into Canva. It's a plan. Oh, a planning sheet. I like that. Yes. Yes. This is a planning sheet. That's exactly what it is. Thank you. That is the perfect way of putting it. It's a planning sheet. Oh, yes. Thank you. I'm going to be using that now. That is what I'm going to refer to it as. It is a planning sheet. I am making a planning sheet. Precisely. Thank you. So I can take this. We can remove the background of it. Well, that didn't work. Oh. It's seeing the background as the black around the sides. Okay, we gotta take a different screenshot. It's a planning document. That's exactly what it is. Thank you. I love that. Okay, new screenshot. Basically, I'm just trying to get it so I can remove the background cleanly. Just so it looks as, you know, as easily as possible. It's gonna cut out some of the stuff here. As easily as possible, I want to just be able to look at it and be like, oh, okay, that's the way I need to animate it. With as little faffing around as possible, as little confusion as possible. So it's not perfectly removing this background, so I'm just going in and fixing it a bit. You could argue it's a waste of time, but I think it'll make for a better document or planning sheet that I use in the future. Because I'm going to have NPCs. I'm going to have other games where we got walking. This ain't the last time we'll be doing this. Oh, we got a little bit in between there. That's a little annoying. I wish it would have figured out that that was there. It's weird. If I cut it out, maybe I will. I mean, this is fine. That looks fine. I just want it to be as at a glance as possible. I'm willing to make some concessions, but only some. Okay. It's not bad. There's a couple pet peeves. A few irritations. But for the most part, looks good. Great. And so then, what I'll do... And then the other nice thing about... Oh, I didn't even see in the hands. Ugh. Hold on. I gotta fix it. I gotta fix it. It's bothering me. It's bothering me. Were those the only ones? There's some weirdnesses over here too. Oh, and in the legs as well. Oh my gosh. So many little things. Yeah, the background remover isn't perfect. Sorry what help how about the Discord, but it was helpful for getting an idea on what Area 51 is, a real place that sort of has a lot of fiction about it. Yeah, I watched some of it. I didn't finish the whole thing, but I did watch some of it. Whoa, this is glitching out on me. It's on my to watch list, especially when I start doing more design of the military areas in the game. Yeah, it's definitely helpful. Thank you for sharing it. And it's okay. I mean, look, it's just we're just gonna moderate it. Like there's like very young people who are on the Discord, you know. So like you know we have to keep everything NSFW. It's just the right thing to do, and it's not an adults only Discord, so. But it is a funny video and it is helpful. Thank you for sharing it, truly. Because there's gonna be like military areas. I hate the way this looks so much. It's like really bothering me. I think we're gonna not do it this way. I know I spent so much time doing that, but I'm not perfect, and I'm okay with that. It was really helpful because the last area in the game is going to be a military base, and I think the more it looks, the more like references we can even get to something like Area 51, the better. So I'll definitely reference it. See, if I just do one little section here, it cuts it out perfectly. So we're gonna do it like that. Sorry for wasting my own time, but I had to try. I had to give it a good shot. This is a planning sheet stream. This entire stream is just a planning sheet stream. No. Okay, there's the recoil position. It's funny that it's called contact when the actual like image here, there's more contact on the recoil than the contact. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what contact is supposed to mean. Okay, there's that. We're just going to do one by one. I'm not going to try to do them all at once. It's just easier. Let's get a little better. Grab that. Paste it in. But yeah, it's all good. Yes. It happens. You know, the rules aren't there to like punish. They're just there to make sure that, you know, the Discord, we're creating the type of community that we want to have. Do you later import the sheet into Blender for a guide? You know, I could. I wasn't explicitly planning on that, but maybe I would. More so, that's actually a really good idea. I have done that before. And like the way that I've done that is I would just create like a plane and then I guess I would do that like in layout mode and like add an image reference or image that says plane. This is this one. I feel like this is the way I would do it if I was going to. That's actually a great idea. I should absolutely do that. The main thing was more for like making sure my keyframes line up. So, you know, if I have like my walk cycle and my run cycle, I want to make sure that on the 10th frame or whatever, on the walk and the run, I want to make sure that it's in the same position on that frame in each animation. But that could help with just like setting the positions if I just drop these in here. That actually would be helpful as well. It's a great idea. I love that about Blender. And so then it'll be like a flat thing and we can just put it on here and then move it across and just put the arms and legs in those different positions. It's a good idea. As long as I remember, I think I might do that. I think I might do that. And if not this time, eventually, sometime. There's the possibility of it. It's always an option. All right, grabbing the high point. Paste it in, remove the background. I'm excited to just like, you know, do this, get this done, and start animating. But I think that kind of got me last time. I just wanted to get in there and start animating. And it just turned out a little messier than it could have if I had been more careful like this. Because, you know, the main reason I'm redoing it is because of the glitch that's happening with the quaternion calculation. But I would ultimately want to redo it to sync up the keyframes anyway. And so if I had done it this way in the first place, that need would never have existed. Remove its background. A little repetitive, but that's okay. Get rid of these. And, you know, this is something too, I can somehow make it available. I can put it in the project files, and we could put this in the GitHub repo. It's like fine, right? Just to like drop random files in a GitHub repo. No one minds if you do that, right? It's not bad practice, right? And then if someone else wants to use this, they could. Oh! Goodbye, live stream. I don't know how I did that. I pressed a shortcut. I pressed a shortcut. That I didn't know existed. So now they're just going to repeat. So we can just copy and paste these, actually. I think, right? No, they don't repeat. This is going the other direction. I don't know why I thought it repeats. Now, the other side, the run doesn't repeat. So it's actually going to be a little trickier with the run because this reference that I'm using, so this reference for the walk cycle does actually do the full thing. So here you can see, oh, it does repeat it. The contact is repeated. But see, it's flipped on the other side. We have two high points, and they're doing different things. Whereas on the run cycle, this is actually just one version of that run cycle. We don't get a flipped version of the run cycle. I could go look, I guess I could look for one. But would I like it as much as that run cycle? Yeah, maybe I'll go look for one. Hey, Coinum, it's going pretty well. I am making a planning sheet for a walk and run cycle animation. I need to redo it for a couple reasons. One reason is that my run and walk cycles, yeah, you know it, the run and walk cycles are not synced up well. Yeah. And so I want to make sure that I know what keyframes to put the arms and legs at when I go in there and I actually start animating it. The other reason I'm redoing them is because of that quaternion. Well, because the quaternion calculation in Godot, I suspect, has some problems and it causes glitches when you try to do some certain blending between positions that involve quaternion stuff. See you later, S. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. It was good chatting. And so I need to redo the walk and run cycle with the quaternion vector locked down, which I can do in Blender by pressing this little lock here. So that way Godot doesn't have to do what I think might be some buggy quaternion calculations. We're going to just relieve Godot of that burden. And we're going to animate it without the quaternion vector. And in my experience so far, that has led to less glitchy results. So there's two reasons: to fix the glitch that I experienced based on Godot's quaternion calculation, and then also to improve the syncopation between the walk and run cycle. So that's why I'm making this event sheet and I'm planning sheet, and I'm redoing the walk and run cycle. And this will be a great planning sheet. I'm going to be able to use it for other projects and other walk and runs as well. And it seems pretty important since, like, the entire game, you're either going to be seeing the walk or run. So it might as well look kind of okay. I did just realize that my run reference doesn't go all the way. Is Godot's quaternion vector maths inaccurate? I don't know. I don't know. What I do know is that I have isolated the problem of my glitches. I don't know if you were here for that last week, but I've isolated the problem of my animation blending glitch to whether or not Godot has to calculate differences in quaternion positions when blending between two different poses, two different animations that are posed differently. So, you know, simply, here is us running. If I do the transition to the walk, it will glitch into place. So you can kind of see it's jerky. The arms are flying all over the place, even though we have a smooth crossfade set up 1 second here. Despite that, the arms specifically, the legs are actually behaving just fine. They're blending great. The rest of the body is blending fine. It's just the arms. Dude, it is annoying as hell. Yes! Yes, it is. Super annoying. But, you know, if I don't have the quaternion changing, the vector changing, it doesn't cause any issues. So I don't know. You know, I feel like they always say, you know, Godot, they don't always, but you've heard a lot in the past especially, that Godot isn't great for 3D projects. And that's changing. I want to do 3D projects. And I think that potentially this quaternion calculation that it does is part of it. There's no interfering animations. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean, but I don't think so. I mean, so I also made this like debug run, and so this one, the arms just do this. Whoop, whoop. They just open and close. That's all they do. So we're going from the walk, and if I go to this one, it blends with no problem. Maybe there are interfering. I don't know. This it blends quite well. But if I blend that, so, you know, it's doing this. If I blend this with the run instead of the walk, we'll get the glitches again. So there's something with the arms in the run animation that's fundamentally different than the walk animation. And again, I'm just trying to kind of narrow it down, and it seems like there's something in the way Godot is calculating those quaternions. And I noticed that it happens when I'm animating. Like, let's say I have the arm here at a keyframe, and I have the arm here at another keyframe. Sometimes the animation will play from here to here. Sometimes it'll go back. And even if I add like an intermediary keyframe that guides it this way, it'll cause the glitch to happen if it automatically was going to decide to go this way. Unless I set the quaternions to not change. If the arms are being animated by 2 or more different animation players, they'll screw up. Nah. No, it's only one. I mean, literally, you know, this animation tree is connected to an animation player, specifically this one animation player. And if I turn off this animation tree, it stops. So there's only one animation player that it's even drawing these animations from. And, you know, if I turn off the animation tree, the animation stops. So it's not that. Yeah, it's all very weird. It's all very weird. So far, the best workaround that I found is to just make sure I animate it. And I have to do it in Blender, because in Godot, I can't lock down the quaternion. Even if I try to edit just the Eulers, so we have like the different rotations here. You know, if I move all of this, I mean, I could just move this, right? And not animate the W. That's one option. But it's very unpleasant to do it, right? Because it moves in these like super bizarre ways, and I don't enjoy trying to figure out how to like do this. Whereas in Blender, I can just lock this down, and I can easily try to spin it around in the right places. It's just a little easier. I'm finding it easier to animate in Blender, whereas in Godot, I find it a little more frustrating. And we can do this Euler pencil, but if I do the XYZ, the quaternion modifies. So I would say another way you could do this is just doing the XYZ here and leaving the W alone. But I find it very unpleasant to try to animate these in here versus Blender, where, I don't know, it's just easier. I just find it easier to do it in Blender. I feel your pain. I'm working with Godot's 3D physics engine right now, and it's buggy AF. Yeah, I guess for this game, I really don't need any physics stuff. That's interesting. That's really interesting. I would be curious to know about that. So it'll be interesting to see what results you come up with and what you're working on. You know, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. Physics engines seem hard. Godot's doing its best. It's doing its best. But I don't think I'll actually come across any physics engine stuff in Godot. Probably. Yeah, so that is one thing, is just making sure you don't touch the W and keep it 1. It's just really unpleasant to animate in Godot, and it just feels a lot nicer in Blender. I could post a clip of the game on your Discord, maybe. Please do, yeah. I mean, you can post it in general if you want, but there's also a Games by You category where you could just make like a forum post just for updates on your game and then discussion about whatever you're working on. I would love to see that, genuinely. I love checking out the projects you guys are working on. Link is in the description, by the way, for the Discord, if anyone is wondering. It's a nice little community. It's a nice little community coming together. I'd love to have you be a part of it. Right. So you've got passing and then the high. I guess the only one I don't have to do twice is or the only one I don't have to screenshot again is the last contact. Oh my god, I clicked it again. Yeah, do it. I'd love to check it out. Especially not only if it's in Godot. I want to see everything you guys are working on if you want to share it. But especially if it's in Godot. Especially. Yay, Coin project. And especially if you're doing physics stuff, that's going to be really interesting. You're brave. Someone has to do it. And look, I don't need to hear that Godot is perfect. I want to know about all the problems with Godot. We ain't no echo chamber. Okay, hi, and then the contact should be the same as the first one. Now for the run cycle that I have, it doesn't actually do the full thing. That is to say, it only shows up until half of the animation, which is fine because you can kind of imagine what the rest of it is like, but it would be kind of nice if I could find a run cycle that does fully show it. The problem is, will it be the same kind of run cycle? I don't know. Godot really has its flaws, but I still love it. Reminds me of dreams. Hell yeah! Yeah, I mean, even in like user friendliness, I think it does have some. It has some unfriendly things, but there's a lot that's like all there for you to use, and it presents it in a nice cohesive way. Yeah, and even with its flaws, even with its quirks, that's kind of dreams reminiscent. Absolutely. I love that. Oh, this has got a full one. We just immediately pull up a full one. But is it the right stages? Athletics club. Ugh. Oh, this is kind of tiny. Yeah, I love Godot too, even with its flaws. This is a little confusing. It's got the dark one in front and the light one in back. That's messed up. And this isn't... Actually, this has one less stage in it, which is kind of nice, actually. We've got the contact, the recoil. It's a little different. It kind of skips the recoil. It's like contact, recoil, passing, high. Actually, I'm a little confused by this. I don't know if I like this image. I don't think this is for animators. So we're going to ignore that. I really don't want to be down in the soup of run cycles. So this is the one that I'm using. I like this one a lot. It just doesn't show the whole thing. And I would like the whole thing. I can let it go and we can just repeat it and then we just imagine flipping the legs. Like, I could live with that. I really could. I promise I could. But what if we didn't have to? I also can't help but wonder, let's even say animation. I also can't help but wonder if we can't find more images from that the same artist who made the walk cycle. I think that's possible. Yeah, there just isn't like a lot of satisfactory resources of this to me in still images. So here's my Hail Mary. I'm gonna grab this and see if I can reverse image search it. I feel like I vaguely remember that there was a run cycle that existed for this, but I don't remember. And hopefully uploading this isn't gonna tank my internet. Probably not, right? But it might have had a truncated run cycle as well, where it wasn't like the full thing. So there's certainly some similar. Oh no! Oh shoot! I uploaded a opened a web page. Oh my god! Careful! Shoot! It's bad because if I open a web page, we risk the internet getting messed up. That was close. And that's the thing. If I can't open up a web page, I pretty much can't search around for this because it's possible that on one of these web pages is where we would find the run cycle version. So I think I have to let it go. I think I have to let it go. I think I will. What if your router one day just suddenly explodes? It might. It might. The thing that I'm using is called AT&T Air. Hypothetically, rhetorically, theoretically. Yeah. It's called AT&T Air, and it's only been out for like a year. It's only been out for a year, metaphorically. Well, then certainly, yes. So there's definitely the possibility that it could melt down. All right, so this is not going well. So we're just gonna go without it, and that's gonna be fine. This is a run cycle I like. It's the one we're gonna go with. Even if we have to imagine the different positions. That's okay. Yeah, who knows? I wouldn't put it past it, Merp, in any of those contexts. We gotta be careful. And I'll just erase some of this crap. Okay. Shrink it down. Now this is for the contact. Now this one doesn't actually, whoops, this one doesn't actually start out with a split. It goes to the down. So we kind of want to put this here. And then grab this. So we can wedge it in accordingly. Paste that. I'm just going to paste them all in. And then I'll modify them one by one. Grab this one. Grab that one. We already have the highest. And so these two are the new ones, the 5 and 6, the highest and the in-between. Those are the extra ones. Oh, I forgot to paste them. I just copied them. I don't know if my clipboard can hold that many. Actually, it totally can. It absolutely can. So we want this one. And this one. And this one. And that one. Okay. Don't lose the order. Please. Did I miss one? I might have missed one. We got... Oh, we already have that one. I see. Okay, good. All right, I'm going to remove their backgrounds. Let's just go through each one. And so maybe you'll see what I mean, that we don't have all of the stages. So maybe I'll just put like an icon, like imagine it flipped. A little like repeat or reverse icon or something. Just pretend that the legs and the arms are in the opposite positions. Just cleaning it up a little bit. So it's a bit more viewable at a glance. Okay, I kind of hate that. Actually, we're going to redo that one. I mean, it would be kind of nice if this doesn't actually have that foot on there, but we can imagine it. The blue is green. A lot of imagination going on here. Okay. Get this foot cleaned up. Good enough for me. Erase all of this. Could you imagine trying to do this in Paint? What a nightmare. Okay. And finally, this one. And I'll use a bigger brush to get rid of the other stuff. Okay. So these are the only stages that we get for this one. Let me make sure I'm putting it in the right places. I kind of got a little lost here. So that's the recoil. The green, this one is the passing. How did we lose a whole foot here? Oh, we lost a whole foot here. I don't like that. I hate that. In Blender, are you able to animate it normally and convert it into quaternion rotations on Godot? I found that that didn't fix it. No. So that's why I lock it down in Blender. In my tests, and those were fairly limited, but I did my best. In my tests, when I had the quaternion being changed in Blender, so right now it's locked down, so if I move this around, you can see the other values going, the quaternion isn't. If I unlock this and I animate it like that, I still got the glitch issue. So it seems like it's because the glitch doesn't appear in the animation itself, right? It's a good question, and I did try it. So like the run animation looks fine by itself. It looks totally fine by itself. The issue only shows itself when we're asking Godot to blend in between two animations. Yeah. Well, there's only one that I've found. I've only found it once. Let's see if I can find it again. Godot, GitHub, quaternion, rotate, glitch. See if I can find it. Might be this one. If it is this one, Oh, you know what I need to say? Blending. That's what we have to say. Blending between animations. Here we go. This one. This is the closest that I've found out there. I'll drop it in the chat. It's a little different than my problem. And so this one is saying 3 skeletal animations. I can get it between 2 of them. And this is also saying you don't have to just rotate them. I have found that all I have to do is rotate it, and it will cause the glitch. I can't play the video. It's going to mess up my stream. But this is the closest that I've seen. And then, you know, it's been talked about for a while. This is in 2022. We already know there are 2 major problems. The first thing is that the current Godot 4.0 blending 3D transform is perfectly broken. And they also said this, that there's inconsistency in the results depending on the blend order. I did try to change the blend order. That didn't make any resolution for me. There might be some problem with quaternions. And that's kind of where I started to think that it was quaternions, was reading through this. And that there might be something in the way that Godot interpolates quaternions. We may need to this line is what really got me. We may need to think a bit more about the quaternion interpolation. Like, okay. All right. Okay. Good to know. So, yeah. Animation improper blending of bone location when blending more than 2 animations. But see, I'm finding this even with 2. But that's the closest that I've found out there for something similar. There might be something else. Isn't that so funny? Like, yeah, you know what? We should probably revisit this. I was like, oh, okay. Work in progress vibes, I see. Yeah, if I'm understanding that correctly. This foot giving me hell. Oh, and the hand. It's weird how such a fundamental thing has been overlooked. Yeah, well, and you know what they've been saying, right? Is that the 3D in Godot, they've said this for a long time. People critical of Godot often. That it isn't, its 3D tools aren't as robust as its 2D tools. So I just kind of think about that, like, you know, they're a lot better than they were, but maybe this is one of the ways we can see that the 3D hasn't fully caught up to what is possible in 2D. Like, 3D is great. I mean, I think about an engine like GDevelop. In GDevelop, the 3D is terrible. It works, all right? And it's interesting, and you can make it work, but it's really awkward and weird and unusual and annoying, in my opinion. Whereas in Godot, you know, you have a pretty good set of tools to do 3D, and it's very similar to the 2D tools. But I think under the hood, you know, there's still some things that haven't totally gotten fixed and set up right yet, would be my guess. And then this quaternion issue is just perhaps one of them. But it's still speculation. You know, I don't fully know. I'm just kind of guessing. But yeah. I wonder how other people have gone around that problem. Right? Exactly. Will they do what you're doing? I know. That's what I'm thinking. Like, am I the only person who's ever tried to animate a walk and run cycle, blend between them in Godot? And maybe anyone else who did it their quaternion calculations weren't weird enough to trigger Godot. But like, I created a fresh blank project and I rigged a fresh character in Blender and I reproduced the problem very quickly. Um, so I don't know. I mean, I don't think I did anything too wild. I just want the arm to be here and then go there. Like, I mean, maybe there's some fundamental things to think about keyframing this and keyframing that, and I'm just missing it entirely. And most people don't do that. But it could be that there just aren't a lot of examples that are out there, right? Someone may have encountered it and just been like, screw this, right? But in terms of people who have gone out there to report it, maybe really there just isn't, nobody's done it. Which then I start to think, oh crap, do I have to do it? Like like I feel so embarrassed about doing it cuz maybe it's me. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. I don't know. Um I don't think I am. I don't think I am though. But I'm a little intimidated if I'm being honest. Like putting an issue up in the Godot GitHub, I feel very intimidated about doing it. But maybe I should. Maybe I need to get over and do it for the betterment of everybody. I don't know. But it makes me it makes me a bit nervous. But yeah, it does seem like something someone would have tried to do is blend a walk and run cycle together and find out that the quaternion calculations get a little weird. I really thought we made sure this was visible. I guess I didn't save it right or something. Thanks, Coinum. Thanks, Coinum. I appreciate that. It makes me feel a little more sane. We'll see. Because, I mean, I'm very determined to just find a workaround and keep moving. And maybe in some way I need to be more careful about helping Godot get better, you know? And maybe it behooves me to try a little harder to report it. But, first, maybe I'll at least wait until this, after today, I'll find out for sure. Like, does this actually fix it? I'm almost positive that it does. Or work around it. And the workaround meaning avoiding using quaternion calculations. If it turns out that avoiding using the quaternion calculation doesn't resolve it, oh geez, well then I would want to rethink how I make an issue report. Maybe I'll take more seriously the consideration that I should make an issue report after I try it today, and I definitely confirm, yes, I confirm based on my experience that avoiding the quaternion calculations worked around this issue that I'm having. So we'll see. Okay, I finally got this run stuff laid out here. Now you can see we don't have the rest of the cycle. So if I'm going to do that, I have to make sure that I just copy these and kind of clarify that the legs and arms need to be flipped into different positions. I don't know how to do it differently. Like I don't freaking know how to draw these in different positions. I guess I could somehow change the colors of them, but that seems like not enough. So we're going to have to do some imaginationing here. I should report it. You'd say many others have ran into the same problem, but they just haven't spoken up. They have to have, right? Run into it. It just seems so fundamental to any 3D game with a humanoid character where the arms need to move 180 degrees or more than 180 degrees potentially. Yeah. All right, you've definitely inspired me. I will deeply, strongly consider this, especially after we do this run cycle today, so I can be sure that I at least can present something with some confidence. Even if, ultimately it's still tests, it's still guessing. At the very least, I can say that this was my experience. More than once, because I've run one little test, but this is going to really be a big test. So let me repeat this run cycle. Again, it's going to be the same stuff. So after the contact, we want to come back. So basically just want to copy all of these again. It's not going to be pretty. Right? Because this needs to be the other leg. You know what I'm saying? Like this shouldn't, the purple needs to be the black one. These need to be flipped. Whereas in the walk cycle, which you can kind of compare to the walk cycle to kind of see like the way it should be, I guess. But is it doing the opposite? Of course it's the opposite. Oh man, they're already the opposite. Oh, I didn't even realize that. That's hilarious. Did not realize that right there. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. So, gonna have to sort that out, aren't I? So we actually want to put the doing the opposite positions. Wait, so that means this one, yeah, this one matches that walk. This matches all of that. So it's actually going to be these first ones that I want to be the opposite. And then this is the other contact. It is confusion I would like to fix, but only if I'm willing to draw it myself, which I'm not. So we'll deal with it. So here you can see it's flipped the wrong way. This one's not flipped the wrong way, confusingly enough. If it wasn't already confusing. So I'm just going to get a little icon. Whoops. Repeat. I'm just going to get a little icon here that just sort of says, do a flippy dippy thing for these. Imagine these the other ways, please. And hopefully that like helps me or something. So these are all actually flipped the other way. And it starts going the right way at this recoil. That is facing the right way. And actually, we could change this contact. It's very confusing. Because it's like, at what point do I repeat it? I guess I could move this. It's getting a little messy because we're kind of going, it's fine. Just embrace it. Just embrace it. Embrace the mess. So then this one actually isn't flipped around. This one's actually correct. Still going to be easier than if I hadn't done this. This one is flipped the wrong way. This is flipped the wrong way. This one's flipped the wrong way. This one is 2. This one is as well. This one is not. This one is correct. This one's correct. This one's correct. That is to say it matches the one above it. This one's correct. This one's correct. This one's correct. This one and this one. This is kind of trippy. Like, these are the ones that are flipped. Oh, this one too. But then the other ones aren't. It's kind of trippy. Just like imagining where the loop is happening. The ones we have to kind of imagine are these. All right. So this is what we're going to animate. The planning sheet has been completed at last, at long last. So let's export it, because I do think it's a cool idea to drop this into Blender. I think that'll be nice. So I'm going to download it as such. Yeah, we got it. We got it. So then hopefully I can make sure to set these frames the same. Something I kind of actually want to do before I save it, I want it to be a little more obvious about what's linked. I am going to add one more layer of clarification here. And that's just going to be like a background highlight that changes depending on the section. So I can move this. Oops, don't print. No, don't print. Send this to the back. And I'll just give this like a slightly different color. Not that color. A color that we can actually see. It's a little tough because the gray sort of blends in a little bit. Sure, how about that? Just so it's kind of clear where they need to be the same and they need to be different. So like, I don't know how good this will look to colorblind folks, but to me, I can see that this background is a little different than this background. So it will just kind of like be staggered here. So it's just kind of obvious which section. So this would be like one keyframe section, one keyframe section, one keyframe section, one keyframe section on each run and walk cycle. So that way, hopefully, they will be syncopated when they blend into each other. It'll look nice, or nicer. I can't promise I'll make the best run walk cycle, but at least when they blend into each other, they'll kind of make some sense. Okay, so there's my final version for now. Sometimes when I can't figure out why an animation doesn't look right, I might just record myself doing that thing and slowing it down. That's pretty cool. Oh, that's such a better idea than drawing it. I like that. That's a pretty good idea. I just got to figure out how to record myself running in from like the same angle. That sounds kind of fun. That's a great idea. I like that advice a lot. Honestly, for any kind of like figure-based drawing or anything where you're representing a human body or a biped, that's like a great idea. It's a really good tip. I'd want to really do it though, so it actually looks like a real run. That'd be a whole setup. It's a good idea. Noted. Hot tip. Record yourself doing the thing. I love that. It's so DIY. Now in Blender, if I want this animation or this image that we made to be here, the way I'm going to try to set this up, and I am just going to try, I'm going to do add images as planes. Oh, let me put it, I'm going to make sure I put this in the project files. I mean, normally I put this stuff in documents, but if you want it, I'll put it in the project files. So it's actually going to be in the GitHub repo, link in the description box. This is not a beautiful thing I've created. I don't expect you to want to use it. But if for some reason you want to use it or improve on it, I'll at least put it in there. So if you want, it's there. Run versus walk is what I will call it. And I'll drop it into the project. Let's make a special folder for it. And we'll call it DevDocs. I'm just going to paste it in. All right. Now, we find the project folder here. There's dev docs. Add this in, image as plane. Oh, there it is. Bam, in Blender. So I'm just going to make sure I rotate this so we can actually see it. That's upside down. Rotate Z -90. Rotate X 180. Okay, hold on. 180. There we go. Oh, that's still flipped the wrong way. Oh, that actually could be kind of helpful. This actually could be kind of helpful for flipping it around. As if I just rotate it, it'll mirror it for me, which isn't that helpful. It actually could be a little helpful. That actually might help me with these reverse ones. Anyway. We only wanted to do 90 degrees or something. -180. All right, there we go. So now it's actually in here, right? And I can make this larger. So it's approximately the size of our character. And then we can start animating it based on those positions. So I could do it like right on top. That might be kind of hard to see. So there's different ways we could do it. And then just animate around that. So that's what I'm going to do. I have to use the loo real quick. So I'm just going to put up a BRB. Give me like a minute, maybe less. I'll be right back. And then we'll do this animation. We're going to do this animation. Now's the time. Be right back. All right. Let's do this. I think I can pull the internet stuff down. Let's close this just to be sure. So animating in Blender. I like animating in Blender. It was a little confusing at first, but I found a really good tutorial that I used. Actually, let me link it to you because it's a really good tutorial. I loved this tutorial. I thought it was so fun. And I actually downloaded this video so that way I could play it on the stream. But this is the one.
Hello and welcome to another exciting...
It's a really good one. It's by C. Bailey Film. It's a really, really great one. Link is in the chat. I'll try to remember to put a link in the description as well. We'll see if I do remember to do that. Oh, this is in a playlist. Let me give you a link that isn't in a playlist. Let me give you a link that isn't in my downloads playlist. Okay, do that one that's in the chat. It's a really, really good tutorial. It's like 30 minutes long, but it's worth it. It's so good. It's such a great tutorial, and it just shows you how to make this little like bouncy block. And I learned so much from it, and it's a really great one. Another one that did help me too, specifically with figuring out how to like make sure it can get into Godot, was this one from Chevifier. So I'll link this one as well. Specifically, this helped me find the save button, so I was able to actually like save my thing and find it in Godot later. So this was another one that was helpful. This one didn't really help me. All right, so those are some tutorials if you want to see. But I find, generally speaking, despite at first kind of being overwhelmed, as I often feel in Blender, once I start to learn where things are, it's not so bad. And I feel like that is true with animation as well. So, I'm going to grab my character. We specifically want to be animating the bones, of course. So I want to make sure I have my bones available, the armature that we've already rigged and set up. I'm going to go to the animation section over here. I think it's a little easier since we get a couple extra little window panes. And then you can also get this rendered angle, this like other angle here. Not rendered, but this other preview, which is nice for seeing stuff. So we'll get these two panes. I don't remember what opens by default, but what I find most useful is this action editor. And then you have this playback one here too. We want to make sure we have the right animation. So here we're doing run 2. Now this duplicated from the other one. I won't get rid of it. If you want to create a new animation, right? So let's say we want to make the walk, right? What you'll do is you'll click this little, it looks like a copy or a duplicate. It's like two pieces of paper. New action, create a new action. And when you do this, it will actually duplicate the one that you were on. So this little dropout here, this is from the dope sheet. So you want to come to either this button on the left here, this button on the left here, and you want to choose dope sheet. And when you choose dope sheet, that's not the only place you want to go. You want to click on this drop down and hop into the action editor. And now you can see these are both the same pane. And here you'll get a list of all the animations that are contained within this blend file. And if you export it as a GLTF or whatever, it should be similar. And so these are what will appear when I go into Godot. So this one that I just created, you can see it doesn't have an F next to it. I don't know what the F stands for. But I can tell you that it isn't saved. So it's probably fake user. It's probably that fake user thing. What is fake user? So run 2, right? It's this one. You can see the shield here has a check mark on it. That means it's saved and it exists in the blend file. This one here, right? The shield is not filled in. It's called run 2. I'm going to rename it to walk 2, which is what I want it to be called. And now if I click the shield, it's got its F next to it. I'm going to save it, but before I save it, I'm going to set the this 2D image that I put in here. I'm going to add a little modifier on here, a little flag, -no imp. And what this will do is this will keep it from being imported into Godot. So it will ignore this when we bring it into Godot. So -no imp. I don't know how this works for like GLTFs and stuff, but if you're able to hook up Blender to Godot directly, you can use these flags to keep things from importing. So now I'm going to hit save. And when I pull this up in Godot, we will be able to find that animation. Hello, chatters, ladders, and all my mad hatters. What's up, Murph? Good to see you. Nice rhyming. Nice rhyming. Welcome back. I'm beginning to do some animation in Blender. I figured I'd at least explain the steps. Godot often does not like when I update the player mesh. So sometimes I have to reboot Godot when that happens. It's okay. It's not that bad. The F is for fake. Yes. Oh, please teach me. The F is for fake user because it's not used. It has no user, so it will not be saved. Adding it to a fake user will save it. That doesn't really make a lot of sense, but I hear you. Like what? Like what is a user? What is a user? Like what? What? Why is the cup slightly transparent? Because it's green. Because it's green. You can. It is very. We have to look over things. There's nothing behind me right now. It's a blender. Oh, it's a blender thing. There you go. So you can see it. It's green. So let me show you what it looks like normally. Boop. But it's not like the same green as my green screen. It's a little off of that green. So that's why it doesn't quite fully disappear. I kind of want to get one that is matching the green screen. That would be kind of fun. But yeah, that's why it's slightly transparent. What happened in the mason jar? Well, the mason jar is for my water. The mason jar is for my water. The mug is for my tea. They are different. They are for different liquids. This is to keep me alert and focused. This is to keep me hydrated and alive. So yeah, we got them both. It is kind of trippy how like they're both invisible in a different way. It's like very, very strange. Yeah. Whoop, whoop, whoop. What kind of tea are we talking about here? Specifically, I've got peppermint tea and black tea. So I do a little both. We got a black tea bag. Oh, this is the peppermint tea. And then we got the black tea. I mix them. Peppermint black tea. Yeah, it's delicious. It's delicious. I love peppermint tea. And then the black tea, I mean, actually I think black tea is kind of tasty, but mostly it's just to keep me alert. Lise goes mad and plays with John. Yep, that's me. I'd be honored to go mad. Interesting blends. Thanks. And, you know, mostly for me, it's about practicality. Like I want the effects of peppermint, which it helps like open up my lungs, and it just makes it easier to speak and breathe, and I find it to be calming, and it helps my body be more motile. And then the black tea, you know, obviously it's caffeinated. So it really, for me, it's about the properties of the blends more than like the taste. But I like the taste too. Yeah, motile. Motility. Motility in the context, we can look it up, of like certain tissues in the body just means that things like pass through more easily. Let's see what motility means. The ability of an organism to move independently using metabolic energy. It can also refer to the ability of organisms and fluid to move or get around. So if we say let's say gut motility, all right? We're not going to look at those suggested results, but we're just going to say gut motility. The movement of food through the body's gastrointestinal system, through the esophagus, the stomach. So how well things move through the body. And peppermint is, in my research, shown to help certain tissues like the esophagus move things through more smoothly. So that's why I like it. I got asthma. I got gut issues. So this helps me with that. There's that lesson nobody asked for. But actually, you did ask for it. So there you go. All right. I'm going to not have this running in the background. So I still don't really understand the fake. I thank you for the clarification that it's a blender thing. I find it confusing, but you've added some context, so thank you. So we've created this fake user, so that way this saves properly. And now that I've created walk2, I've clicked on the shield and assigned it to a fake user. Now in Godot, when I go to this animation player, we'll see walk2 is in the list. It wasn't in the list before, but now it is. So that's how you get your animations that you create in Blender into Godot, is make sure you create a new one a new action, and then you assign it a fake user, and then it will appear in here in this list. Oh, this is the problem I was trying to show you guys earlier. So here's something that happens. Here's something annoying that happens. And I think this is a Godot problem from what I saw looking it up on the GitHub issues. So when you take an animation that you made in Blender, usually in my experience, what happens is you can't loop it. So if I hit play, it's going to be the same animation that I copied it from. It's only going to play one time. It's only going to play one time, but of course we need that animation to loop. It must loop. It has to loop. If you're going to use this animation player and you want it to loop, so if I try to click it, it's going to say can't change loop mode on animation embedded in another scene. Very annoying. There's a couple ways around this. First, let me show you. I'm going to save this animation. So I'm going to click on Manage Animations, and then you'll see Walk 2. I'm going to hit, oh, we can't save it. Why not? Why not? Why can't I save it? Global. This animation library can't, because it doesn't belong to the edited scene. Make it unique first. Do you want me to hit save here? Is that why? That's kind of weird. I don't actually understand why it's saying that. Why is it saying that? I mean, okay. Why is it always throwing me curveballs? Why is it always throwing me curveballs? I just did it earlier. I just did this earlier. I mean, okay, we could do... I'm a little confused by that. Why I can't save it. Well, that's odd. Can't save it because it does not belong to the edited scene. Make it unique first. Okay, I'll make it unique. All right, there we go. All right, we gotta... I've never had to do that, but I had to do it today. Basically, I had to click the save and then hit make unique, which I didn't have to do before. Wait, so if I make it unique, will this work now? I wonder. It does! Okay, so now I can loop it. Weird. That's so weird. So now I can click on the loop, and the loop will work. So that's one way to fix it. There you go. That's one way to fix it, is manage animations, click the save, and then do that. But what I was going to say is if you save it here, yeah. Dude, it's so frustrating to run into these things. It's so frustrating. We're going to call this walk 2. Put this in player animations, walk 2. And so this is not the animation player that I want. So here's the other thing to keep in mind, all right, is that when let's make like a new one even. I'm just gonna call this test. I'm gonna save it. Hit Control S, come over here. So the thing is it needs to update something called an animation player. That is to say, it has to be named animation player. The thing that it brings from Blender to Godot has to be named animation player. That is to say, if you already have something in here called animation player, it's going to add a number to the end of your existing animation player and create a new animation player from Blender. That is to say, you can't name the animation player that's coming from Blender into Godot something unique. This is all if you have Blender connected to Godot. So this was another annoying thing that I found out. So I renamed my animation player to something else, so that way animation player could create itself. And you can see it's yellow again now. So if I come to manage animations, okay, but now I can click the save on each of these, and we have test. So test has been added in here. And test, I can press the loop. So I guess we just set everything in there to unique. It's all very confusing. But anyway, so I'm going to come, let's say I want this animation that we just created, walk 2 or test. Let's say I want these in an existing animation player. So that way we're not using this one that Blender is constantly requiring to be there. I actually want it to be in this one where I have all of my stuff already, right? I've already got all the animations that I usually use uh, over here in this animation player. And that's where I want walk 2 to exist. So walk 2 isn't in here. So I just saved it, right, from this animation player. We had to apparently make it unique. So manage animations. You might have to make it unique. You might not. And then you want to save as. So let's do it for test. Click the little save button. Hit save as. We'll call this test. And then I'm going to hop into the animation player I want to receive those animations. So we're going to click on animation again, manage animations, and we're going to not add to library. We're going to hit this little open icon, this little like folder icon right here. Click on that, and so we go to where we saved those. There's walk 2 and test. Let's do test. So now test is in that list. Open this, add walk 2. Now it's in the list. And now, in this big list, we have walk 2 and we have test. But there's a problem. We're not done yet. We are not done yet, unfortunately. So if I hit play, nothing's going to happen. So this is a weird thing. The reason why it's not playing is because this path is different. So if I look at the animations that do work, like this one, and you see each keyframe has a path. So this is elbow left. If I click on it, you see skeleton 3D : elbow left. And then in the top level, you can see it says skeleton 3D. Whereas if we come to the one I just imported, like walk 2, the path actually says skeleton 3D : elbow left, but it also has armature / before it. And indeed, you can see that in this top level as well. So what you have to do when you import these is you have to make sure that the path matches where you're putting it. And this is just going to depend on where everything is in your scene tree and whatnot. So you can see now that arm, the elbow left is working because I renamed that one. You do have to do each one individually as far as I can tell. So we're going to rename each one. And now walk 2 is finally applied from the Blender version to Godot. So it's a few steps. It's a few steps. But, you know, once you kind of get in the habit of it, it's not too bad. So there's test. Right, we do the same thing. It's the same animation. We just copied it in Blender, so there's no differences. Oh, this one doesn't loop, so we'll loop that. So these are just little things I want to tell you because they were very frustrating to me to not have the answers. All right. So anyway, so now that all that's set up, let's come back to Blender, and you can click on this dope sheet browse action list. Let's do the walk first. So I'm going to select walk 2. And it's going to have keyframes there because I duplicated it. When I created a new action, it was a duplicate of the last animation that was there. So I don't actually want any of these keyframes. I want to get rid of them. I'm going to go to the timeline. So I'm going to click on this button here. We have 2 panels here. We have 2 panels. Right now, they're both the action editor. It's a little unnecessary. I'm going to make this one the timeline. And now, this is only going to show us, so here's the other thing about animating in Blender. It's only going to show you the keyframes for the bone that you have selected, or the object that you have selected. So right now I've selected elbow left, and it's going to show me all the aspects of that. All the aspects of that. So looks like there's a lot of keyframes here, but really there's not. So there's like this top level, the armature has the keyframe, the walk 2, the animation itself has the keyframe, and then the path to the body part, elbow left, has the keyframe. So really these are the same thing. So if I move one, you can see they all move. I don't know what this extra one here is. I'm actually not sure what that is. I don't know how to get rid of it. I don't know why it's there. I genuinely don't understand what that is. So don't ask, because I don't know. But if you want to do multiple, so I want to get rid of the animation that I have on the other elbow. So I've got an animation here, because remember, this whole animation is doing both arms and the legs. So I'm going to hold Control, and I'm going to click all of these that I know have the animations on them. And you could even just click on, you can click Control and click on it, and then just do each one. Or I'm just going to click this, you know, and press Shift. Well, I thought that would select multiple. Apparently that wasn't particular enough. So we do have to click each one. Just kidding. So we're going to hold Control. I'm going to click on elbow left, elbow right, thigh left, thigh right. Because these are the ones that have my animations. And now in here, you can see the full list with all the keyframes. And the reason why I'm doing that is so I can select them and obliterate them. And now it's gone. No more animations. Okay, all the keyframes are gone. And now I can start fresh. Now, I'd like to try to animate something other than the elbows and stuff. One other thing, by the way, is that see how this is already in like that the positions that it was before? If you hover over one of these sections here, you know, this like move stuff, if you hover over it and you press backspace, it'll reset them back to their default. So I'm going to do that so that way the body parts are all where they're supposed to be. Now I'd like to try to animate more than just the elbow. So if we look at like the arm, you can see that does some stuff. And then just to make it a little easier for myself, because in my experience, in Godot, the quaternion calculations when blending two animations together does not work well. So I'm going to press a lock on the rotation W, which is the quaternion vector. I'm going to press the lock on all of these, on every single one of these. Just to make sure. I don't plan on doing the neck or the root, but I don't care. I'm locking them all down. No, I don't want to see any quaternion able to be animated. That way, I can just be absolutely sure that this test, to see if it fixes my glitchy problem in Godot, was done without any impact on the quaternion value. So I'm just locking them all down on the W. And this way we get a little more freedom, and I can just animate them in the editor if I want. All right, so perhaps I am now ready to do some animating. I may now be ready. I am going to push back my reference a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like it could be in a better place. I'm going to put it in front of it. I don't know. I don't really want to try to do it right on top of it, but you could. I don't know, because then I can't see like the other arm, and it just kind of bothers me. So I'm just gonna do it like this. All right, let's do it. Armature. Oh, let's go into pose mode. There we go. Arm left. So the other thing I want to think about are these frames, right? Right now I'm doing 40 frames. I don't know, it's just kind of arbitrary. Just picked it. That's going to be the length of my animation. And so I want each position on here to line up. I want to make sure that on the walk, where I put the walk stuff is the same frame area that I put the run stuff. So I just want to make a note. So 40, how many do we have? We have 9, right? And then we have more down here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then here we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Is that correct? 1, 2, 3. That makes sense. So you have 14 and 9. So if I want to do 40 divided by 9, that's fun. I actually made 39 of these. We have the start. If you want to change the end position of this, by the way, that's here. So if I adjust this, you'll see the animation gets longer or shorter, and that's going to be its loop point. I know I'm kind of bouncing around, but that's okay. So that's where it's going to loop at. If I make that shorter, it'll loop sooner. I guess I kind of want it to be divisible by 9. That would probably make the most sense, right? So maybe I'll do that. We want 9 of these. I guess we could say, hey, Pixel Tuner, welcome. Good to see you. I am doing some Blender. Specifically, I know you like Blender. Specifically, I'm doing animation in Blender. I'm remaking my walk and run cycles in Blender because it's going to be a little easier than doing it in Godot, especially with some problems I've been having. 9 times 5 is 45. So maybe we could do 45, and then we can just put 1 at every 5. That kind of makes some sense, right? So let's put that. I don't know why I need a calculator for that. All right. Okay, let's do it like that. Let's do it like that. And then I made this little graphic to help me plan out where I'm going to animate these. The positions we're going to put them in. Because I really want to make sure that there's some syncopation between my walk and run cycles. Hope you're doing good, Pixel Tuner. Thank you for stopping in. So, arm left. Now, this is where things are going to get a little creative because I'm not sure exactly how I want to animate this. Because you can see the like the like middle, if you look above my head here, like over here, the middle of it is kind of in the, or the end of it is like in the middle of the body. Which means I don't know how much I really want to animate it on this bone. Unless we're doing like, yeah, this bone isn't positioned super great. And if you think about it, a shoulder stays in place anyway, so I think I'm kind of okay with just animating the elbow. I think that that's fine. So let's just stick to the elbow. I thought I'd give it a consideration, though. All right, so the left arm here is in the back for this first stage. So let's get it in the back. Move it right around there. Try to get a little more visibility here. I feel like so much of this for me is just like getting situated, getting my scene situated in a way that feels and looks good. So there that is. Now I want it to be bent, right? So I'm gonna get this other bone. I've called it the hand. It's really more the elbow. I don't have these named great, but we're okay with it. So something like that. We come to the elbow. So I kind of want to like add a bit of an angle there. Animation is something I need to get into myself more. Not the easiest task you got there. I know it. I know it. I know it. This isn't my first rodeo doing the run and walk cycles. And so that's why I've set up a little sheet for myself because I know how much it's going to help me in doing this a little better. So I wouldn't say I'm experienced, but I definitely have made mistakes already. And I'm ready to try to not make them again. And I can't use quaternions, so it kind of makes it a little awkwarder. But for whatever reason, Godot has some issues calculating blends between quaternions in my experience. And so I'm trying to make sure I don't use the quaternion, the W at all. Yeah, it's important. It's important. I gotta do it because most of the game, I mean the entire game, you're gonna be watching this walk cycle. And so I want it to look kind of okay. And so then it comes down to like how exact do I want it to match this drawing here? I don't know. But I also want to keep in mind sort of what I'm changing. Like I'm doing the X and Z on this hand left. Yeah, it looks like I'm leaving the Y. If I can not touch that Y axis, I think that would be better too. Like the less that I have to add in that doesn't need to be in there, honestly, I think the better. All right, we're going to call that the place. So now that I've found my place for this, here's where keyframing it actually comes in. So I've got my elbow left and my hand left in the right positions that I want them to be in. Now I haven't tried animating multiple at once, so we could experiment with it. Yeah, let's try this. So the way that I like to do it is I like to press the I key. If I press I on my keyboard, we have to make sure we're hovering over the editor scene. And then this is the insert keyframe menu. And so it's going to give us all these options of how we want to insert the keyframe. So we could do the whole character, which is going to take, like, I assume, like, every bone, and it's going to give us a keyframe for that. So it seems like kind of a lot. We could be specific about the rotation and stuff. What I've been doing is whole character selected bones only, is what I've been doing. And so I'm kind of wondering if I select 2 bones and I press I and do whole character selected bones only, will it? Yes, it does. Nice. So now we have 2 keyframes down here. Again, I recommend having the Dope Sheets action editor open. We've got a keyframe for elbow left and hand left. And so it has now added those onto the animation. Very nice. Let's go. Good. Great. Now I also want to do the other arm and the legs as well. Swagbag says, I love animating, but handmade takes me a while depending on the style. I mostly use video reference inside Blender. It can get addictive. Video reference inside Blender? Wait, so what does that mean? Do you mean like you play a video with, like how I have the image here? You do the same thing except it's a video instead of an image? Interesting. Yeah, it does take a while. It does take a while. And you know, you can always go on to Mixamo or something and grab an animation. That's pretty cool, Swagbag. That's a pretty cool idea. Then you can like pause it. I love that. I love Blender. I never thought about that or even tried that. To like put a video in there. That's a cool idea. So yeah, of course you can grab like an animation from like Mixamo or something, but for me, I like to try to learn this so at least I know, and then if I do bring something from Mixamo, you know, I'll know better how to like make a change I might want to make because I've actually like practiced this from scratch. And I just like doing stuff from scratch, but you know, it's arguably extra. All right, so we've got that one. Now let's get a different limb. Let's do the other arm. So that arm, left arm's in the back, right arm in the front. We're doing X and Z. So I'm going to pull this one forward. I don't know. I'm just going to do X for now. And let's do the bend next. Because I don't know that we need... The less that I can do, the better, in my opinion. So we'll do a little bit there, so it's kind of straight. All right. Looks good. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to select both of these. Make sure my cursor is over the editor area. Press I, and then hit whole character selected bones only. And so then it's going to put a keyframe here. And so then, you know, if you want to see them all, you just have to make sure you select everything. Oh, now the shift is working. A shift click is working. So there we've got all of those on there. All right. Next, let's do the leg. And this is, to me, this is way easier in Blender. If I tried to do this in Godot, this would take me twice as long. In my experience, it's way harder to animate these in Godot. I don't know if that's true for other game engines. I did a little bit in other game engines, but barely. Pretty much only Godot. And so I think I was originally in the camp that if you can do it in the engine, you might as well. And I'm still kind of in that camp. But for me in Godot, I'm finding it to be not worth it. Because it's, even though I can do it in Godot, it's such a pain. And so I'm kind of more leaning towards if you can do it in Blender, you might as well do it there because it does it a little better in my opinion. Okay. So which bone do I want to do? Do I want to do leg, thigh, knee, or foot? I have no idea. I've set these bones up a little weird. So I'm just going to need to experiment here. Honestly, the leg seems fine. I normally wasn't animating it. Where does the thigh animate at? Oh, it's wacky. It's wacky as hell. Don't do it. Don't put yourself through it, Lise. Where's the bend? Is that at the knee? There is a bend there. I think foot is probably the best one. Like I said, these bones are set up really strangely. So we're going to say that. So we're going to just do the foot bone and the leg bone. Those are the ones I'm going to animate. So we're on the left leg, and that one needs to be in the front. So let's kick it forward. Now this is for the walk, so I don't want it to be too exaggerated, I guess. I would even say maybe I've exaggerated too much this arm. That's okay. I think this looks fine. I don't think I need to make any changes to this leg. I think it looks fine. And then for the other leg, let's just go ahead and do that one. That one comes back. I might have to do a little more extra work for this one to bend it. So let's bend that foot. I'm actually going to go ahead and create the keyframe for the leg before I forget. Whole character selected bones only. So that creates the leg keyframes. Come to the right foot. And let's bend it a bit. I always find this very confusing. I don't know why. There's just something about this that confuses me. But we're fine. That looks great. Works for me. And let's keyframe those. So I'm going to select them both. Tap I over here. Whole character, bones selected. Okay. I'm going to fix that right arm a little bit. I'm not thrilled with the way that it is. I don't know. I like that this is like tucked in closer. I don't know if that like is really necessary. But I kind of like it. So you might be able to see this over here. It's got like yellow, right? So it's kind of telling me that this has been keyframed. And so, you know, that can be useful to just keep in mind. And it will also, it kind of will change colors sometimes if you like make changes or whatever. It's not right now, but that's okay. Oh, because the elbow is what I animated anyway. I just want to tuck it in a little more. Just want to tuck it in. Yeah, like that. Okay. So then I'm going to hit I, whole character, selected bones only, and that'll update those keyframes. So now we've done the first step. Done. We've got the legs and the arms for the first part of the walk cycle. Now there might be other parts of the walk cycle that I want to animate, like the position of the body, right? So it's a little higher or lower. I'm probably going to want to think about that too. I mean, in Godot, for the original walk cycle that I did do that. So you can see how the character like goes up when it should go up. And I did that by keyframing the position along the way. So we're probably going to want to think about that too. I would think mostly for... I mean, it's a little weird because like this drawing, you see it goes up a little bit. So it's down, it goes up a little bit here. It stays there. So this is kind of a touch and feel thing. So I think what I'll do is, it's tough because it does matter. If I move the position up, then the feet aren't going to touch the ground in the same way. So it kind of does matter that I think about this. And you know what else I want to do? I'm going to actually add in a ground. Before I forget, I'm going to add in a ground. I think it's just going to make it easier to tell what we're walking on. So let me add a plane in here. And then just in case, let me also make it a little longer. So there, now we know if we're touching the ground. Obviously, right now we are not. The character itself is floating a little bit. That's kind of its own separate problem. I mean, if we grab this, go into pose mode, and then switch this to the rest position. So there it's on the ground, pretty much. It's clipping through the ground a little bit. So our animation is actually not touching the ground. Our animation is floating above the ground. So good thing I did that. Good thing I found that out before we did too much here. So let me see if I can't sort that out now. It's a lot of little things to think about. But the sooner I can think about it, the better. No, no. No, no. There we go. Like that. Okay. See, our feet are above the ground. The way I did that, the way I checked that, was I was going between this, where the body is like moved like this data, object data properties here in pose mode, and then the bone properties. So, well, the bone properties is where I'm animating it, and then this skeleton here, this data, I can go to the rest position and see what it looks like where we're not animating it, and then the pose position is the poses as we're animating it. So we're already kind of making some mistakes, so let's fix it. Let's fix that. Come back to the bone here. Make sure we're on the right frame. Can we animate on the 0 frame? I guess I should probably be on 0, not 1. Now that I think about it, I should probably be doing this all on 0. So let me do that. Whoopsie. There we go. So now they're all on the 0th frame. Which feels wrong, but I guess it's not wrong since we start. Oh no, it starts at 1. Yeah, that's wrong. Don't do that. Don't do that. Do not do that. That's a mistake. I'm guessing. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we need to be on 1 if that's where we set the start to be. So let me fix that again. I'm still learning too. Okay. So let's get these legs touching the ground more. And this is tough because if I make it touching the ground, now, or it's not animated, now it's just at the 0 position, which isn't where I want it to be. Let me scooch this over so I can hang out over here. We don't want it to be at the 0 position. So I'm going to have to move another part. Let's try the foot, maybe? Now, before I didn't actually animate the foot. But see, now it's looking, this is where I get real messed up, right? Because now it doesn't look the same as this. So then what I think is maybe we should move it down. This is maybe where the position should change. Yes. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say let's move the entire position down. I think that makes the most sense. So I guess I want to do the armature. Is that what I did in Godot? Yeah, so in Godot, it looks like the armature is what I changed the position of to get it to go up or down. So let's do that. Oh, okay. Oh, dear. Okay, maybe not. Pose? I'm not exactly sure how to do this in Blender, truth be told. I don't know what the best way to move this. Oh, there we go. Oh, I had the wrong thing selected. It is armature. Okay, now we've got the right thing selected, armature. Whew. So I'm going to move that down until both feet are touching. Well, actually, it looks like the back foot is supposed to be touching, but the front foot isn't. Fortunately, you know, once we do this this will get easier for future ones, probably, I think. All right, I'm going to set this to -3 because that's a nice number. It's not a float, whatever. Left leg. Well, now I want it to be higher than it is. So please don't do that. Take the armature, push this up. Let's do -0.1. Let's do -0.1. And then we got to keyframe that, right? I have to make sure this is keyframed. I'm going to press I. If I do selected bones, will that do the armature? It doesn't consider that a bone. So that didn't create any keyframe anywhere. Available. Let's say location. No suitable context info for active keying set. So the other thing I could do is click the little keyframe over here. So there's a little dot next to this. There we go. Object transforms armature. What's up, Jay Jordan? Show. 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 Yes. Show. Not wrong. Not wrong. All right, so clicking on this seems like the best way. There might be a way to do the insert keyframe thing. I'm not really sure. It's an object transforms. Is that one of these? I really like using... I'm going to just undo that keyframe. I'm going to see if I can find it in the I shortcut. What are we doing? We are animating a run and walk cycle. Now, I already have a run and walk cycle in Godot, but there's some problems with it. The biggest problem is that blending between the walk and the run in 4.1, blending between the walk and the run via an animation tree causes glitches to occur. And I believe, but I could be wrong, my guess is this might have to do with the way Godot calculates quaternions when doing blend shapes. And it doesn't do a great job in my experience. And so here you can see going between the walk and the run, it glitches very awkwardly, very jerkily. It looks bad. And this is only when we're in an animation tree. So if I play the game normally, and I'm going to show my keyboard up here. When I press the W key, it's going to blend between the walk and the run smoothly. Quaternions. Qualculates? Quaternions. So there it blends quite smoothly. It still has some problems. The walk, and this is the other reason why. So the one reason I'm doing it is because, and I'll explain what it is in a second, the quaternions. Blending between two animations, in my experience in Godot, that has quaternion changes can sometimes cause glitches. And so that's one reason I'm reanimating the walk and run cycles, and I'm making sure we're not changing the quaternion vector. The other reason is because you might notice sometimes the walk and the run don't perfectly blend. It's a good smooth blend, but it looks like it just is a little like slow or something. And that's because I didn't line up the walk and run cycles perfectly. So that's the other reason why I'm redoing the walk and run cycle, is I'm trying to make sure that the frames line up. And an easy way to show you that, if we look at the walk versus the run cycle, the old walk and run cycle. So there's the walk. Let's say I just pause it right around here. So we can see the right arm is in the front and the left arm is in the back. If I come to our run cycle, this is pretty similar, but that's not always true. Here we got the left arm in the front, the right arm in the back. We come to the run. Here it's not true. So here they're right next to each other. So I didn't line up the keyframes very well between the two cycles. So I'm trying to make sure I have my walk and run keyframes lined up, for one thing. And then the other thing is I'm making sure I'm not using quaternions. So quaternions are a way in game engines, 3D animation of bones. It's a way to... So think of it like this. Normally when you do 3D stuff, you've got 3 vectors, X, Y, and Z, right, to help it be placed in 3D space. Quaternions have an extra vector, a 4th one, hence qua. And And so if we come into Godot and I look at a bone on the skeleton, you'll see this rotation. There's an X moving on the X. There's a Y moving on the Y. There's a Z moving on the Z. And then there's a W. This is the quaternion. This is the fourth one, a croissant. Yeah. That's why they're called croissants, is because there's 4 ingredients. Little known fact. That is not a fact. I don't think it is. That would be kind of fun, though. 4 ingredient croissants. Okay. So this fourth one, this W, is the 4th axis, if you will. And what it's... I have a limited understanding of quaternions, but what it's supposed to do, as I understand, is it helps the other 3 know the relative position of each other, which should help them move more smoothly around the axes. And it's something that is standardized when it comes to doing 3D movement in game engines. But what I've found is that, and I'm just speculating, what I've found is that if this quaternion is not 1, that is to say, if we change it and I try to blend between 2 animations that have that quaternion changing, in my experience, I have found that it causes the glitch that I'm trying to avoid. That glitch being this. Just a rolled up puff pastry. It is just a rolled up puff pastry, it's true. So this glitchy problem, I believe, is because of that. Also. Now, what's nice about Blender, I'm finding that the tools are just nicer to use in general for animation than Godot. But besides that is I can lock down when I'm rotating these bones. I can actually lock down the Euler. Let me make sure or not the Euler, the quaternion. Which isn't appearing right now. Oh, because we're not on the right bone. There we go. So here's the bone. There's the W, there's the X, there's the Y, there's the Z. I can actually lock the quaternion, which is going to make it easier for me to animate it since I want to avoid moving the quaternion. And I just kind of like animating in Blender in general. So I'm redoing my walk and run cycles. Gonna try to do it right this time and avoid that issue that I'm having in Godot. So it's a bit of an undertaking, and so I'm doing the first one now. I'm trying to like orient myself into the task ahead of us, which is going to carry us through the rest of the stream, to be sure. We are on the first animation. The first stage of this animation is the quaternion a rotation. So the quaternion is like an extra axis for rotation in game engines. It's like a game design thing to help the XYZ know better where each other are. It's like a 4th dimension added in. And I don't understand the math whatsoever. But I don't think Godot does either. And so that's why I'm avoiding using it. And I'm going to try to animate without it. And hopefully it fixes the problem. We will find out. So the quaternion, so think of it this way, right? XYZ, that's like a vector 3. XYZW is a quaternion. So the quaternion is just a way of saying that there's 4 axes that are representing 3D space, as opposed to 3 axes representing 3D space. 4th dimension, I 100% understand. It's confusing. It's confusing. Nobody really understands it. It's like very confusing. But the simplest way to describe it is it's like a modifier to help the XYZ, the 3 dimensions, make more sense to each other. I think that's a way to explain it. So I'm trying to get it so these feet are on the ground. I've got this little... Oh, I need to also set this little stage. I'm going to call this stage. And I'm going to add a flag to not import it. Since I'm connecting Blender to Godot, I can add this dash no import flag, and so this won't come into Godot. We just all pretend we understand it. That's what it kind of sounds like. Yeah, I would say that's about right. Yeah. There's like, I think there's one person who understands it, but you know, nobody's actually met them, so we're not sure if they exist yet. So I think that leg that's in the back, the right one, I'm going to want to pull it forward a little bit. I don't remember if I've gotten all my keyframes recorded. We're going to find out. Oh, I remember. I was trying to find a different way to record the armature position. Right. So I moved this down, the whole entire armature position. That's still the leg. It's a little tricky to get it to actually select it. I'm still kind of having some trouble clicking it. Just like one Albert Einstein of 3D modeling somewhere. Yeah, he's out there. Oh, if I click on the... Oh, interesting. So if I click on the text... Yeah, the person who made it and just cursed us all with it. I mean, look, it is supposed to help. It's supposed to help things be better. Everyone pretends they understand it. Yeah. If I click on this little icon, this person here, then it pulls up this transform stuff. So if I click on all of these root, arm, elbow, and I click on this, it doesn't actually pull up its transform. I have to click on the little person, little icon here, and then it pulls up this. Gotcha. So I could just click this to create the keyframe, but I'm curious if I press the I key, if I can get that. So location, will that create the keyframe? It does not. Okay. Okay, cool, cool, cool. What if I do it over here and I press I? Okay, no, that didn't work. What if I'm down here? No. Okay. Visual location? That doesn't do it. So there might not be a way to click the I key. B-bone shape? I don't know what that means, but that didn't work. So it looks like the I key shortcut isn't just always gonna work. It just ain't always gonna work here. And that's just the way it is. Oh, interesting. Oh, cool. Okay, so there we go. So if I hover over this section and then I press I, then it will record the keyframe. Nice. So I'm noticing it's doing all three, but if I just click one, then it only does the one, which we might as well do less. Now, I might need, if I animate a different one later on, I might wish I had recorded these sooner, but I don't think I'm going to need them. So what if I just hover the one? It does them all. So you can use the I key, but it looks like it does all three of them, which might be useful. I'm going to avoid it. I might regret that someday. So we're just going to click on this for now then. So we'll click on that. It'll only keyframe the Z location. So I hope that makes sense. So like if let's say I knew I was going to be moving on the y-axis later on, I'm going to want to make sure I do have a keyframe here. Otherwise, it's not going to move. But I don't need to animate this axis. So I'm just going to leave it unanimated and hope everything's okay. All right, so that's been animated. Now, back to the back leg on the right. Wow, and so we have to click on that little icon in order for it to all appear. Interesting. Good to know. And I want to make sure that this is touching the ground. I don't particularly want it to clip, so I'm going to try to just like set it manually. Let's say about 0.28 or something. That's kind of right there on the tip there. And then that sort of matches this. Okay. Good. We got it. Now I got to update these keyframes. You know, it's interesting because I actually have a lot more here that I don't need. If you look, since I've been doing the eye and whole character selected bones only, if you look, we've been keyframing the location XYZ and the scale XYZ. I'm not going to need to change those. So actually, I think I should remove those And so if I just hover over this section and I press I, it should only do that section. So maybe I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to do that. And I'm going to remove all of these keyframes. So if I click on these, you can see they aren't highlighted anymore. And if I press I over this, it'll do all these. Now, it did put down a quaternion, which I don't want, even though it's locked. Honestly, I don't even want to have an animation key for it. I don't want it to exist. I don't want it to be there. No keyframe for quaternions in this house. So that means I'm going to have to update the other ones too if I want to keep this consistent. So I'm going to remove these keyframes. This one, we're going to remove these keyframes. I just think it'll be a little nicer if we don't add anything we don't need. Oh, wow. Wow. So it actually did every... Wow. So none of these I'm currently using. Now, I might want these if I decide later I want to animate... Oops, I do want those. If I decide I want to animate the thigh. So that might actually be useful to keep those just in case. But I'm gonna take the risk that I might regret later and not make keyframes for those. I really actually might regret that later. But it won't be too bad. We'll just have to make sure we come back and recreate those keyframes. I don't know. I think we can stick to just the minimum amount of animations. I think we can get away with it and be okay. I'm going to find out, though. Elbow, we're doing elbow. We're not doing any of these. So in theory, I guess I could keep locking things. If I really wanted to keep myself from doing it, I could lock all of these. I love the locking. I think the locking is awesome. It just helps me. It's almost like marking it a little bit. So I don't have to think as much. I can just do the animating and be like, oh, right, I didn't want to do any of those. Or, oh, now I do. I better unlock it. And now I'll remember to go back and do the others, which will help me with that regret. I don't know. I'm just kind of developing my own style here, my own approach here on how to do this. It's a lot of little things, but that's okay. And I know this is a Godot devlog, but, the reality is, in game dev, you're going to have to use other programs than one engine. Some engines, like Unreal, are getting darn close at being an engine you don't need other tools for. It depends on what kind of game. If you're making a 2D game, all right, you're going to need to use something other than Unreal. But for 3D, Unreal's getting a lot better at having tools to craft the 3D objects within the engine. But for the most part, Unity, Godot, etc., they don't have all the tools that you need built in. And even, music, right? There's not audio tools in any of the engines. I don't think so. Maybe there is, but you can add plugins probably. So you're going to have to do other tools. So this is still a Godot devlog, even though we can lock the ones that we can't change. That's weird. I guess you can still change them. So yeah, so it's mostly Blender today, but it's all for Godot. It's all for you, Godot. This is tedious, I'm not gonna lie. But I think this is gonna help a lot down the road. I don't think we're gonna need to do the root. I don't think doing the root does me any good. It's kind of a weird one. Let's just not animate it. Keep it to only the bones we know we need. And even on the armature. Oh yeah, entropy. I've been having problems animating in Godot. The least of which is it doesn't seem to calculate quaternions correctly when blending between two animations, based on my experience. And I have reproduced the issue. So I feel sort of confident in that experience. So that's one problem. And in Blender, I can lock down the quaternion. I'm actually locking down everything I possibly can right now. but I can lock down the quaternion. Actually, I might want to do rotation, specifically leaning forward and backward. So we'll leave this one unlocked. I can lock down all of these, which makes it a lot easier to make sure I don't accidentally animate something. But besides that, there's just so many more quality of life features for animating in Blender that just make it. I must. It's so annoying animating in Godot. It's just not optimized for it. It's pretty good, especially if you're animating things other than character rigs, 3D character rigs. It does a good job, don't get me wrong. But for animating a 3D character rig, yeah, we're gonna stick to Blender. I've finally decided, because I think you were here when I was doing it in Godot. I'm like, I'm gonna do it in Godot. I want to do it in Godot all that I can, and I did. I gave it a good try. But ultimately, it's easier in Blender. Easy to import them, sort of. The way that we import it is I have to hit like a save here. Interesting that this is an animation that's unsaved. I actually just realized, is that the entire animation is unsaved? Well, great. Now we get to save it. I thought we were on the right one. I guess we weren't. Okay, so these are the list of animations that are in here, right? We've got run to. Let me just save this before I screw it up. This will be run to apparently 2. Apparently we have to make a second. Let's actually walk. Let's say walk to -2. Okay, so this list of stuff in here are all of the animations that are contained within Blender. It's a little confusing. It's confusing, but once you learn it, it is pretty easy. So we got to create this fake user, which basically saves it in Blender. And so now if I come to this is a different animation here. So this is some other animation that I made that is just a test one. It's not a good one. But then I can switch to my walk to 2, and this is where I left off. And so now in Godot, I haven't saved that. Here's the list of animations. This is that ugly test that I just showed you. It doesn't show up right now because this is somehow messed up. I'm not exactly sure how it's messed up, but it is. This is the same animation. This one isn't messed up. I wonder why. Sometimes you gotta point these in the right places. That's a weird one, that's not connected correctly. But anyway, so you can see that it isn't, the walk to -2 isn't in here. But if I save it, now that I've added that and hit the shield and saved it, and if I save it here, and Godot imports it, and hopefully doesn't crash, it might crash, and if it does, honestly, that's okay. It may well. It may well not. But it will appear in this list now. And then you got to do a few things to get it right. All right, so there we go. Didn't crash. And now I've got walk to -2 in here. And let's stop this. Oh, that might be why it wasn't working before. So Blender creates its own animation player here in the list, and you have to make sure there's nothing else named animation player in here already, or it's going to rename the animation player that you already have in there, which can break references and stuff. So make sure nothing is named animation player, because it's going to just create this and you can't change this name. So this is going to have that new walk to -2. It doesn't look like it's connected correctly, but that's okay. So there's this. It's a little messed up. Actually, this is connected correctly. It doesn't animate the head, so the head is just in that weird spot. But that's okay. So then, if you want to get this into the animation player that I actually use, which is this one. This is the animation player that I actually use, is this one. So if I want to get it to there, I have to come over here, and I have to save it. So this is walk to 2, what we just created. Sometimes, apparently, I just found out these aren't always available, and we might have to make it unique, and then this will become available to save it. Save it as. This is our walk to -2. And now that I've saved it, I can come to the animation player that I usually use. Walk 2-2 isn't in here. We'll do animation, manage animations. Click this little folder. So there's a lot of like steps, right? And if you don't know them, it's gonna take a while to figure it out. But once you know them, it's not too bad. So I've added this in here. And now I come down here to walk 2-2, and now it's in my animation, and there it is. It doesn't do anything because I've only done one frame so far. But now it's in there. So those are all the steps to get it in there. It looks fun, works perfectly, except when it doesn't. Yeah, and so I think I've encountered most of the problems that you get, and there are a few. But for now, I've got the workflow down, and it's confusing. It's very confusing, but I will say, once I figured it out, I haven't needed to really reflect on it. It's just kind of a process. And thank you for, I'm glad you asked, because I apparently hadn't saved that one yet. I don't know why I did it in a different one, but I did. But now I know. Okay. So. It looks like I saved it with, I didn't do the left or the right leg. I didn't actually keyframe that foot all the way down. So let's fix that. That's gonna, I was coming through and locking everything. All right, let me make sure I finished all that. Let me make sure I finished all that so we're only operating on the things we want to. Foot right, we don't want to lock any of these because I'm actually going to use those. We're just getting all of our keyframes set up nice. And actually, we can even see here. Elbow, hand, leg, foot, thigh. I don't actually want to animate the thighs. So these shouldn't be importing here, these two. So I need to figure that out. I need to figure out that. I might have accidentally left some keyframes in there. So let me lock all these down. You know, we're just getting used to it. We're practicing. Okay, I see that these are in weird places. If I reset it. Oh, yeah, that's how I want it. Just like that. Okay, that's better. That's better. And then let me just double check. So it looks like it does have keyframes. So if I click on these, it'll show you the keyframes for that one. I don't actually want this to have any keyframes. So I'm just gonna delete this. So there's no keyframes for the thigh. And in fact, I'm gonna lock all these down. I don't actually want to animate it whatsoever. Nor the knee. I don't want to animate the knee. We only want to do the foot and the leg. These are the only ones I want to animate. I want to prevent myself from accidentally animating something I don't need to. Because it's just easier that way. And I like this. I enjoy this because it's like I'm figuring out a workflow for myself on how to do this in the future. And using these locks is a really nice quality of life feature that, for example, Godot doesn't have. Okay, thigh, I don't want to animate this, so we're going to get rid of those keyframes, lock it down. Leg, we do want to use these, so we'll leave those unlocked. And I am just going to double check it again. Oh, yep, let's lock these down. Elbow, we do want to animate the elbow. The elbow is what we want to animate. The arm is not. We don't want to do this. No accidental animations. The hand, yes. The elbow, yes. The arm, no. The root, no. Okay, I think I've got this set up the way I finally want it to be. So I'm going to save this. And let's keep animating. I think I've actually got the first frame down. I think I've actually got it down. I might want to lean it. So that's something that I also would do. Oh, because I saved it, it has to re-import it. I don't know about the lean. I think I did it. I think for the walk cycle, I just like had it lean, you know, just like constantly a little bit. And then maybe for the run. Yeah, so for the run, I did some different rotations. I think that's kind of unnecessary, if I'm being honest. You can see it kind of like wiggles a little bit. Like, what if I just get rid of that? Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really make it look worse. You could argue this looks worse. Story of your kidney. Looks fun, works perfectly, except when it doesn't. I'm so sorry, Jordan. I'm sorry to hear that, genuinely. Kidneys are a nice one. I hope your other kidney is. You used singular kidney. I hope that doesn't mean you only have one kidney. But if it does, you know. That's why there's two. That's why there's two for backup. Looks fun. This kidney looks fun. What a fun kidney. Just like, this looks like fun. Wee. Okay. Stop playing with your kidneys. Yeah, so I don't know. We might want to do the rotation stuff. I might not. I'll leave it unlocked for now. And if I change my mind, we'll use it. Okay. First frame done. Next frame. We want to do every 5 frames is how we're going to line this up based on this image that I created. I did create a sheet for myself. It's going to be in the GitHub repo. After this live stream is done, I'll make sure I update the GitHub repo. It's all right. It's all right. So this, you can see it like alternates between blue and black, unless you're dealing with some color blindness. You might see the tones are a little different here. And basically these sections, I need to have the arm and leg positions be the same. So that way it syncs up nicely. So I created this to help me design that a little better. And then some of these, because this art, I didn't make this art. This run cycle version didn't have the legs and arms flipped, so I put a little icon to remind myself to flip these. I don't know if anyone else could find this helpful, especially since it's not perfect, but I am going to put it in the GitHub repo, and this is what I'm basing it on to make sure we do have the arm going up at the same time in the walk cycle as in the run cycle. The run cycle has a couple extra frames, so I have to add in these like divided frames, but this is kind of the goal. I currently just did 1 frame for walk. That's what we just did, was just this. But there was a lot of setup, so hopefully the next ones won't take as long. We'll see. You're gonna clip that whole iteration real quick. Okay. All right. I mean, look, it's important. It's important to chronicle the moments of kidney pantomime. I understand. I understand. Okay. Next frame on the 5th. Oh, and so that was why I was saying that, was this is going to be every 5 frames because there's 9 different sections, and I've set the total frames to 45, and we're just going to say every 5 frames add in a different position. So I'm moving to the 5th one, and we're going to do the 2nd step, which is, let me move my reference over a wee bit. It'd be kind of nice if we just like cut it off. It's kind of confusing seeing all of that there. I'm not gonna lie. It's actually very confusing. Can I just like crop this off easily? I don't know if easily is the right way to put it. I guess I could loop cut it, or we could use the knife. We could knife it. Maybe I'll knife it. I don't know. I'm just trying to... Oh, because it's a plain image, it looks like it's going to edit differently. Or are we still on the armature? Hold on, let me see. Click on this. Edit mode. Okay, there we go. Now we got the knife. Like, what if we just knife it right along here? Just so I don't have to look at the ones I don't need. I'm gonna need them again for the run cycle, of course. Did it actually create an edge? I think it did. Yeah, it did. Cool. So actually, I'm gonna knife it all along here while we're here doing this. And I'm gonna need them back for the run cycle. I guess I could also cut it down the middle. Set up, you know, just setting it up to be as useful as possible for myself. That's all. So I'm actually creating edges along these lines. And this will be in the repo as well as a Blender file, if that interests you. It will technically be there. And then I'll do a loop cut across the middle. As well. And so if I do that, I should be able to just hide them. Whoa. Awesome, but no. If I grab these faces, we should be able to just hide them along the way. And then they won't be in my way anymore. And then we can just unhide them when I need them back. I don't know if I love the text being gone. So, you know what? Let's change that loop cut position in the center. Let's put that here. Add another loop cut. Put it there. All right. And then we can hide this and we'll keep it. So if I hide this, we still get the text there. All right. Just setting things up to be as useful as possible. Having a nice workspace. Okay. I'm going to get back to, out of object mode, get back to the armature, go into pose mode. We want to center around that. Adjust our position. And we'll get back to it. Oh, the hide didn't save? It's not still hidden. Poop. I guess I'd have to make them all separate. Okay, hold on. I gotta fix this. It only hides it in the edit mode of that object. Did not realize that. Did not realize that. Well, that's less helpful. That's much less helpful. Okay, all right. Touché. Understood. Then I'm going to get a little messy with it, and I'm going to separate them. I'm going to separate these selections. That's what we're going to do. So now we have multiple pieces. This is a lot of extra setup. All right, that's what this is. Is there a separate shortcut? P and then selection. P and then selection. P, selection. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. So I'm going to make these all separate, but I'm going to try to keep them all parented. So hopefully it's not going to be too messy to deal with. P, selection. Come down here. P, selection. P, selection. P, selection. P, selection. And so what I'm doing is I'm actually creating multiple chunks here. P, selection. I'm not going to say this is always the best way to do it, but it's the way it's working for me for now, I think, probably. Okay, so now they're all separate, which means I can actually hide them outside of edit mode. And then I'm going to attempt to select all of these duplicates and drop them in here. So now we still have one unit that I can move, but I can also select them separately and hide them. And now when we come into pose mode, now they're hidden. All right, there we go. Just a little finagling, that's all. We get there. We get there. Okay, beautiful. I gotta say, I don't really love the text being there either. I'm just gonna push it backwards a little bit so it's not interfering. Put it right there. Okay. All right, back to pose mode for real now. Probably, as far as I know. I think so. And we want to be at frame 5, which we are. And now we're going to start going for the recoil right here. So for this one, we want the front foot to be down on the ground. And then one thing I'm thinking about, and so I'm going to want to be able to switch between these kind of easily. Whoa. I want to be able to switch between these easily. So let me actually keep this up. It's all a bit tricky. Now I can't see that one behind it. So it looks like the foot was up a little bit. Now it's down. But I guess the head level is what I wanted to look at. I mean, it's a little bit higher on the recoil. I don't think that's a real thing. I'm not gonna worry about that. This is hard. It's hard to just like know how to orient myself correctly. It is a hard task. We'll get into a flow, I promise. Okay. So we're starting with the left arm, and this one needs to be back. But this time it's kind of kicked out. It's a little higher, and it's kicked out a little more. So let's do that. Elbow is the one we're actually doing. You can see these keyframes are green now, which just means that it's been keyframed previously. And if I change it and we keyframe it, then it's going to be yellow again. So we want to move it up a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit more. Keyframe that, so there it turns yellow. You know, I might want to twist it out a bit so it just kind of goes more evenly. And then come to the hand. And we just want it to be kicked out a little bit. It's a subtle change, but it's a change. So that's all it's doing. That's all it's doing. Is that. Now I could hit I over this and keyframe all of these positions. I feel like I should, so I'm just gonna hover over the section and press I. That does mean it's gonna do the quaternion, so I'm just gonna unclick it because we don't want to mess with no quaternions up in here. I could also just click all 3 of these and that would work. Hey Pierogigon, welcome, good to see you. Pierogigon was with me on Monday during the Monday member stream, which by the way, I am obligated to remind you that if you have a YouTube premium membership, you can join Hyper Gamedev as a member for free for the first 4 months. First 4 streams. So you'll get 4 live streams for 1 month. I do a live stream every Monday. It's a full live stream, about 8 hours long, and I work almost exclusively in Blender. So if you want to see more of me poodling around in Blender, Mondays are when I do that, exclusively for YouTube members and patrons as well. And yeah, if you have a YouTube membership, a premium membership, you can join for free for the first month, which is pretty cool. And Pierogigon was there with me on Monday when I discovered that or I think I discovered, that if I avoid animating the quaternion, that the blending between poses, or rather the blending between animations in Godot will not glitch. And so Rogi, right now I'm in it. I'm in it. I'm doing it. I'm redoing the entire walk and run cycle in Godot, or in Blender, to be put into Godot. And I am on the actually I'm on the second frame of the walk cycle. Haven't started the run cycle yet. We got a lot more to go. I spent some time setting up this like planning sheet to help me figure out how I'm gonna line these up, so that way the walk and the run are in the same places, and then just getting my scene laid out in Blender, so I've got a good workspace and everything, and I've got the like chunks of that image in here, and I can hide different pieces of it or show them if I need to. So I've just been kind of getting my workspace set up and making sure I'm approaching this with as much help as possible, which would be so much harder to do in Godot. So much harder to do in Godot. But you are a member, and I forgot to sing you a song. If you are a member or a patron, I'm gonna sing Pierogi a song. Pierogi gets a song. Pierogi gets a song because you deserve it. Everyone deserves it, but Pierogi gets it because Pierogi supports hyper game dev. Pierogi gets a song. Pierogi gets a song. Welcome to Pierogi. Yeah. All right, there's your song. I'm sorry, but you're welcome. All right, there we go. So I'm gonna say we've done the elbow left and the hand left. Those are in new spots on the 5th frame. You're most welcome. And I'm sorry. And you're welcome. And I'm sorry. And you're welcome. I'm also sorry. So now let's do the other arm. So this one actually, I don't think this really changes much. If I look at this, I feel like this pretty much in the exact same spot. So we're gonna leave it. I'm not gonna do any more than I have to. It feels weird to not move it, but whatever. We can always change it if I'm like, that don't look right. So we'll just leave that the same. I think I'm gonna still hit, I'm definitely still gonna hit a keyframe, because if I don't add keyframes here, then it's gonna animate it from before. I don't know, it kind of depends. Like, that might actually look okay. I'm not sure what would be best. It's gonna be tough. Because then what it's gonna do, if I put keyframes on 10, what it's gonna do is it's gonna animate from frame 1 to frame 10 if I don't put keyframes in the middle, which might be okay. I think I'm gonna go with it, but I might want to come back and reevaluate that decision. So we're gonna leave it like that for now. We'll see what happens. Easy to edit if the keyframes are already there. Maybe. I don't necessarily think so. You might be right. You actually might be right. I don't know, because I'm just thinking like it might. Then it's not just standing there. Then it's not just like this like static thing. Yeah, I think you might be right, actually. Oh, I also want to say, I don't know that I feel great about these positions. I don't know. That looks kind of weird, right? Like, that looks a little off to me, if I'm being honest. But that's something I would want to change earlier back here in our first set of keyframes. Oh gosh, it does get chaotic fast, doesn't it? It really does. We're only doing elbow and hand. Let's do the hand. I just kind of realized it's just like kind of twisted in a weird way. So let's redo those keyframes. Swing this out a little bit. Oh, it's tricky. It's tricky. It's a little messy. It do get a little messy. Keyframe those. Come back here. There. Yeah, I just really wanted to make sure it looked right on this side as well. Okay. We don't want a quaternion, please. No, thank you. I think you're right, Rogi. I'm going to still leave it off because I'm a daredevil. The left leg is the one that's in the front here, and we want that foot to be down on the ground. Now, if I look at the image, it is also a little further tucked in, but it's kind of in the same spot. So I might want to kick the leg out a little further and then bring the foot down like this. Like that. And then I'm going to keyframe all these, and we'll keyframe all these. So then, that's the only difference. Wow, so the leg actually ended up staying in the same place between these. It just feels like not enough is changing, but I guess it's kind of hard to tell until we do more. So we'll see. And this is what makes using those references a little tricky. Like if I follow them too closely, it may not turn out that natural. You know, since we're using this like static image that we're not actually seeing in an animation. Okay, right leg is in the back. Between the two, it looks like this is, oh, so the knee is pointed down more and not kind of like bending. It is bending, but it's like flatter and not like this slight bend. So I guess I'll start with the bend and just angle that a little more and bring it in. That's just jumping between 0.08 and 0.02. So let's go in between there. 0.04, 0.05, or 0.03. That looks pretty okay. Keyframe those. Come to the foot. Keyframe those. That's not bad. That's not bad. I like that. I like that. And then again, we're just leaving the other arm in its place, which feels a little awkward, but oh well. Okay, let me just make sure we got everything keyframed. Keyframed, keyframed. This one, we're not making any changes, and it may be easier if I hit those keyframes now. I totally agree. Oh, I've got an unintended quaternion keyframed here. I'm trying not to even do a quaternion at all, if I can avoid it. Okay. All right. Next one. See, we already got that one down. Now we're on the next one. That was a lot faster than the first one. So I'm going to come down into this here, and we're going to move it. We're going to hop into object mode, scooch it over, and we're on to the next one. You made big progress writing a course proposal today. Ooh, exciting. Nice. Yeah, Pierogigon is getting a master's in teaching stuff. and is specifically studying it in regards to iterative game design. So teaching people how to iterate games is like your research, is like the research project that they're working on. And it's really cool, and I'm super excited to learn from what Rogi learns. And so Rogi's also doing a course proposal for after they finish that thesis and they get their master's. They're going to try to do adjunct teaching at a university as a iterative game design professor. Interdisciplinary, of course. That is to say, it wouldn't be like game dev for game devs. It'd be game dev that anyone could learn and potentially apply to what they're doing. But yeah, it's really cool, and that's cool to hear. Nice, congrats. I doubt I'll be able to teach it because everyone wants to teach G courses, and I just graduated. What's a G course? Developing it is good if it gets accepted. I could teach it one day. Yeah, right. First of all, I like that you're keeping your expectations low. But it sounds like it's important to do it anyway. So you're ready. General study courses. Gotcha. Coming in here with that higher learning speak. I don't know about that. Gotcha. Everyone wants to teach general learning courses. Yeah. It sounds like you're doing something great. And it sounds like you're making good progress. Congrats. I won't expect that you're going to get it, and you shouldn't either. I know. That's exciting. So we're on to the passing of the walk. I got to make sure I'm back in pose mode. Okay, left elbow or left arm. Now these are much different. Basically now it's just down by the sides. Completely different. So I mean, I'm just going to try rotating in and looking at the one above me. I mean, it's a little off. I would kind of like it to be straight if possible. Apparently, the combination of attributes and things you're developing is something no one ever does. So that could help. Ooh. Yeah, you're bringing something different to the table. I hear you. You're just like, it's probably not going to happen. But it might. It's probably not. But it might. It probably won't. But maybe. It's frustrating that like a job that you're training to get, you may or may not get. And you're just like, that's frustrating. You deserve to have more certainty. It's general sciences class with a focus on art. That's game dev, right? It's just like such a variety of skills. I love that. I love that about game dev in general. General sciences with a focus on art. That's game dev. That's game dev. Left elbow. I made a change. Yeah, we brought it down. And so now I just kind of want to straighten it out. I think I'm going to do that with the hand. Let me make sure I keyframe these. Come to the hand. Now there you can see it clips with the ground a bit, which isn't great, and I don't want that. So I'm actually, I don't know, because then the alternative is it clips with the character. Now that's kind of just a problem with my model, is that the arms are like way too long. And part of the reason why I made them so long is because this is a weird alien, and it's not supposed to necessarily have human proportions, but this does create a problem, potentially. So, I don't know. I'm thinking if we... It might only clip a little bit. It might not be too bad of a clip, honestly. I'm going to not worry too much about it. And by the way, having the quaternions would make this so much easier. Can you make it bend like it's smacking the floor? Maybe. It sounds hard. Maybe. Let me keyframe these and see what it looks like. Did I keyframe the elbow? I did. Oof, it's going around. Not quite what I want. Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on here. And this is where quaternions would help a lot in avoiding some of these issues. So it's just going around, which isn't that bad. I mean, at least it's kind of avoiding the ground. It's actually sort of hard to tell. Let me make the ground a little larger. Just a little bigger there. So it still kind of clips, just further out. It's a little tricky, isn't it? So this is definitely where things will be challenging. Is getting it to look smooth from one position to another. And then it's like, if I make too many changes, now it's not going to match the poses that it's supposed to have, right? So this is supposed to be the recoil pose. I love that the tree just has a bunch of things that say no imp on it. Yeah. No imps allowed. Yep. That's a reference to Dreams. Dreams is a game on the PlayStation 4 console. It lets you make games. You cannot export them. They stay stuck on that platform, but it's where I did a lot of my first getting interested in game devery at. And Pierogigon is one of the people that I met and got to know on that platform. And the cursor that you use in that game is called an imp. And it looks like a turnip. It's stupid. And it's silly, but unfortunately iconic. And so, yeah, so I have no import written on these to tell Godot not to import these things. This actually won't work because it has the number added on, but the top level says no imp, and so that'll be enough. And so it won't import into Godot from Blender. Meaning through dreams is pretty cool. Yeah. I mean, it was something that was there available to us, and it had a really vibrant community, before it didn't. Especially during the pandemic. Yeah, it was really nice. Yeah, totally. I mean, I learned so much about doing game development with other people. And not even just game development, right? Because it has music tools, art tools, filmmaking tools. And so some people would just make films or just make music and do a lot of cool collaborations. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, really, 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 really cool social opportunity, especially during the pandemic. I don't recommend it to anybody. That time has passed. Understand that you're too late to get the most out of it. Yeah, unfortunately you kind of did miss out at this point. It looks so unique, and people did mind-blowing stuff with it. Yeah, shame it didn't get a PC port or mouse and keyboard support. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's hard to say what happened. It seems like there were shifting priorities behind the scenes, and they kind of got the axe. It got the axe in favor of different things. But in some ways, I'm glad, because at least for me, it gave me the impetus to try other engines that actually allow me to share my work and monetize it and do something real with it besides it just existing in this platform for children. uh, so so and I stopped using it as the uh, company itself, Media Molecule, were clearly not supporting it anymore. They just sort of stopped. They sort of stopped promoting it. They sort of stopped engaging with the community as much. And it was like, yeah, I don't think this is going places anymore. And then they announced that indeed they're stopping updating it. And I was like, well, I guess I made the right choice. So, in a way, I'm glad I've moved on. But socially, it was a really beautiful experience, and it got me to make a lot of friends and get even more interested in game dev than I could have if I had started out this way. So props to that. I feel like people aren't attracted to unique games anymore. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like the indie game dev scene challenges that concept. But I guess it depends on what people you mean. There's still a space for it, but it encourages people to get creative. That's true. And that is true. And so, I mean, I think that's important too to think about is like if you are doing indie games, right? You do kind of end up being a little bit limited because you want to, it becomes something you have to make money. You have to make money, right? So you want to choose a genre that you can somewhat be sure is going to make money. And so you might choose a roguelike. You might choose, a cozy game, right? These established genres that are suitable for indie game devs, and then maybe that limits creativity potentially. Whereas on something like Dreams, people would just kind of do whatever they wanted without worrying about, is this going to be popular? Is this going to make me any money? Because the time investment of doing something like this is a lot greater. And so it becomes more like I have to do something that will actually give me a financial return, or I'm going to like not eat. So maybe I kind of can hear what you're saying in that through that lens. But I think there are some really cool indie games that people are making. A lot of unique stuff too. But it's riskier. It's riskier to do that. Ergi says, I don't think people aren't attracted to unique games. I just think that AAA studios have settled into a formulaic way of making games. That's true. I agree with that. So a lot of people just follow the trends. Yeah. It's safer long-term investment, right? Gamers are like all consumers. They aren't conscious consumers. Well, yeah. I mean, it's hard to be. They'll buy what is easy in the moment. Yeah. You're in love with Hyper Demon. That game made you want to work harder on your solo project. I don't know what that is. I can't pull up any videos or anything because my internet is dookie. But I'll at least pull up the search for it. I like its name. I like its name. What is it? This looks weird. This looks super weird. Is it like on rails or something? This looks wild. Surreal? Awesome. This looks pretty unique. This looks very unique. But then I'm seeing some comparisons here to like Doom or something. Cool. Rogi says, in my research, I actually encountered an academic perspective that said that there aren't proper prescriptive game design theories, which has led to games falling into more and more concrete categories. I feel like I remember you sharing a little bit about this, and so I think what that maybe means is like since there isn't like a guide, like guiding principles to follow for making games, that is to say, it's important that the stamina bar reflects the overall gameplay intentions, or the UI design is tied into this or that. Is that kind of the paper you're talking about, maybe? And so because of that, when something works, it's just like copy that instead of follow these guidelines and plug in whatever you want, but just make sure it follows these guidelines, and then it will be successful. I'm sure I'm butchering it a little bit, but I think maybe kind of that's sort of what you mean. It's the one you shared before. Yeah. That was like reading that like kind of blew my mind. It was a really interesting way of thinking about game dev that I hadn't thought about before. And that is part of the challenge of game dev, is not necessarily having those guides to know how you should approach things. I hate how it's going wide. I could try to fix that with an intermediary keyframe. I would kind of rather avoid it if I can, ideally. So I think what I'm going to do, if I get rid of one of these... Oh, that didn't even do anything. Oh, because we didn't change that one. Wait, which... We're on the elbow? Let's go on the hand. I'm a little confused. So if I wanted to clear this keyframe, it's just not really doing much, is it? No, wait, why is that not, like, making it... I guess I have to actually move it. Okay. What if I just move that up? What does that do? I mean, honestly, that looks a little better. It's very fast. I almost feel like we're gonna need more frames. Can I start at 0? Is that, like, allowed? Let me see in Godot what these other ones do. Oh, it needs to import it. I might need to make more frames, because I know there's also, like, slowing it down or speeding it up, which I might have to do. I'd kind of rather not do it. It's tough because these don't line up right. So this walk 2-2. Oh, this isn't the updated one. So I have to come over here to get the updated one. This is hard. This is definitely a hard task. This is going to take 2 streams. I think this is definitely going to take 2 live streams at this point. For sure. Oh, it is actually putting it on frame 0. I guess. I think. Actually, this can't be the most updated one. This must be not all the way updated yet. That's the only explanation for this. It's interesting that it's adding so many keyframes in here. Considering over here in Blender, I've only added a few. So what if I save it like this? What do we get into Godot? I guess I'm going to need to really do this, is go back and forth between the two and check the differences. This is tricky. This is not easy. This is not easy stuff. I know it. I know it. It keeps replaying this one. Stop doing that. Please stop doing that. I wish it would stop doing that. Whoa. Now that's probably because of the loop, because it's jerking it back. It doesn't look that bad, like going out wide like that, but it's very fast. It's very, very fast. I think we're going to need to put more space in between it, which means I'm going to need probably like 90 frames, right? So let's make this, I'm going to need to select all of these, all the things that we're actually animating. And I'm going to, oh my. Okay, we just going to do one at a time, please. So bring this out to 20, bring this out to 10. Like that. So a little bit slower. And let me see how that imports. It's tricky. It's tricky stuff. You know, I think it might be better if I just get through it and not worry about, oh, this arm's going out too wide. If I just get through it, I can be like, okay, that arm going out too wide looks really bad. Let me go fix it. Dude, I can't believe every time I have to come out here and uncheck this. Why? Maybe I need to save it. That is not the right animation. This one. So then the other alternative is we don't have the arm. Actually, you know what we should do? I should keep the arm not so tight in, and it should just be wide to begin with. So it's like doing this instead of trying to like do this. Because on the other hand, I could just go through and just animate it all, or I could just make sure we're doing the right thing to start with. It's tricky. So left arm. Let's try swinging that elbow out a little wider. Or maybe we want to do the hand, the bend. No. Definitely the elbow. And this is part of where the quaternion makes it tough. Does it just save those positions? Nah. Okay, I didn't think so. Yeah, we have to redo those keyframes. That's what I thought. There is a way to set it like that. If I hit this record button, it'll actually just automatically record the keyframes, so I don't have to keep pressing I or like hitting this keyframe here. It'll just update it. I wasn't sure if I wanted to do that, but now I kind of am. So now you can see this doesn't quite look like that anymore. And in some ways that's okay if it's not perfect. Perfectly the same. It's difficult. There's a lot of dimensions. There's a lot of dimensions to think about. Perspective and all of that. Okay, let's try that. So then I need to update the positions in here. So I would even say, let's redo all of these. I'm just going to get rid of those. And so there we just skipped that entire frame, right? And it's just doing it. It's just blending it itself, which is also an option. You know? Like, but I think the more granularity, probably the better. Especially because it's starting to pass it too soon. And we want that recoil position where it's kind of out. So let me come back down here. This is tricky stuff. This is tricky stuff, man. Come to object. Grab this. Scooch it this way. Come back into pose mode. And we want to get that left arm. Now I'm kind of glad we didn't do the right arm, because I don't have to fix it now. That would have sucked if we had to do both of them. Ugh. So for this one, it's supposed to be up a little higher, but then you can see it starts tucking in too much. And we want it to be sticking out more. So I want it to be higher, but I also want it to be sticking out to the side more. So a little awkward there, because it's coming in so much. It's coming in so much. I mean, I almost think maybe don't put the keyframes here. I think it's going to be easier. I think it's going to be easier. I don't know. Because then it's not going to line up. That's the problem. It's just not going to line up with the run animation. Oh, gosh. It's getting complicated. Let me try that. That's not so bad. That's actually pretty decent. It's obviously very wide, which I don't know how I feel about. You know, we could also make sure that here it stays wide. Even though it's passing on the side. This is so much, dude, having the record on is so much easier. Oh my gosh. Now we do have it clipping with the ground, I think. Or no, it just looks like it is. Oh no, it's not. Okay, okay, we're good, we're good. No clipping. I'm not sure. I'm gonna need to keep doing it. So let's do the other arm. This is tricky stuff. It's tricky stuff. So this is for the passing. So we're not on recoil anymore. We're actually on passing. So I'm gonna hide this, bring this closer. Hop back into pose mode. Now I probably want to go wider for this as well. Oh, that does not... that does not bend in well. That's okay, because that should be handled more by the hand itself. I'm still not sure if I want to make sure I do keyframes for the axes that I'm not animating. I'm still not sure about that. Because when I do it this way with the recording it manually, it doesn't, you know, do the ones that I'm not using. And I almost like that. Like maybe I want it that way. Okay, they were clipping for sure. Okay, let's see what that's like. I mean, yeah, I kind of need to change the right arm position now. Because it's so close. And it doesn't match the other side. Which just ain't right. Yeah, this is difficult. Let's change that hand position a little bit. So much easier not having to apply each keyframe. Oh my goodness. I'm not loving how wide the arm comes out. I do not like it. I don't like it. On the left. I strongly dislike it. Maybe we can compromise a little bit here. Hopefully. Oh, I hate how one arm does it and the other doesn't. I mean, it could arguably be like there's an element of personality in there. And on the right side, we're not actually, I guess I need to add, so I guess now I really do want to add some control to the keyframes in the middle, which Rogi was saying it would be easier later. And you know what? You were right. And I knew you might be right. But now I see. I mean, it doesn't really make it harder now at all, but still, I think in the future, I'll make sure I do keyframe it anyway. And so this is the way it's going to look in the game, is from behind. You know, the side is just kind of helping me make sure I'm moving them where they should go. But this view from behind is really how it's going to look in the game. And so I think that makes it kind of the most definitive thing to look at and follow. Gosh, that just looks so weird. Can we push this down, this hand? It's kicking out a little further than I really want it to. There's just something so stiff about the right one versus the left one, even though they're both kind of coming down to the same spot. So maybe it's fine, and then we just need to do more. I think this is fine. I think this makes a lot of sense, and I think this is fine. I mean, yeah, let's just keep going. So we're doing every 10 frames now. So let's go to, oh, we need to do the legs. We did the arms, we gotta do the legs on the passing. Now in the passing, that's what the pass actually is the one leg passing the other leg. So what we were doing is the right leg is coming forward, the left leg is coming back. So we want to pick up the right leg, or the right leg is still picked up. We want to tuck in the right leg so it's about to step in the front. And we're doing the leg and the foot. So that's the left leg. Let me do the right leg first. So we want to bring it up close. And then the foot kind of tucks in a little more than it was. It's up in the air. And then the left leg, which is in the back, needs to balance the body in the center. And the thing is we want that to be flat with the ground, which is a little tricky. So I think on passing, we do want this to go higher. I think I need to move the armature up a little bit. So if I come to the foot, I can flatten it out a bit, but I'm going to take the armature and I'm going to push it up. Now, then a question becomes, do I want to do that at the different frames? I think I do. So actually, I want to make sure that at 10, we drop a keyframe in there. Oh, that's 9. At 10, drop a keyframe in there. And then at 20, I want to push it up so it's not clipping through the ground. So like right there. It's a little weird because, you know, it's like going high before we get to the high section. But, you know, I think the leg is what's high, not necessarily the head. Okay. So there's the legs. I think that's pretty much that. Well, then there's the difference between the left and the right foot. So it's just kind of angled a little differently, like a little bit. The knee is sort of less bent. I don't know how applicable that is to what we're doing with this weird body, but leg left versus foot. Oh, we got to click on the icons. That's confusing. Leg left, foot. So these are actually at default. These are just at the starting spot at this point. I think that's fine. I think that's a good spot. All right, next one, right? Yes. Next one at 30. And this one's going to be the high. So let me move my reference over. So we're just looking at that. Come back to our limbs, hop into pose mode. And let's start with that right leg. So the right leg is currently, the foot is sticking back. The leg is kind of in the middle. And this time we want to bring that leg up much higher. Hi, kitty cat. Oh, the cat has arrived. Oh dear. The cat is always intent on distracting me. He's a big cuddler. He loves to cuddle. And this is Cuddle O'Clock. This is Cuddle O'Clock. Cats are very consistent in their timing of things. Hey, buddy. Welcome. Yeah, I recommend you come over here. But I know you wanna come over here. So, hi. I know what you're gonna do. You're gonna start pawing at my keyboard. Hey, buddy. Yes, I love you. I love you so much. How have you been? Honestly, this goes better for everybody if I just give him the attention now. Hello. Meow, indeed. I need like a setting that moves the camera up. Yeah. Hi, buddy. I love you. He's a good dude. He does look like that cat. Oh my gosh. He looks just like that cat. Hello. Kind of. Sort of. Similar color pattern. Maybe not in the same places. Is that enough attention? He's down here. He is down here. Can you distract him? All right. That's okay. It just is what it is. The cutie's name is Travi. Okay, buddy. Come here. Come here. Hello. I love you so much. His name is Travi. The reason why his name is Travi, he was a stray. He just showed up at our backyard one day. And, yeah, you want to get down? He showed up in our backyard one day. And so we posted a picture of him in like a community group. And they said that his name, the locals call him Traveler because he travels from house to house looking for food, attention, things like that. And so, you know, we tried to see if anybody was willing to claim him. They weren't. So we took him in and kept him in our house. And since his traveling days are over, but I wanted to honor the name that he had, I named him Travi. So he's not traveling anymore, but he still keeps a little bit of that. So yeah, looks like that was enough attention for now. But he's probably gonna come back in. And it makes sense that he traveled so much because he loves attention and he loves food and he loves attention. So he has a lot that he wants from humans. So it doesn't surprise me that he goes out and seeks it out. So he travels around the house looking for attention. So I guess his traveling days aren't all the way over. He's a good boy. Unfortunately, I don't have like a door in my studio, so he can just come in here. Oh, I think he gave up. I love it. Look, I love him. I give him all the attention in the world when I'm not working. Okay, so we're doing this next frame. The foot is moving a little bit more up. That looks great. That looks super good to me. We could maybe go even higher, but I think this will work for now. Let's move on to the back leg, which is doing quite a lot. The back leg is really changing here. And then you can see that the foot kind of like should be almost bent. That'll be a little tricky. Because our foot doesn't really bend that way. But we could sort of approximate it, maybe. And so there, it's probably clipping with the ground just ever so slightly. It's kind of hard to tell which way would be better, back or forward. How much is it clipping for real, though? It's really hard to tell from these two angles. A little bit. Yeah, that's clipping. So then what we could also do is lift up the armature a bit. I think I'd kind of like to do that. Let's push up the armature just a tad. Just a little bit. So then we'll get that little push up. Look at that. Oh, it looks good. I like it. Okay. Now for the arms. The left arm is kind of just at the side. Oh, we're still in the armature. Let's come back here. Okay, just making sure that I didn't mess up that animation there. We want to do the elbow. So that's doing some stuff we don't want. That's doing some stuff we don't want. So it'll be a little tricky, especially to keep that wideness, but we'll get there. Having the quaternion would potentially make this easier, but we must not. Nice. That looks good. Good, good. And then the other arm. The right arm, we want to be just a little bit back. Not a lot, just a little bit back. Enough. That could be satisfactory, just like that. I would say we do kind of want the hand to be bent a little less. But then if we do it too much, it's going to clip with the ground. So I gotta be a little careful there. I think it's a little weird the way it kind of like fans out. It's kind of like doing this. So I might not want to keep that. I'm going to leave it for now, but I have a feeling I might want to change that later. So we'll say that's that. Moving on to the next one. See, we're cruising. We're getting there. We're getting a workflow here. Might get this done yet, actually. Hop into object mode. Scooch this down. Contact. All right, so we've looped back around to contact, except it's the other leg that's contacting. The run will be more difficult since I don't have it facing both ways. That's okay. And arguably, I can loop it before we finish this whole thing. Right? I don't know if you should do that, Liz. Yeah, I don't think you should. I don't think that's a good idea. So... Wait. Okay, so the right arm is a little further back. The left arm's a little further forward. But the big difference, too, is that we're going to be lower. So we're actually coming back down from being up high. So I would say maybe we could go to the passing height. Could be good. So I'm actually going to start with the height. So the armature. Here it's on the Z. It's at 0.03 there. I think I'm going to want it at negative 0.01. And then when we get back to the start, it's a little confusing there. I guess it gets down to negative 0.1 is our starting spot. It's negative 0.1. So we'll do that for the recoil. And then it will kind of look like it goes down, probably. So we're coming down a bit on the contact. Oh, he's back. I knew he'd be back. I was like, that was not enough attention for him. I might need to distract him. Hey, buddy, welcome back. Good to see you. Are you here to nibble on my fingers because I'm using a keyboard instead of your face? You want me to use your face as a keyboard? That's ridiculous, buddy. That's ridiculous. It can't work that way. He's like, I want to be on your lap. And my lap isn't good for you right now, though. Oh, man. Same time of day. Every stream. Yep. You know, some people have like a cat cam, right? Because their cats will like sit in a certain spot every time. Unfortunately, where he wants to sit is on top. So it's like... Can't really enjoy the fun of a cat cam. Because this is where he's going to be. Oh, it's so far away. My vision is so bad. Hi, I love you. Yes, you're a big cuddler. You're a big cuddler, aren't you? And then he's going to start playing with my hair. Because he thinks my hair looks fun to play with. Yeah. That's our boy. He wants to spread out more, but there's not enough room to spread out. I can't hold you up. I can't hold you up. I gotta use my keyboard. He's like, I don't understand. Like, you don't want to just, like, cuddle with me only? Alright, so for the contact, we want to bring... Let's bring the right arm back a bit. Oh, you're a sweet boy. You're such a sweet boy. In the most selfish way possible. Bless his heart. So bring this back a little. I don't know that I really want to change the hand that much. I do like changing things a little bit. I feel like it just makes it look a little better if a little something changes. Is that correct? Is that going the right way? No, it should be going back. It's going forward. We need it to go back more. That is incorrect. We want it to pull back. See, then it starts bowing outward, which is the tricky part. Is getting it to go back without bowing it out too far. Oh, you got an itchy ear? Oh, he's got an itchy ear. Oh, buddy. Oh. Can I clean out your ear for you later? Can I clean it out for you later? I'm so sorry. What's going on in here? Oh. Oh. He's rubbing his mouth on my face. Look at all these, this like keyframe cluster. That looks a little messy. You're grooming on me now? Okay. Oh, I see. I must have skipped ahead on accident. Oh, jeez. This is why it's not ideal to work with a cat in your lap. Because we make all kinds of mistakes. Oh, jeez. Alright, we gotta do that over. I was like, what is going on with these keyframes? It don't look right. Bring it out a bit. And then we need to tuck that in maybe. So it's not going back much, but at least it's going back a little bit. That right arm. See if I can push that down without it clipping. It's clipping a little bit. It's probably about as close as we're gonna get it. So that gives a little animation, so it looks like something is happening between those two. It's a little weird, but that's okay. And then for the other arm, our left arm. Yeah. Oh, what's up, buddy? It's not good enough? You want to play with my hair? You know mommy doesn't like it when you play with my hair. Oh my gosh. Dude, there's cat hair all over me. There's so much cat hair on me now. Ow. You're scratching me. You're scratching me. It's all pretty annoying. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. You know, I don't know if he just, like, he wasn't properly weaned, right? Like, he seems like he didn't have the right, he wasn't raised right. He wasn't raised, like, with, you know, a mother's touch or something. Because he's just, like, he's so desperate to cuddle. He's so desperate to cuddle. You have 8 cats. Maintenance is too high. I have to buy a Roomba, but I vacuum every day. Yeah, we have to vacuum all the time. Oh, he's playing with my hair. He's playing with my hair. Wow. 8 cats. Dang. Stop. It's not a toy. It's not a toy. He's like, but it looks fun. I don't understand. It looks fun. All the toys are upstairs. So stop. Okay, buddy. I'm gonna reject you. No, you can't. You can't play with my hair. You can't do it. 8 cats. Dang. Dang. That's a beautiful thing. Cats deserve all that love. It's just like cat hair flying everywhere. Oh my god. All right, buddy. You've worn out your welcome. I love you. I love you. I love you so much. But you gotta go. You gotta go. Oh my gosh. I'm so covered in cat hair. Oh my gosh. Okay, he's walking away for now. I think he has decided that that was enough love. Oh my gosh. I'm covered in cat hair. It's everywhere. Oh well. I hate it. Can you see all this cat hair on me? Look at all this cat hair. Everywhere. I need a lint roller. I gotta get up. No, I don't know. If I get up, it might make him follow me again. I think I just have to. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm allergic to cat hair also. Oh, man. So, I don't know. I don't know. What it is certainly is. Now I'm just covered in cat hair. Yeah, he's a big shedder. He's a huge shedder. When we first got him, when he first came in from outside, he had very short hair. But the longer he's been inside, the longer his hair has been getting. And I noticed this with our other cat, which we also took in from outside. That, I guess, just not being in survival mode all the time allows them to just grow their hair out all luxurious and beautiful. But then they shed. 8 cats is admirable, though. Admirable. They deserve a good home, and I'm glad that they have a home with you. Okay, so I didn't undo these, did I? It's such a small amount back. It's tough, but I love them. Yeah. That's it. That's it, you know? It's my kingdom. You know, having that many pets, or having any pets, you know, they sort of demand that you love them. It's a great, if you ever like doubt your capacity to like take care of things or like handle things, I think getting a pet like a cat or a dog is a great way to like dissuade you of that notion, because I don't know, they at least in me, they trigger something deep, and I'm like, okay, all right, I'll scoop your litter box every day. I'll do it. You know what? I'll put your poop into my hand, not literally. I will pick up your poop and I will put it somewhere else. I will do it. I must do it because I love you. I can't believe I'm doing this, but I love you too much not to. Okay, so we get to that contact point with the arms, and then the legs we need to change. We're going down lower, which is good. You know what I mean? It just like happens. You just like realize you have to do it. So I think between those two, this back leg goes out further. Now this one comes down, so that's kind of the biggest thing, is the right leg is coming all the way down. So let's do that. So we kind of need to unfold it. I'm just going to put this at 0. And then bring the right leg down a bunch. Now, we're not touching the ground yet. In this drawing, it is touching the ground. So I might, again, this is a drawing that isn't actually animated, so it's hard to say whether it makes all the sense. So I say we just kind of allow it to be floating a little bit, and it's fine. It's like not a big deal. I mean, it's hard because then like actually angling this so it is angled and the heel is touching the ground without bringing the character down too far. It's very difficult. So I'm just going to leave it like this. I think this is fine. And then let's see what that kind of looks like. Oh yeah, it looks good. It looks good. And then for the back leg on the left, I want to bend it a little more potentially. Well, we just want to make sure it's not clipping through the ground. But that foot, in theory, or that knee, kind of has a little more bend to it. It doesn't really have to be super perfect in that way. But maybe we could do it enough like that. Oh, he's coming back. He's coming back. Oh, he's not. Oh, good. My partner's coming home. So they can keep him distracted. He's like, oh, their mommy isn't playing with me. That back leg sure is hanging out. It's not moving a lot. But then again, it doesn't. Between the high and the contact, it really doesn't move a lot. So I think we're okay. All right, I think that stage is done. Next one, frame 50. Kind of curious to see what it looks like. It's not gonna be a complete thing. It doesn't look bad. It doesn't look all that bad. I still feel a little weird with how like far out this one is, this arm. So I might want to fix that later. Hopefully that won't cause issues, but we'll find out. So drag this up to 50. And then I'm gonna close that one, scooch it all forward. Keep on keeping on. This is the workflow. Back into pose mode. And we're doing recoil. So we want to be lower. So I'm going to bring the armature down to 0.1, negative 0.1? Negative 0.1 is what we want to bring it down to. There we go. So it comes down a little bit. Now that front leg is not kicked out as much. It's a little bit bent, presumably bringing in that movement down. And then the back leg is going to kick out. In this case, the left leg. So let's bring down the right leg. It's a little hard to see here. A little hard to see with that hand in the way. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that arm so it's out of my way. Okay, right arm. Bring it back, but we want to make sure it's still kind of out to the side. A little tricky. Did that move? No, it went in. We actually want it to go out, but it's going in there. The top part doesn't move a whole lot. The top part of the arm, the shoulder. So we don't really need that to move all that much. I would even say we could put this back to the way it was. And potentially just do the hand bending back a little more. It's tricky because then there's the problem of it clipping. So then it just like pushes out a bunch, which isn't great. Not awesome, truth be told. Yeah, part of what makes this so hard is how irregularly this character is designed. For sure. That is definitely an issue. Is this the furthest back that it goes? It is. So we can kind of push it a little far. This is the furthest back that the arm goes in the walk cycle. And then maybe we can center that hand a little better. Hopefully without too much clipping happening. Sorta. So this is the other problem, is if I do this y-axis, it kind of twists around in a way that doesn't make sense. So I'd kind of like to avoid doing that y-axis, especially since I haven't been animating it. There's some weird movements here. Like here how it goes in and then it comes back out. You see that on the right arm up here? It's in, it goes out, it comes in, and then it goes back out. I feel like that looks weird. I feel like it shouldn't come in. It's really weird because you can see it happening in between here, which is very unsatisfying. I think quaternions would help resolve this, but we have to avoid quaternions. I'm also noticing that the quaternion is set to 1.1, which is very incorrect. Oh my goodness. But please don't keyframe it. Okay. It's only a little scary. That might actually be causing it to go weird. Maybe. It's kind of hard to tell. Let me kick it out more. There. So at least it stays that way. I mean, I'd almost think that like right here, I'd want it to be out more. That looks a little better. But it's weird. I mean, and it's always been weird. I mean, even if we look at the walk cycle that we originally have. But of course, the original walk cycle arguably has some problems in it that we're trying to avoid. I mean, this appears to go out to the side as well. So I don't know. It might be fine. Sometimes it's just hard to tell with perspective. Something about it feels wrong to me, especially since the left one is so like this, and then the right one is kind of like this. I don't know. It's weird. Almost like the elbow needs to be out further. Just so it matches the other side a little better. Yeah, it's tedious. And it's hard too, since I don't have the full animation finished. You know, I can't really tell if it feels like it looks wrong. I think I should leave some of this alone for now. And save changing this for if it looks weird later. So we're just going to go with this for now. So we're doing the recoil. Oh, I like how Dude, I didn't even notice that I've been animating. I did not even notice that I've been animating the reference in the background. That's actually awesome. What? That's actually pretty useful. I did not notice that. Wow. Well, I mean, while we're doing that, I mean, I might as well, we might as well just lean into it and do this one as well. Because then we'll be able to, like, kind of see it going all the way across at each stage. It's, like, kind of cool. Very unintentional, but still cool. Wow. It's kind of weird. All right. Wild. Not an unhappy accident. Okay, so we've only done that one arm and the leg. We've done the right arm and right leg, and we're coming down for that recoil. But we still got to do the left side before this is sorted out. So, hop into ye ol' pose mode. Left arm. So this one kind of comes this way a little bit. Compared to the contact, it's not that different. It looks like it's sticking out a little further, but it's pretty much the same. So we're going to do as little as we have to. And I'll rotate it a little bit, but for the most part, we'll keep it the same. I'll make a slight change here, but we don't need much. All right, and then for the leg, we want to bring that up in the air and bend it a little more inward, or it's kind of like flat. So that's the left side. I'm actually going to do the knee first, because we kind of want that. That's a little tricky. I think that's kind of fine, actually. I don't know if we want to go too far. All right. I think that looks okay. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, I will say that contact, it really prefers the other side. Let's get the next right. It's hard to judge it without all of it done yet. All right, moving on to the next one. We are apparently animating this over. I'm not even mad. And so we're doing another passing. Hide this frame. Hop back into pose mode. It's tough, and you know, at some point you have to ask, is it better just to pull out a Mixamo animation? I think because this character's body is so weird, I think we would have to make changes to that anyway. But if you can avoid doing this, you should. I will say. Okay, so we're on the left arm right now. We need them to go at the sides. So I'm going to bring it in. We don't want it to be too close to the body, which it really, really is. Very much so. Why? Let me pull, I gotta pull the hand down. Sometimes I gotta start with the other part. Can I just reset these to 0? I feel like that's gonna be easier if I just put these at 0. Yeah. And so this needs to be at the side. And then we can maybe bend this in. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, I could copy paste it. So this is a different, let's see. Is this the same contact that we started with? So this is the other one, right? But the passing is almost the same. At least with the arms, the passing is pretty much the same. So we could copy and paste the arms. Do the copy paste pose from the first frame to the last. Let's say 30 frames, then 20, I paste the post flipped. Then work the interval pose with weight and contact. Did I understand that? But it sounds like you're saying just grab the arm position from this one and put it in this one. Yeah, we could do that. While I think about that, I'm going to take a trip to the loo. I got to use the loo. It'll just take me a second. It's all this invisible tea that I've been drinking. It's real tea. Yeah, we could do copy and paste. I haven't actually done copy and paste. I'm sure it's quite easy. Technically, I haven't done it. So let me be right back. And then I'll try that. Because the frame that was in is this one. Dude, it's so helpful to have these labels here. This makes it so much easier. It's this one. And so I could easily grab these arm positions and just paste them over. So let's try to do that. I'll be right back. I gotta use the loo. little copy and paste time. And so it sounds like you're saying too, like to just loop it and not animate all the next ones. Which I could do. I mean, this always kind of hurts my brain to figure out. But I think before, I did something like that. For the old walk animation. And basically at the passing is where I looped it. There's one passing. There's the second passing. And then it just loops back to the beginning. And here we've done one passing. We're on the second passing. I kind of want to see it all the way through. Maybe that's a mistake on my part. And then just make sure that the last one is the same. And part of that, for me, is to just make sure the walk and run are the same at every point. I'm not saying you aren't saying to do that. I'm only a little confused by what you're saying. But I'll definitely copy those arms at least. All right. I'm emptied out, I'm snacked up. Let's do this. So I haven't done copying and pasting, but how hard can it be? So this is where the pass is. I only want the elbow left, hand left. What if I just click them all? Arm right, or not arm right, elbow right, hand right. Well, let's try that again. Grab just these. Maybe if I copy it here like this. Copy, nice. So I've copied those. Can you copy them here too? We can. Come to the one that we're on. I believe I started doing these over here. Maybe not. Looks like a little bit. So let's just get rid of them. Paste them all on. Nice. Nice. The copy and paste was pretty good. Now it comes out of the last one. No, it doesn't look bad. It looks good. That looks pretty good. Yes, copying and pasting. And the legs are in different positions. So I think I'll do those manually, but it would be kind of nice. I could like adjust the like way that it's weighted. I'm going to try to do it without copying and pasting it, but I might change my mind. I might change my mind. Did we go up on the armature with the last passing? I don't remember. So with contact, it was at -0.1. Yeah, by passing, it was at -0.01. Right, and then by high, it was at 0.03. On contact, it came down to negative, this contact, it came down to negative 0.01. And then for this recoil, it went down to negative 0.1. Oh, so our armature position should be fine here. We're good with the armature position. Oh, but we're on 60 now. I see. And so the passing last time was at negative 0.01. So I guess we might want to do that. We might want to push the armature up to negative 0.01. Animation and looping can be tricky. I always end up deleting all frames except 0, which I always make my reference pose for transition and work from scratch. You have some good techniques here. It's interesting. It's all so hard for me to wrap my head around. I can barely even understand like how to wrap my head around your process. It's just it's like, and that's why I have so many things set up here. So many like the images in the back and the different views and locking everything, because I really get so confused so easily doing this. I just do. I can't even. I like can't even fathom what you mean. I almost can, but I'm just like, it just makes my brain like do a. Deleting all your frames except 0. But you always make your reference pose for transition and work from scratch. I just can't. I just can't. I'm trying, but I can't. So we go up a little bit for the passing here. That makes sense. We're coming out of the recoil. We've done the arms, which we pasted from the earlier passing, and now we need to get the legs. So the leg on the right is going to actually almost completely switch to the front from the back. So it was back here, and now it's going to come to the front. It might actually be helpful to paste this on here. I don't know. We'll see. That's the left leg. Bring it forward. And we want to bring that up way higher, so I'm going to kick that knee up. Oh, geez. Oh, I guess we want it to be nice and bent. And honestly, this leg is just built weird. I will say, it's kind of like rotated inward a little bit. I haven't done a lot. I don't know if I've done anything on the X and Y. Or the X and Z. I've only been doing the Y. So I think we'll just embrace that and just be okay with it. So there it's coming forward. I think that looks good enough. I really don't want to overthink it. We'll say that's good enough. And then for the right leg, we want to pull it back. Oh, nice. That lines up really well. And it's already like lined up with the ground. Hell yeah. I kind of want it to be in between. This is going between, whoops. Oh, it was going between negative 0.13 and negative 0.23. Oh, it would super be cool. Swag bag, I would love that. Make a tiny video to showcase better in a bit and share it on Discord. Yeah, I would love that. Maybe in dev discussion? I don't know, whatever you want. You can put it wherever you want. I mean, you know. But that could be one place. It's tough. It's tough to know where to put things. But I would love, or video even, I would love to watch that. I would love to watch that. I appreciate it, truly. Thank you. Because this isn't the last time I'm going to be animating something, or a walk cycle for that matter. So it's honestly one of the best ways that I can understand things is watching a video. So thank you. I can't watch it now because of my crappy internet, but at the very least I can watch it later. Why is there a gap here? Did we not make a keyframe for this step? I didn't keyframe this on the recoil. That was an oopsie. That was an oopsie. And that seems okay. So the last time I did it was on the contact. I definitely meant to do that on the recoil. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to undo this keyframe. I don't know how that happened, especially since it's in a different position. Forgot. I mean, I thought it was recording it, but I guess it wasn't. Okay, hit that keyframe. Add one. Wait, it's still going forward? It's confusing. I don't understand how it's animating. Wait, but it's in the same spot. What are we on? We're on leg right on the Y. So that's not changing? This is chaos. .17. 0.17. 0.17. So the only thing we're moving is the foot? No, but there's no keyframes here. All right, what the hell's going on? Am I looking on the wrong leg? I must be looking on the wrong leg. That's what it is. I'm looking at the wrong leg. Man, I was so confused. I was so confused. Okay. All right. I see. I get it now. Wrong leg. Wrong leg. All right, just a minor do-over. That's okay. Oh gosh, it all gets so confusing. It all gets so very confusing. So then what was it supposed to be on the recoil? Different. It was supposed to be different. I just didn't do any keyframes for this. I don't know what happened. I lost the keyframe somehow, so we got to redo the recoil keyframes. Oh well. It's actually kind of nice once you animate it because I don't have to move it every time. It's just already in the right spot, which is kind of nice. It's actually pretty nice. Or who knows, maybe I completely forgot to do it and I forgot that I forgot to do it. I don't know anymore. So the other foot isn't doing anything. We want it to be bent a little bit. Technically so it's flat. And is the armature moving up and down? It is. Okay, just making sure. And then for the leg itself, we want to pull it up a bit. Like that. Okay. So now it actually recoils. Looks really good. I love it. And then for the passing, I almost want to just animate this at every frame. The thing in the background. I kind of want to like do that like already because then I don't have to think about it anymore. I don't have to keep going back and forth. I'm just going to do that. We just have to make sure we do it at the right intervals. So 70 right here. Move this back to like there. It's going to be a little different for the bottom since there's like, so maybe I'll move it like that. Come to 80. I love how this moves with us. I just love it. And I guess 90 just doesn't change? I don't know. I don't want to think about it. It's going to twist my brain up some more. I got time for no brain twists. Come back to pose mode. And we're doing passing, but we finished the recoil over here. Yeah. Let me look at the leg. The left leg is good on passing. We brought that in. We got the left and right arms. It's just the right leg that we need to do for the passing. So the right leg... Oh, it's tricky because the hand is covering up some stuff. Let's do the foot first. I'm just going to bring it down to 0. That right leg is kind of just in the back. I don't think we shouldn't have to do much here. Other than just kick this back. Oh yeah, it looks great. It looks great. I love it. It looks fantastic. Done. Good. Good, good, good. Okay. 70. Next one. High. It's high time. And then for this one, we want to push it up a little further. I think it's 0.03 on the armature. Negative 0.03 is what we've been doing. So I'll do that. That didn't do anything. Oh, that brings it down. Just kidding. We want to go up. So I guess I want it to be negative 0.1. Wait, that's down. Wait. That's down. Or is it's negative 0.3? No, what is it? Wait. But that's going down. I thought on the last high, the way we were doing it. Oh, it's 0.03. It's not negative. It's 0.03. Okay, my bad. My bad, my bad, my bad. 0.03. Does that mean this negative 0.01 is wrong? And that should be just 0.01? Is that what that means? No, it doesn't. It's just confusing like that. Okay. All right, understood. Understood. Okay, so now it's pushing up, which is what we want. And I want it to have the left leg be kicking all the way up. Proper march of a switch. And we actually want that foot bent pretty well. It's a little extreme. It feels all a little extreme, but that's okay. It looks good. It looks fine. It looks fine. Sorry, I'm just messing with one of my lights. It's an old TV screen. And it's finicky. Okay. And then the right leg is just going to kick out further back and be a nice straight leg, which I feel like we're kind of already, yeah, it's already a straight leg. That's fine. Just kick it out further like that. That works for me. And then for the arm, we want to bring that right arm forward from the side. Arm right here, or elbow right. This is where it gets weird because it needs to be like out, but not out. So I really got to look at that one above my head there. Now we don't want this to march up as much as it does for the contact, so we kind of want that arm out a little more straight. Perhaps. So yeah, a bit like that. Looks good, like it's reaching out. And then we want that left arm to come back a little bit. Just a little, just peeking out a little bit behind the back. Now that's bowing out to the side. So there it comes out a little bit. Let's bring that hand in, I guess. See what that's like. Yeah. Looks good. And then finally, the contacts that we started with. So now it should loop back. I'm a little confused that we aren't at 90. I guess I need to end it at 80. We did 10 frames between everything. Contact 10. Recoil 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess because it's repeated. No, but 9. I guess I wasn't considering. Okay, so yeah, actually 80 is our last one. It's 80 that's our last one. My mistake. Because we start at 0. We actually start at 1. I don't know how I feel about that we're starting at 1 and not 0. But that's what it is. Like, I almost feel like I should make this 81 so it's even. I don't know. I don't know. It just, like, just feels like it'll be correcter. At that point, why not start at 0? I don't know, because it defaulted to 1, I think. And I don't want to argue with default. Okay, so this seems okay. So then we get to high, and then finally we want the same thing that we start with. Right? So I'll just grab on all of these. We want elbow, hand, leg, not thigh, leg, foot, and then I'm going to copy all those keyframes here. Yeah, and I would even say the armature. Yep, the armature as well. Give me all of those. Oh, we don't have the last foot on the right. Doesn't have a keyframe. Oh, and this doesn't either. Let me make sure everything has a keyframe. I don't know. I want it all to have a keyframe. Now that I'm looking at it in its entirety, I kind of want to make sure there's a keyframe everywhere, even if it's the same keyframe. But it's not going to be, so I need to fix that. Yeah, I want to fix that before we copy it. Yeah, just do. So the hand left here, this is going between contact, or between high and recoil via contact. And so on this one, it should just pump out a little bit. The hand, right, we didn't change the hand position much at all. This is on the right that we're looking at. Left. This is the left one. So I would say we could just pop a keyframe in there. Which axis is that on? The X and the Y. We didn't do anything on the X or the Y. And if that looks weird, we can always change it. Oh, that was the Z. Oh, it looks like we need to do the Z as well. Really? Oh, so there's a lot of inconsistencies here. I don't feel good about that. I don't feel good about that. I mean, are we even changing this? I don't think we are, because see how it's a straight line? This got this like orange line. That means that nothing is changing between these keyframes. I don't know. I don't know. I just want to like, I just want to make sure it's all kind of the same. It's a little maybe unnecessary. But why have keyframes doing something if we're not going to use them? You know? Which means we could even lock this down if I wanted to further signal to myself that we're not going to bother with it. See, then it's just gone. I like that. I like that. One less thing. One less thing to be in there if we're not going to bother using it anyway. So then I'm just going to put where it is. It looks fine. If it doesn't look fine, we can always fix it. No problem. Right here, we'll just give it an X. looks like on the first one, oh, that's the first armature position. We didn't give it like a default starting point. I mean, if that's coming from contact, because every other one moves. But this is between contact and contact, so I kind of feel like it should be the same. What does this look like? Is this looping? We still have to do the last contact phase. We still have to do the last contact phase. It's a little confusing. Let's not mess with that until we start looping it. I don't know. It's a little overwhelming tying it together, but we'll get there. Coming back to the bones. So here we've got like ones that are missed. Doesn't look like we do the Y at all. So I'm just going to remove all of these. Don't need them, don't want them. Not going to use it. Get it out of there. And let's just drop one on here so it's not empty. I don't know. I just want it to not be empty. That's what I want. Okay. Come to this hand. That looks good. Come to this elbow. Oh, let me check on this Y. Make sure. Yeah, so we don't have a Y there. Come to the elbow. Let's get rid of the Y. Lock it down. Just from a symbolic standpoint. X and Z, that's all filled out. Hand right. Expand it. Get rid of the Y. They're all filled out. Lock it. Come to the left leg. We do animate that. Expand it. The Y is the main thing we do, and the X and the Z we don't use. So we're not using those at all. So I'm going to say get rid of them. Get them out of here. Lock them down. And maybe that'll change, you know, but for now I'm going to lock it down. All right, it's done all the way across. Thigh. We don't animate that. The foot. Expand it. Looks like we're missing something here. This one, we don't do the X or the Y. So I'll get rid of those. Lock them down. And then we're missing a Z here, so let's just pop it in. Coming to the leg right. I want to be very systematic about it. I do. It's arguably overly systematic, but I don't know. It's the way I want. It's the way I want to approach it. I want to feel like I understand everything that's happening. This looks good. Come to the foot here. Expand that. Get rid of these. Oh, maybe I didn't lock them down. Let me come back to the leg. Lock them down. And then the foot. Lock these down. And then at the end here, add a keyframe. Okay. All right, so that should be fine. And then we want to grab, so I'm going to select all of those. Elbow, hand, leg, foot. Let's collapse these. And then I'm going to copy all of the first ones, the contact, all of these. Let me make sure I've got it all visible. So you only need to worry about these green ones here, or this section, with starts with elbow left. Grab all these keyframes. I guess I could just like copy this. That would select all of them anyway. So I could just do that. That'd be fine. Let's just do that. Control C. Come to 80. Paste it. Oh, if you do 81, it's going to be a little off. It all doesn't make a lot of sense. That's okay. Okay, so now it should be a full loop, in theory. The armature position is different, for one. Let me hide the background. And then I don't know... exactly, like, I don't know if just the loop is, like... should it look... it's a very slow walk. I'll tell you that right now. It's very slow. Definitely looks a little off in the loop. At least that's because of the armature height. So let's fix that. So that's the same. I don't know. I don't know how good the loop should look in Blender. I guess it should probably look good. I feel like it should probably look pretty good. Would be my guess. Where... why is it not appearing in the list anymore? Oh, because I'm scrolled down. That was confusing. Okay, there it is. So here we don't change it between these. I feel like the problem is, I think we need to make it shorter, right? Probably. Come to the last one, paste that in. Yeah, okay, that looks much better. It's just a little long. So we kind of want to grab all the places that are keyframed. What if I just select all? Will that be sufficient? I believe it will. And then if I grab all of these, let me just move it in a bit. Well, I don't really want that to be shorter, you know? Let's end it at 80. Like, I guess it's fine. It's not the smoothest blend. I kind of want to see what it looks like in Godot. It's a very slow walk. I'm not thrilled with the speed. I think that some of these stages need to be faster, namely the ones where we come down, where we go up and down. I think those need to happen more quickly. So we can't just space it out perfectly, and we're going to need to make sure that the run kind of imitates that. So the positions are the same. I feel a little complicated about it. Let's bring it into Godot. Let's bring it into Godot. There's some things I feel about it. I feel some things about it. But it's not going to be perfect the first time. It's just not. And I know, you know, they say, oh, just speed it up. Just speed it up. I don't know, man. I don't like that. I want the frames to be what they're supposed to be. Maybe that's a me problem. What? I don't know what this run v walk. Oh, so we'll save it. I don't know what this one is. But it will save it even if we don't do the fake user thing. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that. I don't know how up to date it'll be, but we don't need that anyway. Walk 2-2. Wow. It's so weird that it imports this way. It looks so weird. And we still got keyframes on the thighs. What? Why? I don't see any keyframes. How are there still keyframes on the thighs? I don't understand. Maybe it just like doesn't remove them in Godot. Like once they were there once, they don't get removed. Because there's nothing on here. So, I mean, I would kind of like to trash these. Okay, so let me see what this looks like in here. Very slow. Oh my goodness. Oh, but it loops good. That loop looks not bad at all. I don't know why. There we go. Oh, that loop looks great. I don't know why that looks better here than it did in Blender, but it does. Maybe like having that like reference in the background was making it much more confusing. It's too slow, but it looks good. Ooh. All right. Thank goodness. I'm just kind of approximating the camera position. It's all right. You know, I still feel kind of weird with how far the left arm especially is going out really far. And the speed is way too slow. But it's not bad. And I don't even know, like, I guess we could speed it up in code. Maybe in the animation tree. But I don't know of anywhere to speed it up in here, unless one of these group tracks, filter, Bezier versus track. I don't know. This is just the length. So this looks pretty good to me though. So I think what I'm gonna do is start nudging things around over here in Blender until the timing looks a little bit more natural. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Because it doesn't look that natural right now. And it's important to set this up before doing the run because I'm going to need to line them up with each other. So I need to decide on the positions that they're going to be at. Perfect intervals is not going to work. Okay, so I need a little more space down here. Okay, that looks like all of it. What's going on here? Head? Head? No, we don't need to animate the head. What? No, thank you. Oh, I guess I forgot to lock this one down. It was like collapsed. Okay. Good, good, good. Clean, clean. So, I would say And actually, I'm going to want to be able to view the text there so I can see what stage we're at. I'm going to want the high, maybe even the passing, maybe like the high passing contact regions. I'm going to want these, I would think, to be a little faster. You know, and the recoil is a little slower. It's like, you know, it just has a more physics friendly pace or rhythm. I'm sure we can handle that. So if I bring, can I bring those? Is the text gone or is it just below this, the like ground? Oh, it's there. Okay, good. So let me pause this. So I'm gonna say let's actually start with high and let's start making high and contact be faster. So we can actually collapse this so there's not as much chaos on screen because it'll just move everything that's a child of these keyframes. So like I could really even just come to summary here and just work with that. And that could be a little easier to deal with. So I'm just going to bring them in. Let's just bring them in by about half and see what that does. Yeah, it's much better. I would say even sooner we could start speeding it up. Yeah, it's a lot better. So between passing and high, we want to make it shorter. So probably want to, whoops, bring this one in. Let's see what that looks like. I think I'm still missing one. It's still a little slow. Yeah, we want to bring this in as well, I think. Really, we're shortening up a lot of them. Most of them are shorter. I guess we want less long moments. Really, just that recoil is slower. And maybe even right here, we tighten it up as well. Yeah. That's definitely a little more natural, makes a little more sense. Overall, still feels a little slow to me. I kind of need to base that on how it looks in the game. So I think we should set it up and run the actual game and see how this pace holds up with how quickly the level moves. Because it's an endless runner, the game will set up like an endless runner. And so the terrain actually moves under the player. I wonder if I save an animation and I override it, if that will replace it in the animation player. If I save this as and replace walk 2, will that update it up here? Nope. No, it will not. I suppose I could just open it and update it that way. It's already in there. Okay. So we have to, so if there were like references we'd want to like be preserved or something, they might still get broken. I don't know. I could have experimented with that just now, but I didn't. Oh, okay. And I was like, really? It's adding all of these other ones? It might not be. What? It's only got one keyframe. Okay. It's a little confusing. So I don't know if that's actually replacing it correctly. Delete walk 2.2. No walk 2.2. It's not there. Animation, manage animations. Here, save it. Animation, manage animations. Open. Walk 2.2. Okay. Walk 2.2. It's still keeping it with one keyframe. Okay. Do I need to give it a different name? Maybe I need to close and reopen the scene? I mean, just tell me, Godot, if I need to do something, just help me out. Whoops, that's the wrong scene. Where's the right alien scene? Wait, where does that live? Is that just floating? It is. Oh well. Oh, nope, that's still the wrong one. Animation player. Walk 2.2. I don't really understand why it's not bringing all those keyframes in. It's kind of annoying. Okay. Delete that animation. I'm gonna delete this one too for good measure. I don't need it. I don't need a lot of these animations, truth be told. That's super weird. Like, I wonder if I have to, like, make it unique or something. And then, so this file still exists. So what if we delete this file? It's being required by what? Is it, though? Is it required by anything? Are we referencing it in the animation tree? Not that I can see. So, like, where is it at? I don't know. So it's interesting. That means it's still loaded somewhere, even though it's not present in my manage animations area. It's telling me that something is depending on it, even though I'm not referencing it anywhere that I can see in the UI. Another reason I don't love Godot's animation tools. Like, we have mysterious things that are here, but they aren't here. What? All right, well, I did just save it. Let's see if I can delete it now without it saying something. Oh, okay, so now it doesn't have reference, so I needed to save it. All right, I forgive you, Godot. I just needed to save it first. All right, now we'll delete this. And then I'm gonna save it as this. That might be it. It might be that overwriting it isn't enough. So come over here, animation, manage animations, open, walk 2.2, and we should see all the keyframes. Okay, there we go. Interesting. So I would like to rename this, truth be told. So I'm going to actually remove this. I am. I'm going to save it. And then manage animations. I just kind of want to clean some of this up a little bit. I wouldn't even mind just burning this whole walk 2 to the ground, but I'll leave it. It's confusing, but I don't care. Delete this one. Delete this one. And then I want to save it as walk 2 since that's technically what it's supposed to be. Save it as walk 2. Okay. And then come to our game animation player. Manage animations. Open walk 2. There it is. Now it needs to be, they all need to be renamed. We still get the thighs in there. Why is it creating the thigh bones? Shocking. I did export it that way. Where is it getting thigh bone keyframes from? I'm so confused. Because this is just the armature, like up and down position. This Z location here. You know, if I click on leg, you can see it pops up. And there are keyframes associated with it. If I click on thigh, none. But it's still exporting it with some in there somehow for some reason. I don't appreciate that. I mean, I can just delete it every time. All right, so let's get this out of here. Let's do walk 2. We'll do it again. I'll do it again. I'll remove this animation. Save it. Come down here. Walk 2, 2. I mean, I kind of like to... I mean, if I delete these, I'm sure it comes back up, but I want to see it happen. Save it from Blender. Godot's going to import it. I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that there's like children and parents. No, but then why isn't knee appearing? So then the knee would appear as well if that was the case. I actually have no idea. I don't know why it's popping up. It kind of doesn't matter, but like it just bothers me. There it is. It comes back. I do not understand. All right, well, I'm deleting them. I'm deleting them. And then I'm going to save it like that. So I guess I have to do that every time, is make sure I delete it if I want it to be gone and make sense. Come back over here. Open walk 2. There it is, but the path is wrong. So we got to update the paths on each one of these. Unfortunately. And then it should start playing each part one by one as we update the paths. And then I'm going to put it in the game so we can see what it looks like. Now that still doesn't give us any sense of glitch. I could see if this one's glitching, right? Because if this one glitches going into one we know doesn't glitch, that would be very interesting and unfortunate, but interesting. The armature, we have to rename that. That's a little bit of a tricky one. Let's see what it is on these other. Here it's dot colon. Coming to walk 2. We want this to have dot colon, and then it will be on the armature. Okay, so then there's the animation. Whoa. That looks wrong. Why does it look so wrong? Is that because I got rid of the thigh? Oh, Jesus. That's all messed up. Why? Does it look messed up down here? Oh, this is silly. What is even happening? All right, do over then. Save it again from Blender. Maybe I need those thigh bones there. I don't understand why. I wish that made sense to me. It's chaos. It's absolutely, completely chaotic. What else can I say? Okay. Walk 2-2. Now it plays it. It looks fantastic. Now what if I get rid of the thighs? Does it look like Dookie? It does not look like Dookie. It looks fine. Save it. Run it again. Looks great. Game dev and things. I like that. I like that. It's just game dev and things. Please let that be enough. Oh, I think I know what it is. I think I know what it might be. It's because since those don't have keyframes, we do need keyframes in all the other places, I think. Because there we go. We weren't doing it from the default pose. So if I like move to, let's say, run 1 here. So on this one, and I pause it here, we're not using the thigh or the knee. But here, well, I mean, we're not reusing it here either. Maybe we are. It's hard to tell. But here, since that's animated, and then I move over here to this one, it's going to leave those ones that we aren't keyframing in the positions that they were in. And so then when we play it, it looks like Dookie. So I think we actually do need those other keyframes there if we want it to overwrite. So here's what I mean, it's a little tricky. So then so if I come over here and I reset the position, and now we do it, it looks fine, probably. I think, maybe. You know, unless there's like smaller degrees to which it doesn't look fine. But I think like, so I might want to add blank keyframes to all the ones that I'm not animating. I think I want to do that. I think that'll make it so we can actually switch between these. I don't really know why I'd want to do that. Part of me thinks that doesn't matter, but another part of me is not happy about it, and it concerns me. So, and then it's like, do I do it for the knee as well? I still don't really understand why the thigh was appearing, even though I didn't tell it to, but now I'm gonna tell it to. It makes me a little uncomfortable. We're also not keyframing the arm at all, so we might want to do a blank keyframe for that. The other alternative is I don't do it in Blender, and I come in Godot, and I do it in Godot, which I could do. So I could come to Godot, to this animation, and I could say, you know, grab the skeleton, and I could hit this button right here, insert key for all the bones. So if I reset this, put on walk 2, I could add a keyframe. I don't really want to do that. I think I want to do this in Blender. So I guess we're going to do that. So I'll do the same thing. We kind of have a similar option. Insert keyframe for whole character. Right? Yes, you're a kitty cat. You sure are. Yep, buddy, you are. You want some attention? I don't know. Okay, he has been distracted. He has been distracted. Wait, did that add anything new? I don't think it did. Because I feel like I would see something added. What if I do insert keyframe, selected bones only? But I just don't see anything getting added. I don't know. I feel like it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna not worry about it. And if it comes up, we'll deal with it. That's what I'm gonna say for now. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna add into the animation tree. So we obviously have this animation tree is a bit of an issue. Well, let's actually do it in the code. We're just trying to see the speed of it for now. Yeah, let's do it in the code. So in here, we have walk 1. We're just going to switch this to walk 2. And that should play the new walk animation. Hopefully, it won't be in weird positions. Okay, there's our new walk. I don't love it. I don't think it looks good. I don't think it looks that good. Now, it's a little hard to tell because the ground color isn't changing. This isn't really the best. Yeah, so these definitely don't blend well into each other, but they weren't made to. Oh, see, there's the problem, right? Because we do animate the thigh and the knee, and on the other one, right, now they're in the wrong positions when we blend out of it. So that's why if we do this on the run animation, we have to make sure we don't change those. So anything that we change, yeah. Yeah, oh, you really want those blank keyframes, because that would prevent that from happening. And it would reset the positions. Oh, it's messy. Oh, guys, it's messy. It do be like that. We got a few problems. I mean, first of all, we're sinking into the ground a little bit, so it's clipping a little bit. I can kind of go through that, get over that. Yeah, little by little. Totally. You know, and there's some problems I have with this walk cycle. But you can see we're skating. So let me actually get a different background. I'm confused. I thought motion tweening would do its thing in Godot. Yeah, so the problem is since the run animation has keyframes for the thigh, for the knee, and maybe, I don't even know, but maybe even for like the other axes on the limbs that are keyframe. But because there aren't keyframes on the walk for the knee and the thigh, but there are for the run, when I run, the positions that the thigh and the knee are at in this animation stay put. They don't change, because when I go to the walk doesn't have any information for where to tween to. It doesn't know where to tween to. So it's just like, I'm just going to stay where I was. It just stays put. Just stays right there. And it's the same kind of thing when I'm playing it. Let me close some of these. It's the same kind of thing when I'm playing it in here. This is fine, but then once we come to this one, this has all these extra bones that are animated, but since this one doesn't, it stays in the places that it was. So it's not able to tween between anything because there's nothing to go in between. It doesn't know where to go. So it just chills. It doesn't do anything, which is annoying. Does that make more sense? I mean, I'm not saying it should be that way, but that is why it's happening. I could do a different run animation. I think maybe... Oh, I don't know. I don't know if... Oh, this one only has... But that's the thigh. So that's not that helpful. So I don't think I have a clean one that doesn't have the thighs on it. Oh, I wonder if that's why the thighs are getting a keyframe. I wonder if that's why they are. Because on a different animation, that might be it. Because in this list of other ones, the thigh is animated. And so I wonder if it's adding it in there because it's anticipating that very thing, that it in a different animation, it might be animated. I bet that's what it's doing. I have a guess that that's why that's happening. Oh, and look, wait, is it in weird spots now? In Blender? Uh-oh. What? Oh, dear. What has happened? Let's go back to the rest position and then to the pose. What? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did I just make a mistake by leaving that animation? Uh-oh. What? I'm confused. I'm very confused. Oh God, it's just getting worse. Oh man, what's going on? What is happening? What's so confusing is that it saves correctly. Dude, what is going on? Literally no idea. Don't have a clue. What? Is it because of this? Is it because I have auto keying on? I bet it's because I have auto keying on. And we go in different positions and it's re-keyframing it. That happens to you if you move the origin. It warps the meshes. So I always lock the root just in case. That's a good idea. I think I've locked a lot of things. I wonder if it's because I have auto keying on. I mean, I haven't saved it, so I think as long as I quit and don't save, the last time I saved it, you know, is the file we have in Godot here. So if that's really it, it should reset just fine here, and we should be in a good place. But that is a scary moment right there. Power save add-on because of that? Oh, what does that do? I know there's like a couple auto saves that it makes on its own. So I've turned off the auto keying here. Everything looks beautiful. And now if I switch to a different animation, it's not going to auto key something in a horrible way. And we can switch between these animations, I think. Actually, it still looks a little messed up. It actually does still look messed up. What? No, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. It's not the auto keying. Because look, now it's messed up again. I don't understand. Nope, I officially do not understand. So it seems there's something about switching between different animations that I don't understand. On a very fundamental level. We kind of need to get to the bottom of this. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that completely. Hmm. I don't even know where to start. I mean, I guess I'd be curious to know like if it is like updating the keyframes. So here, elbow left, X is at negative 0.120. Negative 0.120 elbow, that's too hard to remember. Z 0.678. That's easy to remember. Elbow left, Z 0.678. Elbow left, Z 0.678. Elbow left, Z 0.678. We come here and we come back. Z is still at 0.678 here. So that didn't actually change its keyframe position. It might be kind of what you're saying with the origin. So somehow the origin is changing. What does revert do? Reload the save file? Is that what I want? Oh, nice. Revert. Let's go. Okay, good, good. So here's what I want to try to do. I want to try saving this as. I'm going to save this as a backup. And I'm going to see if when we import it into Godot, if anything weird changes when I save it with it in weird places. So like maybe it's just some visual thing. Player Alien Walk Cycle version 2.1. Okay, save that here. So now I'm going to go and I'm going to bork it. We're just going to mess it up. Okay, put it in all the wrong places. So it's all messed up. Everything is wrong. And I'm going to save it just like this. Oh, I overwrote. Hold on. My bad. Actually, I'm kind of curious to see if I revert it. Oh, it stays in that bad position. Did I just break it? Oh, but we can undo it. Interesting. So something is happening because we can undo it. So I don't think this is doing what I think it does. I don't think this action, browse action to be linked. I don't think this is just switching between animations. It's like genuinely, fundamentally changing the way things work. So we want to save this. And then when I intentionally mess it up. So, I mean, I feel like I already have my answer there. That kind of confirms it. Here, I want to save this as over the one that's in Godot. I'm sure it's going to be messed up. But I'm going to try it anyway. Just to see it, to feel it, to believe it. Yeah, I guess, I guess I haven't tried to do this. I haven't tried to make an animation and then make another one and like really care about it. Oh, this is super bizarre. Oh, look, it's in a different place. Yeah, it's messed up. I mean, it's not terrible. It's not great either. It doesn't look that bad, actually. It doesn't look as bad as it does in Blender, incidentally. It has completely moved the character to a different position. I'm going to say that's just because of the way it loaded it in. Let me try this. Okay, so it's in the right spot. Oh no. No, it moves it all the way over there. Weird. So what if we do like this, really get it in a weird spot, contort it up? I think it must be what you're saying. Swag bag, where swap bag, where it's doing some kind of origin change. Especially looking at it in Godot, where it just like moves its position. It's super weird. I don't enjoy it. Reverting's not going to help here. We need to open our backup where everything is fine. So the origin, I mean, I will say already, I mean, the origin is changing here. We can see it right there. Let's open up this. Where's the origin at in here again? Animation. What's this? Pose library, current file. What is this? I don't know. So this is just looking at any old thing. I guess we want to be in object mode. I mean, it's definitely messing up the origin, without a doubt. And then the way that you said you fix it is you lock the origin, you lock the root. I think we already locked the root bone. It's unsettling. I mean, I almost wonder if locking it is causing a problem somehow. See, my root bone is all locked. It's locked down. I've locked everything. I've locked everything. I've locked the crap out of everything. Oh, cool. Nice. Thanks, Swag. Yeah, right? Like, and so where I've been setting up these different animations so they appear in Godot is, I go to the dope sheet here, and then I switch to the action editor, and then we get this browse action to be linked, and this is where we get these different, this list, and this list is what shows up in Godot as options. I mean, first of all, I can get rid of this one. I don't even know what this one's for. But what, I can just never switch between these different animations? It just, like, doesn't make sense. I can just never switch between them? Like, that seems ridiculous. I actually don't even feel like I can remove them. There's something super bizarre here. Where do I actually edit these actions? Because this doesn't really delete them. It unlink this action from the active action slot. What? What does that mean? It's calling these layers. Switch to editing action in animation layer below the current action in the NLA stack. And then interestingly, this one that doesn't have an F on it doesn't appear. Like, what does this stuff even mean? Stash. Store this action in the NLA stack as a non-contributing strip for later use. I really need to learn what this is better. Push action down onto the NLA stack as a new strip. Wow, I really have no idea what this stuff is. So I've downloaded one tutorial video that I admittedly didn't finish watching. It gave me the tip to look at that shield for saving animations. I'm going to pull it back up. Now, I can only watch this one because I've already downloaded it, so it shouldn't mess up my internet.
For
I can't just pull up anything.
General, but others are going to be important for exporting to Godot. So stick around and let's get into it.
But let me see if this somehow helps.
First step, keyframing. Normally when you grab a bone and want to animate it, you normally hit the I key, and then you'll select maybe rotation and location rotation or location rotation scale. But if you want to skip that step, you could go to pose, animation, change key inset, and then select whichever one you want. So let's go location rotation. So now whenever, next step, after creating a new action, you need to first hit this shield here. It saves the animation so you don't lose it if you don't stash it.
This is as far as I got.
In other words, if this isn't added to an unrelease track, it will get deleted whenever you exit. So hidden fake user allows it to stay. Now we need to stash it. So push down. This adds it to the NLA editor.
Push down. Maybe I need to do push down.
Jump.
What is an NLA stack? What the heck does that mean? Tracks are the layering system of the NLA. Non-linear animation. Okay. All right. I need to download this. Unconfusing the NLA editor. I need to download these and watch these later. So at least we agree that it's confusing. Please help with this nonsense. Stash and push down. Okay. Okay. So let me at least try that. This push down situation. So we've got our animation just the way we want it. Looks fine. Let's push it down. Okay, I pushed it down. I don't know where it is. Okay, there it is. I don't know. I don't understand. He's got open this other window here. This other panel. Nonlinear. So NLA is nonlinear animation. Okay. So this one has some stuff. Action stash. What the hell? What is this? Oh, man. Man, this is like a whole thing. This is a whole thing. This is an entire whole thing to learn. Oh, my gosh. All right, let me watch this video more.
So now whenever you export your object with the animations, these are the names that will be used in the animation player. So we could save this here, and then let's go over to Godot.
I've taught you wrong today. I've taught you all wrong today. Or at least I didn't get you all the way there. But I'm confused. I'm still confused. I'm very confused. Because all of these appear in the animation player, but they're not all in here in this stack. Oh, I can press the delete key over this. Not this one. This one I can't seem to delete. Unlink. Well, I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is, what I have here. And what's the difference between... I'm completely lost. I mean, something is definitely happening here. I don't know what I've done, but I'm going to save this into Godot, and we're going to see what it looks like. I bet it's weird. I bet it's weird. Like, whatever it is, I bet it's weird. I just have a feeling. I just have, like, a feeling it's going to be weird. This is rough. This is rough. Okay. Okay. Interestingly, it imported the no import. So that's something. It's in the right spot, though. What are the options in this list? The only one that's gone is that one that was odd. I mean, this looks quite fine. Other than it's got the extra thing we weren't supposed to import. But other than that, it's fine. What is that even importing as? Objects? Here it is. Oh, is that what this was? Is that what this is? That animation? Interesting. So that's what I deleted over here. Was the animation handling this movement. Okay. So now that doesn't move anymore. Okay, that's interesting. So if I unlink these other ones, unlink this with the user. Whoa. What is stash? As a non-contributing action stash. What the hell? Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to study like a whole tutorial on this. There's something I could do. So I could glitch the internet out. Let me swap internets. We might have a problem, but I think at this point it's worth swapping the internets. Could be a layer issue for sure. When switching something got dragged, I just make animations and stash work on the next. I want to find out how to solve it too. I don't know why I was panicking seeing that. So you've used the NLA stuff. I've just never used it. I don't even know what it is. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to... I mean, there's a lot of undoing I would like to experience, at least. Oh, we got some cleaning up to do. But I'm going to switch my internets, all right? Which just means I'm going to need to... you barely use strips unless you want to showcase all the animations and combinations. I don't even... I mean, heard. I didn't even know a strip was a thing until about 5 minutes ago. But heard. All right, I'm gonna switch the internets. Okay, so that means if you're watching this, you might have to refresh the stream. I'll let you know when the swap is done. You might not have to refresh the stream. It kind of depends on how quickly I do this. Where is that scroll? Where's my internet swap scroller? I had a whole scroller for it. There it is. Okay. All right. I'm about to swap it. Basically, I'm taking an Ethernet cable out of one computer. I'm taking an Ethernet cable out of the other computer. I'm swapping them and I'm plugging them in. And so we might have, the stream is gonna drop for like less than 10, 20 seconds, all right? You might have to refresh your stream, you might not. All right, here we go. Swap beginning. You ready? Okay. I believe the swap is complete. Refresh your browser. Refresh your browser. Refresh your browsers if needed. Now the reason why I did this is because now I can look at videos without it crashing the stream. The only thing is with this internet, it can be risky and it can glitch out on its own without any provocation. That's why I don't usually use it. And my partner uses it during the day for their remote work. Another reason I don't use it, so we don't overload each other's bandwidth. But they're not working anymore today. And hopefully we're not having any glitches. So hopefully you've refreshed. We're back. Let's end the swapping music and the scroll. And I'm gonna pull up a new video to learn a little more about this. Now I mean, we can keep watching this video, but I kind of would rather learn about the NLA stack. It's for an older version of Blender, but
hi everyone,
probably still
this
relevant.
Is an intro to the
this video is from the channel CG Dive.
non-linear animation.
It's 40 minutes? Okay, hold on. That's 40 minutes long. This one's from 2020. And it's 3 minutes long. Let me just look up on YouTube. Let me just look up on the actual YouTube website. Blender NLA. Like, help me understand. Oh, I loved this. This person did a tutorial that I watched, and I really liked it. I really like this person a lot. But this is gonna be a long. This is gonna be a long one. 25 minutes. I could do it, but that would be the rest of the stream. Wow. And how recent is theirs? It's 3 years. So it's not really much newer than this one. So let's watch this one. It's 3 minutes long.
Let's learn how to use the
Let's go.
powerful
This is from the Duck Cow. The Duck Cow.
law editor. The NLA, or nonlinear animation editor, is, in my opinion, the most underutilized power feature of Blender. It lets you take an animation action and offset when it plays, repeat it, increase or decrease its speed, place multiple actions in sequence, or even layer and blend them together. In the animation tab with a character spawned, let's say you put together the world's best walk cycle, a 2-step walk in place. Let's flip this window into a dope sheet editor and turn this bottom one into an NLA editor. In the dope sheet editor, consider switching from dope sheet, which shows the whole scene, over to the action editor, where you can specifically manage single action data blocks such as our 2-step walk cycle. Please go ahead and name the action walk cycle. In the NLA editor, your editing action appears as this orange layer. We need to push this into an NLA strip. Now as a strip, all of the Blender shortcut keys apply, including G to grab, S to scale up or down, i.e. changing the speed, Shift D to duplicate, and X to delete. Let's repeat this cycle. Select the clip, then press N to make sure the side panel is open, and go to strip. Yes, lots of settings, but don't worry. Just expand the action clip and increase the repeats. Nice, but we're still walking in place here. Let's add motion to our root bone. You'll notice that adding keyframes automatically creates a new action, once again visible as an orange editing layer in the NLA editor. Push that down to another action strip. What if we wanted to adjust the torso of the walk cycle all hunched over like? Welp, just make a single keyframe at any point in time with the torso in that position, push it down, and then you might need to make a new NLA layer and change the start and end frames to match your scene. At first this might already seem good, but if we temporarily disable the other NLA layers, we see that we lost the walk cycle's vertical bobbing. So let's change the blending from replace to combine. Nice. Now we've added a sort of adjustment animation layer. What if we want to wave and nod our head during the walk? Well, consider again turning off all the other animation strips and create a new action, animate with the minimum set of bones possible, the arms and head, and again, push it down to a strip and re-enable the other NLA strips. Once more, we set this to combine. But this time, let's also set extrapolation to nothing, so it doesn't affect future frames. And let's add frames to the blend in and out to avoid any snapping. Oh, hi, Mark. But want to edit the keyframes of a strip? Just select it, and with the mouse over the NLA window, press Tab. You can now edit the keyframes in the dope sheet like normal. Exit with Tab or go to Edit, Stop Tweak menu item. Now we're walking. And there you have it, multiple layers of animation with reusable action strips. Next up,
I mean, this is definitely going over like a use case of it. It's not really what I need.
Flip,
but
then
it's
press
very
N
helpful
to make sure the side panel is open and go to.
So something I noticed is they're not creating new actions or anything, which is what I've been doing. They're like working in the same action and then pushing stuff down. Oh my god, I'm so overwhelmed by this right now. So first of all, can we do this over? So here's this version. This is the one, this is our backup version. And so here, if I hop into the nonlinear animation, and we look at it, we've got this, which is the scroller, the information, the reference photo in the background. That's there. We've got the walk, push down action on the top of the NLA stack as a new strip. What is all this? Active strip? Walk to, run to, blender to, action stash. What is it? So I just pushed that down. What did that do? This one is unlocked. These are all locked, so I can't move them. And they're also not toggled on. I mean, what if I just get rid of these? Can I just get rid of these entire things? Okay. Is this the way our animation is supposed to look? I don't even remember anymore. Do over. Do over. The animation has some problems in general. I would have gone in and fixed it, but, you know, then this happened. So it didn't get messed up or anything. Non-linear animation. Get rid of these. I don't need these. Push this down. It's in the stack. It's a strip? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand anything. And now we still have these saved somewhere. So if I lock this, sure, star it. Why not? Oh, I didn't mean to click new. That was an accident. Oh, I created new. So this action editor created a new action. So now that I'm switching to these other ones, it's not moving the position. It's actually saving the position. So now it's not messing it up. Now it's also not playing these animations. But it looks fun. So this is what I would want to know now. If I save this as the one that's in our Godot project, will all these others still appear? And perhaps those others were appearing because they existed as strips in the NLA editor. But I didn't know they existed as strips there. Until now. I now know that. Though I previously did not. Very confusing. But, you know, only because I've been operating with it as one way. I'm never an expert. I have to always make sure I say that. I am never an expert. I barely know what I'm doing. All right, so we lost the thing we don't want, which is good. In this list, we have a bunch of stuff here. So it didn't eliminate all those other animations. So those are all still there. And they've got their own bunches of keyframes. But now we've got this, and in Blender, I don't have to worry about it getting, like, overwritten or something. And these are different animations, so if I come to this one, yeah, so that's that old one. So now if I wanted to access that in Blender, how would I do that? Now this walk 2 has the little push down action. I still barely understand what that means. So nothing is happening. Is it because this is locked? What the hell does this do? Is it because it's already there as a strip? So if I put this in here, now that's a strip. So what? So what if it's a strip? What is that? What makes that different? I don't know. I just don't know. I feel like this is going to have to be continued. I think this is a to be continued situation. So I don't know what to tell you. I wish I could, you know, if you're watching this after the live stream, thank you for making this far. You know, I wish I could go back and put a disclaimer at the beginning, but I can't really. I can do it in the description box. I can do it in the title, but I can't go back and update the beginning of the stream. But basically my workflow for getting animations from Blender into Godot has been flawed. It has been flawed. Now, it's not actually too bad on the Godot end, but where it is a problem is in Blender. If nothing weird had happened, I would have left off with the needing to add in all of the extra bone keyframes or something to make sure that things don't get too weird when we switch between different animations or whatever. But then when I came into Blender and I started switching between these and it was causing chaos, I realized there's a whole other part of animating in Blender that I did not know about. And this is an important lesson. I'm playing the outro music because, guys, like, this is a whole other lesson, and we're gonna do it tomorrow. That's gonna be the focus. I'm gonna go in, we're gonna get deep, and we're gonna sort this the frick out. But to me, an important lesson here is that if I don't understand something, that is to say, I didn't understand what these were really doing. I didn't understand what fake user was. I didn't understand what actions were, what linking them was. I didn't understand what any of that meant. I was just doing it because it seemed to work. In fact, it's important that I understand what it means and why it's there. Because if I don't, I'm going to end up in a very confused situation later on when it's not working like I thought it could. So I do have to call it at this point, because I can't keep working. I can't. And I mean, there's a lot more to learn here. And I'm gonna make sure that for tomorrow's stream, we're prepared to learn everything that we can. I'm gonna download the videos that we need, and we're gonna clean up a bunch of this. We've already gotten one walk cycle. Whether or not this is gonna even fix the glitch problem, I still don't know. I could kind of test that I could test that a little bit. Since we do have a version of this walk in here, it's a little glitch since I don't have all of the keyframes. So I could quickly test that, so we can at least put a pin on this. Now, it's the run cycle that really had the problem, but the walk cycle could too. It doesn't really matter if it's a run or a walk cycle. So I'll do my best here to try and add in blank keyframes. I overall really don't want to do much more here, because I generally don't really understand what's happening. I'm experiencing a lot of confusion, and I don't want to do too much. But here's what I'll do. Oh god. Right, and this is what I was gonna try to do, is create a new animation. It's tough. It's a really tough thing to test. What if we just go between the reset? That'll be a good enough test. Let's do that. That'll be our test. So I'm gonna come to the animation tree, right? This is where we were having our glitch problems, right? Was going between these animations. There's a lot of weird things going on here. I'm not entirely sure why Walk 1 and Walk 2 look so different right now than they used to look. Walk, Run, and Run 1. Walk 1. Run 1. I'm so confused on so many levels. Who am I? That's the run. Yeah. That's the walk. Right. That's the animation player. Walk 1. Run 1. But it's playing the wrong one. We live in a world of chaos. We live in a world of deep chaos. Look at this. It's not playing the right animation. But why? But why not? I don't know. I have no idea. Let me see, maybe if I reopen it. What is happening? It's like not bouncing up and down anymore. It's like it's that just broke. That just broke somehow. So I don't even know if I can really test this like I want to. Okay, there's our new walk. That looks fine. That looks fine. If we go between that and reset, let's see. Well, I will say there's no glitches. So I think this gives me some comfort. There's no glitches when I transition between these two animations. So I think at least our walk cycle is glitch free. The walk cycle needs some work. I don't even know what I'm working with anymore. But that's why we're gonna deal with that tomorrow. Every Wednesday and Thursday, I work on this game, and it looks like we're smushing together these two streams. I think that's the only way. So I'm gonna be back tomorrow. I gotta give a lot of love to the patrons for believing in me. Not believing in me to be correct all the time, but believing in me to be here, trying my best, and learning what I can. That much I promise you. You can stay. Come on. That much I can promise you I will do, is I will be here doing my best. You can join over on patreon.com/hypergamedev. It means a lot if you're willing to. My partner makes enough money for us to survive, and because of the patrons and the YouTube members, at the end of pay periods, when we run out of that money, sometimes I'm able to be like, oh, look, I have some money from the YouTube channel, and it'll tide us over until the next pay period. So you guys are a part of that. My partner always tries to pay me back for that, so that way I can keep the investment of this money into the channel. So thank you for doing that. You can join on YouTube or Patreon. It means we'll be able to get by a little better. So thank you for able to do that. It allows me to do these live streams if you're able to support. If you're watching this after the live stream, my gosh, thank you for making it this far. Thank you for making it this far. It's been quite an interesting ride. And you can tap or click on the bottom left to watch the last devlog in this live stream series, or you can tap or click in the bottom right to watch the next one. And I hope I'll see you there. Goodbye, y'all. Thanks again. Wow, animation. Wow. We'll get there.